Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 27, Winter's Touch, Cold Shoulder. Nice to see you, Hichuga Yatei-ku, Lieutenant Abarai nodded. Thanks for having me. The captain stepped past the gate portal. He threw a surreptitious look around and breathed an inward sigh of relief. Thankfully Captain Adolschvank had not chosen to accompany her subordinate. One less thing to worry about. You cannot avoid her forever. People will start to talk. Let them. At least they won't jump me when I'm not looking. The second seat of Siamese took up step beside his smaller co-worker. Sorry it took so long to contact you. We've been out of touch. They passed through the tents that made up the Godi I-7's nominal base of operations here in Hueco Mundo. Some fighters standing around nudged one another and pointed the pair out to their colleagues, bowing respectfully as they passed. Renji waved them off to let them know to get back to business. It's been hard to keep track of their movements. They're on the move constantly. Still, I was expecting contact a lot sooner, Hichugaya spoke in a somewhat accusing manner as he soldiered through ankle-deep mounds of sand. We always have to send a messenger to locate them, and finding their trail nowadays takes time. In a sheepish tone he added, they never keep a fixed home since, well, Rose and Love. Shinji said it was to keep from growing complacent. The captain tried not to let his irritation show. It had confused him the first time he tried to send a hell butterfly to Hirako Shinji and his cohorts only for the spectral insect to return to him immediately. That was unusual in his experience. It was true after the Vazard abandoned their old retreat in Hueco Mundo they never bothered to set up a new one. But even without a fixed locale, a hell butterfly should have been able to reach them without any trouble. When first approaching Siamese for help in contacting the Vazard, he had been informed of the issue. It turned out hell butterflies only worked for Shinigami, and apparently the Vazard no longer applied. No doubt from the hollow mixed in. Which left them to fall back on less convenient methods of communication. That was 3 months ago. Which left him stuck in the same position as before. His training with Kurosaki was a welcome distraction. Fighting against a person so overwhelmingly stronger than him had only served to remind the young warrior just how far he had to go before he could face an opponent on the level of Aizen with any confidence. But if he did intend to fight a mad god boasting both Shinigami and hollow powers, on top of being able to confound an enemy's senses to an absurd degree, then one single sparring partner, no matter how strong, could not prepare him fully. So once again, he was forced to resort to resources outside normal Shinigami channels. Considering the opponent he must face, it didn't even qualify as overkill. At last they came to the officer's pavilion and stepped inside. There Hiyori Saragaki looked up from her position squatting on a carpet and smirked. What's up, short stack? That's rich coming from you, he thought. Aloud the young warrior responded. I'm only 100 years old, what's your excuse? For just a moment both Renji and the Vazard stared at him like they hadn't expected this level of sass. Then Hiyori's face broke out in a fierce sneer. Somebody put on his big boy pants today. She then hopped upright and strode towards the tent flap, barging past them with casual authority. Come on, then, oh mighty captain. Let's get this over with quick. Some of us have real work to do. Without so much as a goodbye she took off, vanishing in a spray of sand. Scowling, Hichugaya dusted off his cloak. This is my childhood all over again. He nodded a quick thanks to Abarai before streaking away in pursuit. It took only a second for him to catch up, and then they were racing across the limitless dunes. Not for the first time, Toshiro took note of how truly barren this dimension was. Not so much as a twisted tree sprouted from the ground. Could Hueco Mundo have been alive once? Did the hollows always inhabit it? Hard to imagine anything living here now, even those heartless scavengers. It existed only as a warning, a sign of what might have been had they lost the war for Soul Society. The journey was so long they passed 3 Shinigami patrols, 1 Siamese and 2 from Tiger by the look of them. His legs were starting to ache by the time he finally detected a huge concentration of soul power in the distance. That feeling only increased when the glow of a bonfire on the horizon caught his eye. Hiyori steered towards it and he followed. Upon drawing closer, Hitsugaya was surprised at what his senses were telling him. It therefore came as no surprise to find not only two of the Vazard seated around the flames chewing on shish kebab, but also Kenpei Zaraki himself. The spiky-haired mountain sat sharing their fire with his lieutenant Yachiro Kusajishi. "I brought him," his guide declared as she stomped over and flopped down on the sand. The blonde pixie accepted a skewer from the impassive Lisa Yadomaru, who saluted their guest. "Greetings, Hitsugaya Teiko. Grab some grub, kid." Bulky Kensei Maguruma flashed a smile that might have been intended as encouraging but only served to raise Hitsugaya's hackles. "We're almost done here." He then turned his attention back to the Kenpei, face growing grim as he did. "We don't intend to go it alone. But it would take an army to cover the dead zone. We've scouted it, the thing's not limitless. Neliel says there's a region towards the center where Baragon used to hold court. Supposedly the storm's so bad at that point it turned the ground to solid glass. She only survived because Aizen was with her." Zaraki tore off a length of meat, mushrooms and veggies and swallowed with nary a chew. "I ain't running around a fucking dust cloud just to bag some half-dead twerp," he snarled, that lone ochre eye narrowed in implicit threat. "I got my own business to deal with." "Come on, Captain," Lisa spoke in a coaxing fashion. "It's no big secret that heavy hitters among hollows are hard to find these days. You've seen to that. So if it's a fight you want." "It's not," the Kenpei grumbled. "Then you should come WI." Lisa paused, blinking. "What?" She and the other Vazard exchanged confused looks. For his part, Hitsugaya stole a glance at little Yachiro to see what she might think of this. The pink-haired tyke lay on her stomach with chin resting on her hands, smiling delightedly. She looked happy enough to burst. Finally the little lieutenant leapt up and exclaimed, "We're in training." "Training?" Hiyori frowned. "For what?" Kenpei stared broodingly into the fire. "Bankai." All conversation died at this admission. Crackling flames were the only sound to be heard. Unbeknownst to each other, the four fighters were experiencing the exact same reaction to that statement. Zaraki with a Bankai. Kensei remembered a nuclear mushroom cloud he had seen once. Hitsugaya imagined the planet exploding. Hiyori shuddered at the thought of both Zaraki and his lieutenant going Bankai. And Lisa was picturing the Kenpei naked. Hot. Nah, I'd pass. It was Toshiro who recovered first. From what he could tell, the conversation had ended. But rather than launching into his own proposal, he saw an opportunity that hadn't previously been available suddenly present itself. It was true he had gone to Ichigo for sparring first, but that was partly due to not being sure he could even locate Zaraki, much less convince him to engage in training. And now he was right here, and admitting to being engaged in attempts at personal growth. Coincidence? Yes, but still, there wouldn't be a better time to ask. The only thing better than testing himself against one absurdly mighty opponent was two of them. "Zaraki Teiko," he spoke up quickly before the Vazard could recover. "I actually came here to discuss training myself. I'm currently engaged in bouts with Ichigo Kurosaki, but if you were open to the idea, perhaps you and I could also cross swords. When you have the time, that is." To his dismay, that hulking murder machine twisted his bullet-shaped head around to fix him with a dire grin. "Seem to recall you turning me down the last couple of times I challenged you to a fight. You and all those other pricks who were too good to wipe their own asses until Aizen and his bunch showed you up. In fact, Ichimaru was the only one with the balls to take me on. Made me kinda respect the fucker. Lot more than I can say for you. Perhaps it wasn't such a brilliant idea to suggest drawing blood with this unholy lunatic." Still, Hitsugaya sought to press his case. "I can help you with Bankai training," he urged. "And you can prepare me for the battles ahead. I mastered Bankai in record time. I won't deny we've had our differences in the past, but this is mutually advantageous. If you help me, I'll help you." The Vazard were eyeing him as though he had lost his marbles. Toshiro didn't care. Even if Zaraki did reject his offer, he could always turn to them for help as originally intended. In fact, he fully planned to do just that either way. Increasing his training partners could only help his growth. And just like the Vazard and Kurosaki, Kenpei Kizaraki could be relied upon to buck the system should Lord Commander Kukaki scribble off a poem ordering them not to engage Hitsugaya in combat, controlled or not. Zaraki watched him in inscrutable silence for a while. Then he gave a massive shrug. I'm game. Toshiro didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Thank you. He turned back to the three demi-hollows. Now, as to my other reason for being here. But first you gotta beat Yachiroa. The boy captain hesitated, rounding on the tiger leadership with a frown. Excuse me. We're in this together. Zaraki snagged another skewer and proceeded to take a savage bite, juices running down his chin. He wiped it across one sleeve and grinned in a feral manner while speaking with mouth full of food. I don't waste my time with weaklings. You wanna take me on? First you give her a good fight. And don't hold nothing back, you hear? This certainly hadn't crossed his mind at the time. But it was a concession he felt willing to make. Lieutenant Kuzagishi was a seasoned veteran of the 11th, after all, so she could certainly lay claim to having some notches on her bedpost. I mean, belt. You have quite the salacious imagination. Not now. Let me focus on this. All right, he stated. I agree. Zaraki grunted. Then he looked down at his second seat and said, Get I'm. Yay. The little girl hopped upright, bouncing with joy. Hitsugaya drew back, startled. Wait, what? You mean now? Here I come, Snoji-san. Yachiro sang. Hato #4. Byakurai. What did she call him? Oh shit. The light of the campfire was overwhelmed in a blaze of raw electric power that burned away everything in a flash of intense white. Elsewhere, Makaizo Aramaki of Tiger Company looked up and called out to the rest of his patrol. Hey, guys, check it out. Shooting star. He pointed to the limitless void above them. Sure enough, a small blaze of energy was streaking across the sky. The fearless fighters left off their sport long enough to appreciate this rare sight. Never saw any stars in Hueco Mundo before, one of them mused. Yeah. Weird. Makaizo suddenly cocked his head to one side with a frown. Is it? Screaming. They all grew quiet. Sure enough, if you listened very carefully, you could detect a long, drawn-out howl as that tiny speck crossed the inky expanse far overhead. It vanished into the distance. They all looked at one another, shrugged, and got back to business. You chop me. I chop you. Ichigo Kurosaka was in heaven. He lay with his head in Rukia's lap, eyes shut, at peace for the first time in ages. The store was closed for the day, his sisters were taking the kids to the park, and all their staff was enjoying a well-deserved break. Delicate fingernails drew lines across his scalp in slow, light strokes. He felt muscles in his back go loose he hadn't even noticed were tense. It was like, for just this moment, the whole world felt right. Ichigo gave a contented groan. SHHH, Rukia admonished him. The woman he loved shifted slightly so he could get more comfortable before going back to caressing his scalp. Ishida and Mikuru are getting married soon, he murmured. Her fingers stilled, then resumed their blissfully skillful work. Yes. Think we should go dressed up as our characters? Maybe not. She kept up her soft caresses. Our author friend still seems to be under the impression we haven't figured it out. And we wouldn't want to upstage her big day. Ichigo's eyes opened to take in the sight of her, not for the first time marveling at his own luck in winning this amazing woman. You remember after Jaka was born, I asked if you wanted to get hitched. She smiled while continuing her ministrations. I remember. You are as romantic then as now. I know. He turned on his side and nuzzled his cheek against the fabric of her dress, reaching up to take one fine-boned hand and kiss it softly. She stroked his hair in rhythmic fashion. So are you still satisfied? With us, like this, I mean. Momentary hesitation. I am. Why? Just wondering. I mean, things can't go on like this forever. Sooner or later, I'll have to quit the dojo and find a new line of work. Damned if I know what. Not many swell jobs available for guys without a college degree in Japan nowadays. You could enroll in a university, she pointed out. Your sisters are heading off next semester. After they graduate. We can't afford it, he sighed. They've both got scholarships. And Dad is footing the bill. I won't ask him to do any more for me, he added when she seemed about to raise a point. At my age a man can't keep relying on his parents or he'll wind up a disgrace. You are no such thing, Ichigo, she whispered in distress. Don't be worried. I'm just saying, a man has his pride. I need to take care of our family. You and the kids. So I'll need to be making some sacrifices in the future. Perhaps Oka-sensei could find work for you in the public sector? She is deeply enmeshed in politics on both the state and local level now. I'm still convinced she's only doing all this to land Ishida's old man. Like take the governorship, then threaten to secede the whole province unless he ties the knot with her. Rukia tweaked his ear playfully. I think your view of marriage is slightly biased. Not my fault everyone we know is getting hitched. He turned in his privileged pillow and cracked an eye at her. By the way, have you heard from Chad lately? I can't seem to get a hold of him, and for some reason the last few times I called, Ryo picked up his phone. You don't think? I wouldn't be concerned. According to Mikuru, Kuniada's family is very well established. Apparently they are involved in a business with strong ties to the community. Oh. Ichigo stopped talking when she started running her fingers through his hair, letting all the remaining tension drain out of him with a sigh. Feels good, he murmured, and kissed her hand again. Rukia felt her heart quicken at this intimate treatment and had to fight down her own urges. They had agreed after Hirako was born to be more careful about displays of passion. It still nagged at her slightly, not that she would have it any other way, but the explanation for what permitted her to become pregnant while wearing a jigei remained unresolved. For now, they practiced safe sex at all times and concentrated on raising the beautiful children they had been given. Which brought up another source of concern. Ichigo. He mumbled sleepily. Do you think we should tell them? This caused him to rouse fully, and he sat up to regard her steadily. You mean the whole truth? She nodded, and he considered this, frowning. Jaku might be old enough to get it, but Hirako? I'm not so sure. When I spoke to Mayuri recently, Rukia noticed the flash of irritation at the mere mention of the man's name. He brought up something that made me think of this. Our family is in danger, even if it seems safe now. We have come under attack. She noticed he rubbed his knee agitatedly then, and laid a gentle hand over it. When Ichigo grew still, his lover proceeded. We still don't know the full truth of what is happening, but our children? They know nothing. I would rather they keep their innocence for as long as possible. However, that decision may not be up to us. At the least, they should know there are those in this world and beyond who might mean them harm. Yeah, but... I mean, Hirako. It was hard to admit, but he finally got it out. She can't see spirits. Not you, not me, nothing. How are we supposed to tell a toddler she might be hurt by something she can't even see? It would freak her out. It's what she can see that concerns me. The ones who are in this world. Ichimaru, Matsumoto. Anohana, even, for whatever reason. She might not truly mean to hurt us, but she is. Ichigo. Here she leaned forward and cupped his face in her hands. We need to talk to them. Help them understand what's going on. Kyojaku at the very least has to know. Hirako, maybe. If she can be made to believe it. He gazed into her eyes, then acquiesced with a weary nod. All right. Then, to her surprise, he chuckled. Hey, you know, I just thought of something funny. Those crazy stories Jaku comes up with, we're finally going to top him. And the best part is, it's all true. The more he thought about it, the funnier it became, until Ichigo was laughing for real. Watching him, Rukia gave a snort of amusement. Then she too chuckled, and finally, without really knowing why, she joined him in helpless laughter until they were both rolling around on the floor to wind up in each other's arms, smiling through tears before finally sharing a kiss. After this they were very careful, as usual. Toshiro dreamed of explosions. Like the one that just exploded right in his face. Wait, that was fireworks. Like colored snow, Only it hadn't been snowing then. They were all together on a rooftop watching the pyrotechnic panorama. Winter just started with his birthday, after all. That's what they were celebrating. Him, Rangiku, Momo, and Aizen. Last time I remembered this was when I was dying in the underground complex of the Central 46. Or wait, much more recently, I was. This is a dream. And I'm not alone here, am I? The fireworks continued to erupt overhead, bathing the white walls of Siridi in shades of blue, red and green. Hitsugaya sat with his friend's enemy, and looked to the little boy beside him. I know you, he said simply. The kid looked around, and hugged himself as though cold. I'm Kyojaku. That's right. Rukia's son. We just met a little while ago. Are you cold? The young captain asked. Do you want my coat? He started to take off his scarf, realized that was wrong, and stopped, debating. How do I do this, really? No. Kyojaku was shivering, but not from any chill, he realized. More like he's afraid of something. What's wrong? The child hung his head. Then he wordlessly lifted a finger and pointed. A few feet away, Captain Aizen Sosuke of the 5th Division stood with a scarf wrapped around his neck, flashes of colored light reflecting off his glasses as he gazed serenely at the sky. So handsome, and loving. Hitsugaya saw Momo steal a glance at him and smile happily, like the sight of him warmed her more than any fur coat or gloves possibly could. Toshiro understood. You don't have to worry, he assured the boy. He can't hurt you. Because this all happened long ago. Before you were born. Still the little soul huddled in on himself as though afraid to move. It was only natural to fear someone so clearly evil. Only I didn't know that back then. I was as taken in by his performance as the rest of them. And I nearly died for it. Momo too. She had me completely fooled. As for Rangiku, she never had to. Her heart held no deceit. I know that, even now. Hold on. I didn't know all this back then. So how does he? Hitsugaya looked at the boy, whose eyes remained locked on that gallant figure, ignoring the beautiful winter fireworks display. Kyojaku. Said brown eyes finally focused on him. How do you know that man? For a while they just looked at one another, lit by riots of color. At last, the boy found his voice. He was in the house, in the woods. He scared the old lady who lived there. What old lady? The old lady who lived alone in the woods. He was talking to someone invisible, but the old lady came home, and he got scared and tried to run. Then she got scared, and the invisible voice was scared too, because she could see them, and it said to kill her, and he was going to, but then she. His voice trailed off. What? Toshiro pressed insistently. What happened then? Kyojaku hung his head. I'm not supposed to talk about that, he whispered. Yosagi, you will get mad. He scares me when he's mad. Who is? Blanquito. You awake? Am I, what? The obvious answer presented itself. I hurt too much to be asleep. Grimacing at the pain, Hitsugaya sat upright. His vision swam so badly he feared throwing up and settled for putting his head between his knees. That helped. Half numb and half throbbing with pain, he finally turned to learn who was addressing him. Nothing other than the rolling dunes of Hueco Mundo could be seen. Down here. When he looked a bit lower, it was to find a small black and white monkey crouched by his side. It lifted a finger to its brow and saluted. Yo. Noboru. Yup. The polymorph bared his teeth in a friendly smirk. How do you feel? I could use some healing Kido if that's any help. Only fair to warn you, though, Feng says I have no talent for it. Want I should try anyway. Toshiro still wasn't quite clear on what was happening. What are you doing here? Who, me? The primate hopped around in a circle. Just passing by. When the look Hitsugaya gave him showed that excuse wasn't flying, he grabbed his feet to rock back and forth. Okay, you got me. I was spying on you. It's my mission for today. Feng said I was supposed to keep watch without being detected and report back to her. I've been with you since before leaving Soul Society. Pretty impressive, eh? His skin no longer felt like it was on fire, so Hitsugaya decided his life was not in any real danger. A more pressing question presented itself. If I'm not supposed to know you're here, why are we having this conversation? Noboru heaved a sigh. Well, I kept up after the midget blasted you halfway across the desert, but still, you were in pretty sorry shape. So I sent a hell butterfly to let Tit Tats know where to find you. He managed to look disgruntled while still being a monkey. Which makes it for a good cause, but knowing Feng, she still won't care. Guess I blew it for today. No treat for Noboru. Sorry. He was starting to feel dizzy again, and chose to lie back down. And thanks. You're welcome. They said nothing more for a while. Tit Tats must be Nilil and Renji. By now Toshiro understood Noboru's tendency to make cute nicknames for his colleagues, having long grown used to more of the same from Lieutenant Kusagishi. He couldn't quite recall what she normally called him. But after what just happened, he was absolutely certain he would never take her to task over it. That girl, you did not want to get on her bad side. Hitsugaya found himself staring at a crescent moon floating in the sky. This and his current line of thought reminded him of something. Fear, the moon, what did he call it? Yosaji-yu. You lookin' at the rabbit in the moon? Noboru asked. He too lay back to get a better view. Can't really see it. Then his voice grew contemplative. Hey, you ever wonder why the moon here has phases? Like, is Hueco Mundo a sphere or something? Does it have an end, or just go on forever in all directions? Is it flat like a map, maybe? Or is there a middle somewhere? Do you hear anything? He had been perfectly content to just let the kid ramble while he waited to be rescued, but Toshiro noted the sudden change in Noboru's voice and craned his head around to regard him. What? Is someone coming? I don't feel anything. I only just now realized I was hearing it. Like a background noise. Listen, hear that? Hitsugaya shook his head. Those small simian features looked puzzled. There was no longer any gaiety to be found in Noboru. He twisted his head one way, then another, ears pricking. Almost like someone's singing, but no words. And it's there. Noboru turned to look at Toshiro, his bright black eyes wide with dismay. Grieving. Frowning, the captain grew still to listen. But all he could make out was a low wind accompanied by faint rumbling. There was no intimation of either danger to himself or any other soul nearby. I don't hear it. Noboru began pacing around on all fours. The ice mage sat up to get a better look at their environment. He could feel the prince's distress, and it concerned him. Upon rising, he finally noticed something that had escaped his attention till now. The source of the noisome wind from before became apparent. For there, reaching up to the sky in an awesome display of power, was the dead zone of Hueco Mundo. The endless sandstorm twisted and coiled on itself like a beast in pain, a seemingly solid wall of churning white sand and tempest winds strong enough to strip flesh off the bone. He gazed at this intimidating natural fury for a time while Noboru prowled the sandbar restlessly. Then a new sound faintly reached his ears, and with it an unmistakable riot-suh. Captain! They both turned. Galloping towards them across the dunes came Nilil Tuadolshvank. The centaur Arankar raced with blazing speed, practically plowing through the desert and far outpacing a small group of Shinigami behind her. Here comes our sweet ride, Noboru snickered. You have no idea. What? The monkey frowned at him. Nothing. He hastily hopped to his feet, stumbling down the hill of sand to meet the approaching rescue party. Nilil drew up short with Gamuza strapped to her back, one hoof pawing the sand restlessly as Toshiro and the monkey drew closer. She smiled down at them. I'm glad you're all right, Captain. Your little friend made it sound like we might be in danger of losing you. Thanks for the concern, but I'm fine, really. When she just kept right on flashing that sweet smile, he blushed and turned his face away. I got in over my head. Hopefully you learned your lesson. The green-haired beauty then patted her broad, shaggy lower half. Okay, hop up. Hitsugaya blinked. Excuse me? I'll give you both a lift back to camp. Her horned head tilted to one side. Unless you'd prefer I carry you in my arms. The mental image and resulting lifelong humiliation left him dazed at the prospect. No objections here. To the young captain's dismay, a fully human Noboru went dashing past him and leapt lightly onto Nell's back, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his head in that mass of viridian locks. AHH. Now this is what I call riding in style. He threw a self-satisfied smirk at Toshiro. Come on, Blanquito, don't keep the lady waiting. Right now Hitsugaya would have given his captaincy for a valid excuse not to go. Regrettably none came to mind, and with a measure of reluctance he approached the four-legged fighter. She extended her hand and he took it, swinging to mount up behind Noboru. A small, envious part of him resented the Shihoan heir claiming the front seat, as it were. Meant he got to be closer to her more human aspects. Don't worry. Nell threw a glance over her shoulder right at Toshiro, and he paled at the way her voice dropped an octave. We'll take it nice and slow together. So saying, she set off at a brisk, even pace such that neither of her riders need fear being thrown off. Fuming, the captain of Leopard Company dug his hands into her pelt and clamped his legs as tight as he dared around her broad flanks. He could have sworn he heard Nell giggle, and hoped their journey didn't last long enough to get any ideas. They passed through the crowd of Shinigami followers, who moved to trail their mistress without question. A few threw dark looks at Toshiro as though cursing him for daring to claim such a seat. Hey, it's gone. He turned his attention to his fellow passenger. Rather than gloating over this level of closeness to the sexy Aaron Carr, Noboru had a distant, searching look on his face. His eyes scanned the dunes reflectively. What? Hitsugaya asked. The song. It stopped. I don't hear it anymore. Went away just like that. He failed to elaborate, and Toshiro decided not to pursue the matter. He had his own problems to worry about. Bad enough having been put to rout by a child at play. Now the proud first seat of Leopard Squad must resolve to bear this very unnerving mode of transportation along with the resulting gossip it must surely entail. Mayhap it will serve to teach you not to bite off more than you can chew. You know what, Hirin Maru? I'm just going to enjoy this as much as I possibly can. Bless me. Perhaps you are growing up after all? And I've got the cat ears to prove it. Having come to this resolution, Toshiro Hitsugaya was surprised to find himself taking a certain measure of delight at riding across the desert atop a beautiful centaur lady. Whether it be the joy of a child or the more mature interests of an adult, he accepted the experience with cheer. Perhaps as a result of this bonhomie, the rest of his day proved quite pleasant. Seems a positive attitude had its merits. Who'd have thought? Match point. The karate instructor called out. Stand up and show respect to your opponent, Kurosaki-kun. Little Shotoku did as he was told, clambering off the mat and bowing to the victorious girl across from him. They both trotted over to join the rest of their class preparing to observe the next match. Watching from the sidelines, Tatsuki Arisawa chewed her cheek with a grimace. Your son doesn't seem that broken up about losing, she pointed out as the boy began excitedly talking with his classmates. Beside her Ichigo shrugged off such concerns. He's 5 years old, he informed her as if that settled the discussion. His opponent was 3, she felt the need to point out to him. Yeah, and flippin' huge for that age, the young parent countered angrily. Seriously, she's got a good 3 inches on him. What is up with that? Maybe I should talk to the coach. How could someone possibly be this blind? Maybe it was the whole parenthood thing. Ichigo, Tatsuki said his name with a little more emphasis so that he actually looked at her. I'm serious. Age and height aren't the issue here. Your son doesn't have any fight in him. It's been bothering me for a while now. His whole style is defensive. He's practically begging them to wail on him. When you were his age, you weren't much better, but at least you knew how to throw a punch. I think you've got the wrong idea about this, Tatsuki. Her childhood friend smiled and gave a thumbs up to his son. The boy threw him a happy grin, and he turned back to their conversation. The whole point of karate at any age is to learn to defend yourself, not to beat people bloody. If Shoto can make it through a scrap without a scratch on him, that's really all I care about. You have knocked out more human teeth than I have socks, Buster, she snapped back, itching to throw a punch. Don't give me this pacifistic bullshit. You really think you would have survived middle school and beyond if you hadn't been willing to kick some ass? Ashima Rika would have been wearing your orange head as a hat. To her disgust, the big lunk just laughed at her morbid excuse for a joke. Speaking of Ashima, can you believe him and Asano's sister getting together like that? And all because they both wound up tangling with an actual ghost on Don Kanonji's new show. Talk about a ratings boost. She punched him in the arm, making him wince. Don't try to change the subject. Let me teach Shoto how to really fight. At the very least, I'm one instructor you wouldn't have to worry about paying. Ichigo heaved a sigh. Look, Tatsuki, I know this is how you make a living nowadays, but not everything has to be a brawl, okay? Her teeth ground together, fighting the urges rushing through her blood. Since when did this guy become such a pansy? I can't believe you, she hissed. What if that psycho Anohana comes sniffing around your son again when none of us are around? Do you want him to roll over and play dead, or do you want him to kick the witch's teeth in, huh? That got his blood up. She could see it in the way his face lapsed into that old familiar scowl, and the master combatant exulted at the prospect of a good fight. Come on, gimme your best shot. Let's show these kids how it's really done. To her disappointment, Ichigo simply uncrossed his arms and pushed off the wall. I'd want my son to make better choices than I did. And he walked over to talk to one of the other parents, leaving Tatsuki Arisawa stewing. What is the point of all this? Pipe down, bad boy. She licked her lips, still spoiling for a fight. If you insist on keeping me captive, you can at least strive to make my imprisonment less tedious. Tidioius? Please. I've seen the world you came from. It's got to be the most boring plane of existence in existence. Why don't you at least appreciate the opportunity to get some fresh air and live a little? The futile, frightened lives you human slugs lead holds no appeal for me. In the grand scheme of things, your accomplishments are meaningless. The petty dreams of a doomed species clutching its sense of undeserved superiority and entitlement. What the hell would a hollow know about worthwhile living? She countered. Why don't you go chat with a few of your other cellmates, see if they'll kiss your sore loser ass and make it feel better. The coldness in her chest was something she had learned to recognize when Ulquiorra became angry. It made her grin. Got something you want to say to me, sunshine? I exist to kill your useless kind. Never forget that. If hollows are really so superior, why are you, an almighty Vastolord, currently taking up space as a disembodied voice in my head? He had no response for that, but Tatsuki could practically feel his all-consuming resentment. Verbally taunting your opponent in, say, a karate match was definitely not allowed. But there were all sorts of ways to tick somebody off, make them lose their focus and open themselves up for a solid strike. Shows how much Ichigo knows, everything's a fight, and everybody's got a weakness. She watched the way her old friend moved intently. His knee still gave him trouble even years later. Wonder if the same is true in Shinigami form. Does the body follow the spirit? Hollows could cause injury to mortals just by touching them, she knew that much. Hey, she murmured aloud. What happens if a person loses an arm in life? Do they get it back as a ghost, or is the loss permanent? Again, her subordinate made no response. You're the one who complained about being bored. Tatsuki covered her mouth with one hand to keep anyone from thinking she was talking to herself. I'm willing to have a real discussion if it's more than just you bemoaning your miserable lot in life. An idiotic question. Physical injuries have no effect on the soul. Yeah? Noboru once told me that ghosts can be harmed if they're possessing a living body. His taskmaster nearly got killed saving him from the wild hunt the first time they met. Quiet. Then, grudgingly, there are exceptions. See? You learned something new, Sparky. Class is over, you get a cookie. I wonder, does that mean if I got hurt, you would experience it when you come out? You possess my strength. While we are joined, there is little that can do you harm. We should test that out one of these days. A light chiming noise got her attention. Tatsuki withdrew her cell phone. Sure enough, the silver bell attached to the strap was jingling. Seems they had business to take care of. Perfect. She waved to get Ichigo's attention, then held up her phone and jerked a thumb over one shoulder. He got the message and raised a hand in goodbye. Tatsuki looked over at Shotoku, who had been watching and now waved at her as well. She smiled at him and gave a quick nod before heading out of the dojo. He's a sweet kid. Always has been. Not a handful like his old man. But his little sister, well, that one was a fighter if I ever saw one. I'll have a talk with Rukia about seeing to her training myself once she's old enough. As it turned out, Princess Kukaki was a scrappy hand-to-hand brawler herself. She would appreciate her daughter learning to kick a little ass, of that Tatsuki had no doubt. Something to look forward to. So resolved, the Kadam Suleiman smiled to herself, and took off. Now, Kisuke spoke into the microphone, if you would be so kind, activate your Sombra. The hollow peered about the fluorescent chamber in which it stood, snuffling and breathing heavily. The speaker clicked on again. Oh, come on, be a pal. It's not as though I enjoy shocking you, but if you insist. Lights glowed on a collar around its neck, and the hollow jumped with a pained squeal. When the current subsided, its spiritual signature had vanished. I was hoping for an update, a voice spoke from behind Kisuke. Not S&M. And I aim to please. He swiveled in his chair to smile sweetly at Yoriyuki Shihoin, who leaned casually against a wall with arms crossed. Urahara then rolled his chair across the office. As he did, a long tassel dropped from the ceiling. When he tugged on it, a hatch seemed to open in midair, and a sphere fell out. Almost immediately it burst open with a triumphant song and a hail of confetti, reminding Yoriyuki of winning a prize at pachinko. From out of the sphere there rolled into Kisuke's outstretched hand a small golden rectangle with 4 prongs. This he held out to her. Took a few years, but here you go. As one of the few people in living memory to hold one of these before, give me your honest opinion. You never cease to amaze me, Kisuke. She accepted the mystical item, feeling an uncomfortable premonition as she did. The last time Yoriyuki held one of these, she was running like hell from a bunch of warmongering archdemons bent on bringing down heaven itself. There hadn't been much time to really appreciate the object in question before she passed it off to Hinta. But even then, she had felt what amazing power it held. So rare, so secret, a true key to heaven. In her hands, the king's key shone with the promise of total ruin. She glanced back at her old friend and servitor. I think you did good work, as always. Yoriyuki handed the artifact back to him. So that part of the deal is taken care of. What about the rest? Kisuke smiled and tapped his shaggy blonde head. Safe and sound, my dear. When and if the time comes, I'll be ready to fashion another Hogyaku, and we can use it to alter the key accordingly. Until then, it's safest right in here. My little insurance policy, in case either side starts to wonder if I'm more valuable dead than alive. More dead than usual, he added before she could call him on that. The lady of Shihoin raised a hand to her chin, eyes drifting to one side in contemplation. A vague sense of unease never left her. But that was only natural. Her clan dealt in uncertainties and mysteries as a fact of life. The only time you were allowed to be completely at rest was when all your enemies were dead. And realistically, not even then. What are you thinking, dear Yoriyuki? That there's still a lot we don't know. Exactly the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning, he assured her, sprawling at ease in his chair with legs flung out and hands laced over his stomach. His flippant attitude was more reassuring than annoying, but not by much. For instance, the lazy genius lifted a dramatic finger on high. Why did Aizen order the wild hunt to kill your son 7 years ago? Golden eyes normally abounding with life now regarded him with chilly dispassion. Do you have a theory on that score? I do. His voice had turned grim. This was a sensitive topic around her, and the affable genius knew it. He indicated towards the window separating them from the Hollow's chamber. We figured out long ago that the Aaron car which infected Renji Abarai at Hollow's Bog, the one who could hide Hollow spiritual signatures, was used as the basis for developing Sombris. And since your first brief encounter with a Vastolord way back, we've known their breed can detach parts of themselves to form separate hollows. After studying samples of both, I concluded Renji's opponent was another one of these component children. Since they're made up of countless souls, it's possible that Vastolord, Tia Halibel, was not the only one capable of this feat. What has that got to do with Noboru? Kisuk shook his head. Nothing. That line Jin fed you about him being the hunt's natural enemy was probably just a bluff. I've come to believe that Aizen manipulated us again. He didn't want to kill Noboru, he wanted to get your attention, and thereby have you order me to start thinking of a way to destroy the hunt. Egotistical? Yes. But Kisuk never spoke through his hat, as it were. And he did this because... Urahara stood up. I think the Wild Hunt, and Cernunnos specifically, might be an offspring of Fenris Wolf, the original Vastolord. Yuriuki caught her breath. She considered his statement with a measure of dread. That monster, the one the Shiba clan kept safely locked away for generations, the one Aizen set free and now went by the name Coyote Stark, could it really be true? Though deeply troubled, her posture and tone remained relaxed. Why do you believe that? Little details here and there. He beckoned for her to follow, and they left the room together. Kisuk snagged his cane from by the door and tapped it along the floor as they walked down a brightly lit hallway leading back to his private quarters. Remember Jigoku? On the day of your wedding, Hell's emissary surprised us all when it suddenly moved to attack the human Tatsuki Arisawa upon her entry into Soul Society. And thanks to that little escapade Noboru had a few years ago, he learned that Miss Arisawa was the one who has been keeping Ulquiorra Schiffer alive all this time. The Espada needed her living Vastolord-infused essence to sustain himself, and she must have used that to keep a hold on him. When your son fought Halibel in the caves of Hueco Mundo, she claimed to be able to recognize her own lingering essence on the human Kunia Dario. Arisawa had been exposed to Ulquiorra before, which explains her value to him. You think Jigoku went after her because she had the essence of a Vastolord within her? Yuriuki asked. It's certainly one explanation. And a few years later, our Hellborn friend popped up again right after your son helped kill Cernunnos, still searching for this escapee of theirs and coming up blank. That has never happened before in recorded history. Which leads me to suspect there is a connection between the hunt and Vastolord. Its members are completely unkillable until Cernunnos falls, we now know this to be verified on every level. And Soul Society tried for ages to kill Fenris, without success. Renji's hollow could disguise all presence of hollows, and Halibel spent what must have been centuries hiding in the ocean, where her spiritual presence was washed away to keep anyone from locating her. It's possible a Vastolord's released children share some measure of similarity with their parents. He reached the door to his office and opened it for her, letting Yuriuki pass into a den that reminded her of a bandit's hideout, jam-packed as it was with boxes, knickknacks, strange apparatus and incomplete memoranda. Kisuk had the habits of a pack rat, not all of which came from his time running a shop in the mortal world for decades. She waded through the debris to reach a comfortably stocked alcove that held a modicum of dignity, where she seated herself in a papasan chair. So what you're telling me is Coyote Stark split Cernunnos off from his being for some reason ages past, and ever since then it's been pillaging the mortal world. Kisuk dropped into a hammock across from her. Basically. And you're basing this on the theory that they both possess some sort of shared invincibility. Her vassal swung from side to side, staring at the ceiling. Think about it. The ancient Shinigami imprisoned Stark for the same reason we did Aizen's Cabal, because they couldn't beat him. But after he was trapped and unable to fight back, why didn't they take the opportunity to finish the beast off? The answer, they did. But no matter what they tried, it failed. Tessai put me in touch with one of his people who specializes in the Sokyoku halberd, because according to him, that world-ending piece of fire power was fashioned specifically to kill Fenris. Still, even that didn't cut it. They always assumed it was because Fenris was just too damn powerful. But now I'm starting to think that, like the denizens of the Wild Hunt, he simply can't die. Could there be something about Vastolord that permits them to survive certain death? Yuriuki wondered, curling into a long-limbed ball in her cushioned dish. Ulquiorra Schiffer, he was literally burned away to ash during the Autumn War, yet a few years later he just shows up again, no explanation given. Kisuk waved his cane overhead as though dueling an invisible opponent. If Aizen and Stark came to blows after Nirvana was closed, and for all his astronomical might, our aspiring king still couldn't deliver a fatal strike, he might have come to the same conclusion, that Fenris was effectively immortal. Being well versed in matters concerning both Hollow and Shinigami, however, he would have immediately remembered something similar with the Wild Hunt. Unable to reach them himself to test his theory, he instead maneuvered us to do it for him, using Noboru as the bait. He thrust forward in a patently killing stroke, held that position for a moment, and let his arm drop. Just a theory, though. Which still doesn't explain how they knew about him in the first place, she pointed out. No ideas yet on that score, since you never even let me in on that particular secret. Yuriyuki cocked her head to one side, purple hair falling in strands over her face. So what's this all leading up to, Kisuke? What's your conclusion? Hear me out. He held up a hand. Fact number 1, Hell cannot claim damned souls if they are hollows. We know that. Only after a Shinigami has cleansed them does Hell take possession of their prey. Another finger rose. Fact number 2, ages ago, the Shinigami of Soul Society entered into a contract with Hell that specifically required them to destroy an escapee from Hell. A damned soul, one whom the demons themselves couldn't retrieve. And why not? His hand clenched into a fist. Because the escaped soul they are looking for is a hollow now. His mistress sat up straight. Wait, how could the damned become hollows? It takes months for a plus to lose their heart and succumb. He gazed at the ceiling steadily, then grinned and rolled around to face her. That's where this theory of mine runs into a brick wall. As we know, some people destined for Hell instead become hollows immediately after death, and can only be scooped up by the underworld after they have been purified by us. A soul that Hell was able to claim on their own the first time around could not have been a hollow to begin with, so even if one did manage to escape for a brief period, it couldn't become a hollow right away, and the demons should have been able to recapture it almost immediately. We've long documented such cases. The damned do sometimes possess the living to evade their pursuers, but such infernal creatures tend to have short lives. Once they die, it's back to Hell for their unwilling tenants. Even if they inhabit a body that already bears a soul to form what are called shells, they can be destroyed through specific earthly means. And the moment their bodies are slain, the mortal soul is freed from the damned completely, who are then caught. So how could the escapee manage to evade notice long enough to become a hollow? Maybe it was never in Hell to begin with, Yuriyuki pointed out. Like I said, it could have turned into a hollow immediately upon first dying and was just never purified by a Shinigami. Even to her, however, this sounded far-fetched. And Kisuke obviously agreed by the way he shook his head in clear dismissal. The contract that Nimue got from Jigoka was very specific in certain matters. One of which was not the identity of our target, unfortunately, he added with an irritated frown. But it spelled out in stark terms that the escapee was a damned soul who had managed to get out of Hell and remain clear of them ever since. How? We don't know for sure. But I believe that this jailbird, this escapee that Hell has been chasing for so long, is connected to the Vastolord problem. Now that was interesting. Could a hollow actually eat a damned soul, the way they can regular pluses? It's what they do, after all. Then the escapee would have been technically beyond reach. Maybe that's how it happened. He ducked his head, rifling through his encyclopedic memory. Certainly one explanation. I'll check to see if there were any instances of that occurring. But it seems so far-fetched. The damned who manage to get out of Hell are only loose for a matter of seconds according to all past accounts. And we have numerous recorded instances of hollows simply scattering when the gates of Hell appear, like they automatically know not to get involved with the big boys. That one of them would resist this instinct and have the chance or even inclination to snap up one of the damned who fortuitously happened to be nearby, it just sounds like too much of a coincidence. I mean, they'd have to be crazy. They grew silent then as something uncomfortably obvious occurred to them both. Eventually Yuriyuki finished her thought. As insane as Fenris, the Mad Wolf. The two old friends stared at one another for a while. At last Kisuke slowly nodded. Yes. That is a definite option. So. She stood up to regard him with flat, lethal eyes. All three of us, Nirvana, Soul Society, Hell, we're all trying to figure out how to kill something no one has ever been able to kill before. Urahara clambered out of his swing, using his cane as support. Feel free to tell Byakuya about this. It's certainly not my craziest idea. But whether it be a Vastolord or one of their offspring, we've definitely got a long road ahead of us. You said a mouthful? The conversation turned to less apocalyptic matters, which proved much more enjoyable. Eventually Yoriyuki made her goodbyes, promising to bring Noboru by for a visit at some point. For his part, Kisuke turned to the readout of his ongoing Sombra experiment. The results were most pleasing. Satisfied, he pushed a button on the wall and spoke into the intercom. Hey, Mayuri? Just wanted to let you know I've worked out how to cancel those Sombras that have been giving us headaches for a while now. Be a dear and whip up a method of administration for our forces, will you? A scratchy, snarky voice came back across the line. Whatever are you rambling about, Captain? At the specific request of our Patronus, I developed a solution to that problem 18 months ago, and already incorporated it into the revolutionary Kurotsuka brand battlesuits that are now standard issue for all Shinigami. You really should stay up to date on these things. The connection shut off with a click. The Ibis company head stood chewing the inside of his cheek for a while, then glanced around his cluttered living space. I need to get out of the office more, he decided. Lohengrin spun round and around his scythe planted in the dirt, one arm flung out and laughing uproariously. What's the matter, Don't ya get the joke? It's hilarious. He came to a sudden unnatural halt, grinning at Engelbert as he covered the unconscious Xiomara with claymore sword drawn. Totho Oltz served the church his whole life, led their armies into battle and prayed to God every single day. But when his wife got torched, he drew a thumb sharply across his throat with a strangled sound. Poof. All gone. No more good and decent man fightin' to protect Holy Mother Church. Lohengrin dipped his hood in mock sorrow. The very people he fought for took away his main reason for livin', and the church sure didn't wanna raise no stink over an Ottoman wench. So they just closed their eyes, said their prayers. The seductress Semele floated languidly down, sliding into the crook of the pale demon's arm as though she belonged there. And sent him straight into the arms of hell, she crooned sweetly. Karen noticed that the last speaker had finally finished. He was some local business admin who urged them on with weary platitudes. Mayor Oki had been a lot more interesting than this guy. Surreptitiously she sneaked the earbud out and pocketed her cell phone, resolving to watch the rest later. Sitting among her classmates, all of whom had received their certificates and wearing school uniforms for the last time, she watched the principal return to the stage to conclude the ceremony. I would just like to briefly conclude by saying that nothing you ever considered worthwhile about high school is truly ending today, the old man announced, speaking clearly and rationally for the first time in her experience. He peered out at them with the soft, contented smile of a lifelong educator well used to this sort of emotional occasion. The experiences and revelations you cherished are yours to keep forever, just like those certificates. The uniforms have to come back though, he added swiftly. I don't want to see those things ending up in any pornos, you understand. And he's off. Fortunately the principal's remaining words were brief as promised and rather lucid. He had done this a lot, after all. In short order, the ceremony was completed. And just like that, Karen Kurosaki had graduated high school. She and Yuzo quickly found each other in the milling mob of over-emotional students and their loved ones. The two sisters fell laughing into each other's arms, remarking about old hallmarks and marveling at having made it this far. They each took a sprig of cherry blossoms from the flourishing trees, intending to press them later. Yuzu and the rest of the astronomy club were having a graduation/stargazing picnic on the school roof that very evening, while Karen planned to attend a beach party with the soccer club and several other friends. The Kurosaka siblings stood in the schoolyard while pink blossoms drifted through the air, taking one last look around as students. Then they went to make their goodbyes to the teachers, and after that, the family awaited. Enjoy it while you can, kids, her brother Ichigo informed them as they came trotting up, Rukia held in the crook of his arm. College is just a few months away. That's all you have to say. His not-wife gave him a gentle dig to the ribs before rounding on the two graduates with the mature, classy charm of a 100-year-old ghost princess. Yuzo, Karen, this is your day, and I hope you enjoy it to its utmost. We are all so very proud, and we look forward to witnessing the futures you create for yourselves." "What she said," Ichigo affirmed, never losing his smile even when Rukia started grinding her fist into his jaw. "You both worked very hard," Nanao Ise informed them, adjusting her glasses with a faint smile. She wore a fantastic purple kimono with blue waves churning on it and red fish leaping from the ocean. In fact, their resident sorceress looked as much like a mom as many other parents attending their child's graduation. After so many years, perhaps there was some truth to that impression. "Well, my task is complete." Standing beside the disguised Shinigami, Ishine Kurosaka wore a presentable suit and tie and a contented look on his stubbly face. He still hadn't shaved, claiming it enhanced his appeal. "Now that all my children are full-fledged adults, it's time for me to adopt the role of Grandpa 24/7. Reaching down, he scooped up little Hirako in one arm and Shotoku in the other. "Can you two say congratulations to your dear aunties?" "Congrats," his grandson declared triumphantly, as ecstatic as though this were his own graduation. Meanwhile, Hirako squirmed free despite her mother's protests, dropped down and raced forward to hold her clasped hands out, like she was offering her aunts something. "What do you have there, Hirako-chan?" Yuzo teased delightedly, kneeling to be on her level. "I caught Ghost," the messy-haired waif informed her. And now. I let him go, and boom. She opened her hands to reveal nothing inside. "He grants your wish. Make wish." The younger Kurosaka looked at her sister, already on the verge of tears at how cute that was. With a sniff she turned back to her niece and stated confidently, "I wish for you to grow up strong and happy." "No." Hirako insisted indignantly. "It has to be for you." All right. Yuzo laughed, wiping her reddened cheeks and crying with laughter. "I wish to be swept off my feet by a tall, handsome man." Funny, Karen thought, stealing a quick look. "That's my wish too." Konpaku Shiba grinned back at her, standing somewhat off to the side as though uncertain whether or not he belonged. "You're up, little sister. What's your wish?" She flicked a glance at him. "I wish to be brave. And I hope this wish works." Boom. Hirako threw up her arms. "I grant your wish." Boom. Shotoku echoed his little sister, and that set them both off. After about 15 minutes, they had still not finished their greetings and goodbyes. Karen kept half an eye on Kon, and when it looked like he was giving an excuse to leave to her father, she dashed over and caught up to him before he could make his escape. "Hey, Kon." He turned to her, pale eyebrows shooting into his scalp. "What's up?" "Brave, remember? I'm meeting some friends at the beach later. Do you wanna come?" As expected, he didn't exactly jump with joy at the prospect. "Thanks, but isn't that a graduate thing? Maybe you should spend it with people who earned the right to celebrate." "Well, not like you ever graduated," she shot back, having planned for this excuse. "And this might be your last chance. Shoto and Coco won't be in high school for over a decade. Have some fun while you can, Kon." Then, before she could stop herself she blurted out, "And you'll get to see girls in swimsuits." He looked on the verge of begging off, but perhaps noting how insistent she was, Kon finally shrugged. "Oh, what the hell, I'm in. Say, does this mean I have to go to your sister's stargazing party too?" "No," she muttered irritably, twisting from foot to foot. He could stand to be a little more enthusiastic. "Just make sure to come, okay?" "All right. Send me the details, I gotta run. Bye, Yamato-chan." He reached up to ruffle her hair, hesitated, and changed it to a pat on the shoulder. "You did good, kid." Then the mod slipped away into the crowd and disappeared. Not perfect, but better than nothing. Karen then went to speak with her friends about later. "Hey, Karen-chan," one of them called as she jogged over. "Was that your older brother you were talking to? Does he have a car? Maybe he could take a few of us to the beach later." "Sorry," she looked over one shoulder with a grin. "He doesn't need a car." After this they settled their plans for the evening, who was bringing what and how to get there, and Karen went home to get changed. "Look alive, dipshit." Hiyori Saragaki swore, and brought her serrated sword down, splitting that white head in half. Ouch! Toshiro tugged down the green scarf from his mouth as he sheathed his blade. He watched the Hollow's mask disintegrate along with the rest of it, leaving behind a butterfly that flapped off to Soul Society. Are you always this respectful towards our charges? The scrappy waif lifted her helm with a snort and eyed him through disturbingly black eyes. You throw a lot of shade for somebody who came begging us for training. And speaking of which, she dropped the mask. Think fast. Hirin Maru sprang from his scabbard in time to collide with a massive mace. Quick draw techniques being his forte, Hitsugaya was able to divert this crushing force sufficiently to send it slamming into the sand beside him. At the same time he whirled about and slashed at his opponent. Lisa Yodomaru sprang back to land in a crouch, her monk's spade weapon held behind her in preparation for the next attack. He caught a glint of light off her glasses through the narrow slits of her visor. That position and the pleated skirt she wore actually showed off her bare legs to good advantage. Losing focus? More like wondering when the other leggy dame will. Hi-ya. He got his answer when a limber limb swept towards his face hard enough to decapitate him. Instead a length of chain wound around her ankle, and Mashiro Kuno was jerked off balance before being sent flying. Toshiro spun his Shikai's sickle whip round to send the insect-masked Vazard flying toward Hiyori, but Mashiro twirled in midair, checking her flight to land right beside her short comrade. All three now moved to surround the captain. You know, when you said we were going hollow hunting as training, Hitsugaya stated while turning in a slow circle, both hands gripping the hilt of his sword, you neglected to mention I would become the target when it was over. Just keeping you on your toes, Teiko, Lisa sang as she strolled leisurely around him in the opposite direction. The other girls did the same, shifting their rotation whenever Toshiro did to keep him always guessing which would strike first. Sure you don't want to go Bankai on us, Capitan. Mashiro sprang lightly from one side to another like a grasshopper. I'm sure, he murmured, watching them carefully, feeling the dry air around him and inwardly cursing the lack of water in Hueco Mundo. Quickly he replaced the scarf around his mouth, ostensibly to prevent losing any more moisture. How was an ice mage meant to work at maximum under these conditions? But that was precisely the point. Can't always depend on the battlefield to act in your favor. Here in this realm, he had a significant handicap. And that suited him just fine. You know, Hiyori remarked as she began to twirl her oversized weapon around, it's kinda insulting that you think you can beat all three of us like this. I mean, when we're done with you, we might just have to teach you a different lesson. Right, Mashiro? Oh, yes, please. The other Vazard giggled. I heard Lieutenant Matsumoto used to. Against his will his attention drifted to her, and right then a streak of grey magic shot through the air to wrap around his throat. The Vazard laughed as he reached up to touch the casting of Silver Tongue, striking ASP. They looked at one another, and with a nod, all three launched themselves at the bound fighter. Ding upright, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75, quintet of one-gon iron pillars. 5 huge iron girders formed out of nowhere to slam straight down. Hiyori was pinned instantly, while Lisa somersaulted free of one, only to find herself spread eagle face down beneath a second. Mashiro made no attempt to dodge, only kicked the 2 incoming pillars with concussive force, sending them crashing off course to either side of her to form an X. As she did, however, the slight Vazard sank to the ground and began nursing her legs. Ow! She muttered. That hurts. Like a billion bee stings at once. Mashiro lifted her mask to throw a pouty look at Toshiro, almost like she expected him to apologize for inflicting this injury on her. From her position flat in the turf, Lisa Yodomaru discarded her own helm to look over one shoulder at the solid mass keeping her pinned down. She then returned her attention to the captain. A complete incantation to boot. Lisa quirked a curious eyebrow. Care to explain how you managed that with my sealing spell on you, Teiko? Toshiro lowered the scarf to reveal a smug grin. In addition, doing so let them spot a band of orange magic encircling his throat, preventing her own spell from penetrating. An old trick members of the 10th used before going into combat, he informed them happily. We did tend to cross swords with other Shinigami, after all. No need to mention you considered yourself above such basic tactics until being hampered by that spell yourself. Twice, no less. They don't need to know that. And I do learn from my mistakes. Eventually. He continued his explanation. I thought it was strange you were taking the time to talk before attacking again. So I reasoned one of you might be quietly casting a spell behind those masks you favor wearing. Lisa was the one who stayed quiet the longest, so I figured it must be her. I just imitated your strategy. Not every spell needs to be shouted out loud. Another lesson you learned the hard way. The perception of superiority is just as useful as the real deal. All of a sudden Mashiro's face brightened. So while you've got us at your mercy, Captain, what day I say you take us up on that whole afternoon delight we mentioned. The frigid youth frowned. I don't assault women, bound or otherwise. Pity, Yodomaru sighed. That being the case, would you mind? She indicated over her shoulder. About to disengage the spell, a thought occurred to him. Do you surrender? Mashiro and Lisa exchanged a glance. Let's call it a truce for now. This concession served to relax him. All right, then. Shall we? He got no further, as Hiyori lifted her masked head, and his whole world went pink. Sometime later, Toshiro Hitsugaya awoke to find someone sitting on his chest. What? He managed to mumble, his ears still ringing. Then it hit him. Oh, right. They can use zeros. Forgot about that. How's our little boy toy doing? With all the dignity he could muster, the young Shinigami prodigy craned his head up to spy Mashiro Kuno and Lisa Yodomaru straddling him together. Yo, Teiku! The smaller girl proclaimed brightly, raising two fingers to eye level and flashing a wink that made her practically sparkle. Her taller counterpart rested chin on Mashiro's crown to regard him with cold, disapproving eyes. You lose. The point of a huge sword drove into the sand right beside his head, nearly costing him an ear. When Toshiro looked up, Hiyori Saragaki scowled down while chewing gum. She blew a big bubble till it popped, then snarled, if you really want our help, don't act so goddamn superior, got it? Otherwise next time. I won't hold back. Humiliation and an overblown sense of pride almost saw him retort back that they had already surrendered, when it occurred to him that this one in particular never actually conceded. He had initially considered her to be the weakest of the bunch in terms of spiritual power. But determination counted too. It would be wise not to underestimate these ladies in the future. Or any women, for that matter. After some playful teasing that might have counted as assault on a minor in some jurisdictions, they consented to let him up. Afterwards the girls retrieved their provisions and proceeded to build a charcoal fire. All four clustered around the flames while they shared rations. On his second approach with the training proposal, the Vazard had agreed to help him in exchange for Leopard Company contributing some small creature comforts to their notably ascetic existence. Since then, he attended these sessions lugging racy pillow books, booze, and other items whose provenance he didn't delve too deep into. The two captain-class Vazard, Shinji Hirako and Kensei Meguruma, offered to spar with him one-on-one, but Toshiro declined, insisting they attack him in groups of two or more so as to better simulate the experience of being overpowered. Being old comrades from their Shinigami days, the combination of Kensei and Mashiro or Hiyori and Shinji were not uncommon. The Vazard were not quite as interested in strict rules for these bouts as Nanao Ise. Nor, at times, did they appear particularly concerned about his health, that Zero back there being a prime example. But this, too, could be considered an improvement. He wouldn't really get anywhere knowing that there was no risk of getting hurt. The whole point was to prepare him for the fatal encounter that might await him at an unspecified point in the future. According to Renji, when he brought up the topic of challenging Toshiro again to the Kenpeki, the head of Tiger Company just laughed like it was a big joke. Small wonder, considering the way their last meeting ended. So this was as good as it got. That was 3 months ago. Ever since, Toshiro had been juggling his duties in Leopard, the stringently mandatory training with Lord Commander Kukaki, and these personalized bouts in both Hueco Mundo and the mortal realm. At one point Byakuya intimated he was not pleased with the actions Hitsugaya had taken on his own initiative, insisting that what he termed reckless brawls was not the path to self-improvement. Toshiro said little in his defense, but was nonetheless pleased that an official order to curtail such activities never manifested. An offhand remark from Kensei during a lull in fighting might have indicated Byakuya had indeed attempted to quash their involvement on his end and been snidely repulsed. Which was exactly what Toshiro counted on when he first sought them out. Whether the Lord Commander even attempted to reason with Ichigo Kurosaka was never broached. Maybe his sister had something to do with that? She could be very assertive, i.e. obstinate, when she wanted to be. However, Toshiro had made sure to emphasize that neither the Vazard nor Kurosaka would ever actually kill or maim him. Which he felt was the most pertinent point of their discussion. Still somewhat sore from that sneak attack, both in terms of body and pride, Toshiro still sought to appreciate this rather lively company. Some coaxing from higher in Meru of late saw him attempting to look on the bright side of things. The 3 lieutenant-class Vazard had opted to oversee his tutelage today. Now that swords had been laid down for the nonce, they opened up a barrel of brew courtesy of his own squad and proceeded to share a drink together. And it was rather cheerful company, he had to admit. The Vazard ladies plied him for news about the Siriti, but their interest seemed more centered in what might be better termed gossip. And in that area, Hitsugaya had to admit he was woefully uninformed. "You're no fun, Toshiro-kun," Mashiro lay on her stomach drawing circles in the sand. "You know, the 10th used to be a real hotspot of simmering sexy tensions. Whole bunch of sly goings-on and whatnot. Real racy stuff." Lisa inclined her head sagely as the firelight played in her glasses. "Indeed. I seem to recall back in my day there was a young fellow named Kenta Arakaki who had eyes for his subordinate. What was her name?" "Sachiko Fugunashi." All 3 of them turned surprised faces on Toshiro. "Yes," Lisa exclaimed. "Captain, have you been holding out on us? How do you know about that?" He stared into the glowing coals. "Because she died not 50 paces away from me challenging a Vastolord to avenge her dead lover." This served to put a damper on their mood. The Vazard regarded one another, as though silently asking if they should continue this line of conversation or look elsewhere for their amusement. At last Mashiro spoke up. "The 10th did have its share of bad luck in that respect. I mean, not long before our little fiasco, there was the whole Sakejiki scandal." To their mingled relief this seemed to garner Toshiro's interest. "Who was that?" "A very minor nobleman and Shinigami," Lisa took up the charge. "He was a thug and a bastard, but well connected with the right people. When some poor girl from the Rokanga caught his eye, he turned on the charm and got her to marry him. Things went south from there." Hiyori butted in, more excited by this avenue of dialogue than their previous efforts. "And how?" "Sakejiki was super pissy, and one day after having a lot too much to drink, he drew on another Shinigami who was making eyes at his wife and killed him. Then, when she called him out on it, he killed her too. And she was carrying his child at the time." "No, Hiyori, you haven't got your facts straight," Lisa added in an authoritative tone. "His wife miscarried shortly before her death. She lost the child. That's why he was drinking, and also explains why his less-than-sunny demeanor was even more rotten during that incident. It all came out at his trial." "Hold on," Mashiro piped up. "I remember hearing about this from Kiin Katetsu. His wife lost the baby because Sakejiki beat her, all the time, like, really bad. They tried to introduce it at the trial, but the Central 46 said it wasn't relevant. And Sakejiki's clan was spreading around a lot of money by that point. So he wasn't found guilty. But get this, Toshiro-kun." She crawled towards him on all fours until her big bright eyes bore unblinkingly into his own. "Sakejiki got off, but he didn't escape justice. He was removed from the 10th and took a position at the Shinu Academy. They didn't permit him to interact with students anymore. Then, one dark and stormy night, the guilt became too much to bear, and he hanged himself." Her blonde ally broke in smugly while downing another shot of rice wine. The green-haired imp rounded on her in a huff. "Hiyori, you big blurt." She objected. "I was going to draw out the denouement for a little while longer. For the sake of dramatic tension." Mashiro drew her knees up to her chest, pouting and muttering sullenly as she nursed her drink. Such skullduggery was common in Seoul society at the time, Lisa stated cryptically. At this Toshiro, who had been rubbing his chin in thought for a while, looked up with wide eyes. Wait, I do remember hearing about this. It was one of the 7 Academy ghost stories when I went there. Supposedly they found this man hanging in his office with his eyes gouged out. There was no evidence of a struggle at all or that he had been drugged or ensorcelled, so it had to be suicide. My classmates claimed he could sometimes be seen prowling the halls, dragging the rope behind him, searching for his lost eyes. Lisa helped herself to another cup. A fitting end. Humph. Mashiro muttered. Then she appeared to brighten and turned back to Hiri. Well, here's something I bet you don't know, sister. Granny Kian let me in on another bit of info. Back at Sakuji's trial, when they announced the verdict, you know who showed up outside crying and demanding to be let in? Our sightless samurai himself, Tissen. That backstabbing piece of shit. The former lieutenant growled. As she did, a very dangerous pall fell around the brazier, such that Toshiro found himself surprised they had not all donned their masks. How was he mixed up in that? Mashiro only shrugged. Dunno. He might have known the Shinigami Sakuji killed. I know he entered the academy around the same time because he joined our crew after graduating. After that he was, you know, just another one of the guys. Till he tried to kill us all, the jerk. That menacing aura was growing stronger by the minute. They were also drinking a lot, which only left Toshiro even more unnerved. Now it was his turn to try and steer the conversation out of troubled waters. I never heard that story, he supplied quickly, sweating at the presence of this much concentrated feminine ire. Thank you for letting me in on the history of my old division. At this Lisa and Mashiro both smiled at him, and Hiri grunted in what might have been a sign of acceptance. You're welcome, Teiko, Yadomaru said. We like to keep you well-rounded. Speaking of which. Now their limber colleague waved her sake cup, cheeks red and large eyes somewhat glassy. Who would you say had the biggest dick in all of Siratii in your experience? The other 2 ladies laughed aloud at this challenge but joined in readily. We talking proportionately or just sheer mass? Hiri asked with academic interest. Because if the former, it's gotta be one of the gate guardians. Lisa stroked her long ponytail and peered speculatively at the black sky. Jidanbo Ikanzaka, in particular, was reputed to have the most prodigious. No, wait, I got it. Hiri jumped up, spiky horse tails bouncing and hopping from one foot to another as she glanced excitedly between her accomplices. Mayuri Kuratsuki. Are you kidding me? The other 2 screeched in near-perfect mimicry of one another. Kid you not. One time, I walked in on him in the shower, and let me tell you, we are talking eye-popping. I don't know if it was natural or owing to some sick growth experiment he inflicted on himself, but how he manages to walk while carrying that much weight, or even wear pants. To Toshiro's immense relief they seemed to have forgotten about him by this point. Which was good, because it gave him time to think. And he desperately needed that right now, because a matter of rather grave importance had caught his attention. It was something Mashiro said while talking about the suicide's death. No evidence of foul play, no sign whatsoever that this remorseless, arrogant, vicious excuse for a death god had died in any way other than by his own hand. What does this remind me of? It came to him then. A matter of personal experience, what he himself had seen with his own disbelieving eyes before confronting Aizen in the underground chambers of the Central 46. When he and Matsumoto came upon the long-dead government division, all of those magistrates and lawmakers had been butchered where they sat, their dried blood staining the room and themselves. And yet, were it not for the mess, he might have thought they were just sleeping upon initial examination. It looked as though they died sitting in their seats without even bothering to rise. They put up no resistance to being murdered. And several of them were former captains, out of shape or not, even a being as powerful as Aizen wouldn't have been fast enough to take them all unawares to such an extent. A report the captains received following the traitors' defection to Hueco Mundo concluded the Central 46 must have been hypnotized by Kyoka Suijutsu's complete hypnosis at the time of death. They never even felt the swords that laid open their throats and split their heads in half. Except for one, Hirako Xiaoman, his predecessor as captain of the 10th Division. She was killed in the most barbaric fashion after having put up an ultimately fruitless resistance. Jin was responsible for that. Hitsugaya knew it for sure. He just never understood why. But far more than that, it opened up the possibility that this wasn't the first murder Aizen committed under the influence of his power. Could this Sakejiki person have been another of Aizen's victims? Was it somehow connected to Daisen? Perhaps they had already become aware of each other by then, and Aizen dangled the prospect of revenge in front of him to bring Kaname over to his side. After that he had him, the same way he did Momo following her first murder. I should look into this more closely. Toshiro? I believe you have more pressing concerns. It came to him then that the raunchy conversation had run its course. Now the three Vazard were staring at him, wearing the craftiest and most untrustworthy of expressions imaginable. Toshiro felt a tingle travel up his spine. Danger! Captain Hitsugaya. Mashiro Kuna purred, eyes half-lidded as she ran her tongue over her lips. How big are you? In response Toshiro leapt back from the campfire, drawing his sword in one swift sure movement. The trio of drunk and horny women rose slowly upright and began to march toward him. A terrible chill settled over the icy prodigy as he caught a glimpse of their eyes. He had never experienced cold like this before. The lowest level of hell held no more frigid prospects. Get I'm, Hiyori murmured, and the masks dropped. Afterwards Hitsugaya found himself in the fight of his life, struggling madly with every drop of strength and skill in his possession to protect something even more precious than his life, namely, his dignity. Worthy training, indeed. Ryohei Toba looked her up and down with a leer. Nice. He spilled his drink when Karen grabbed her childhood friend by the collar and yanked him down so they were nose to nose. The girl's deadpan expression immediately made him regret admitting such open appreciation. It had half been the beer talking. Still, she did blossom into a sweet babe since they were kids kicking the old soccer ball around. And this was pretty much their routine. So congratulations on graduation, Karen-san, he mumbled weakly, and smiled. To his surprise, and mild disappointment, she did not proceed to kick his ass. Instead the soccer phenom studied him for a moment before finally stating, "Grow up, already." He couldn't help it. One of us did. Thwack. Ah, there you are, Ground, my old friend. I've missed you. Karen stepped over his prone form and headed back to the bonfire some of her classmates had fashioned out of driftwood. She had held back with Toba. He was who he was, and this was their night of celebration. Guess it came as no surprise he might think that he would get lucky with her. And really, who am I to judge? Karen twisted the hem of the short-sleeved dress shirt she wore unbuttoned. Beneath that all she had on was a one-piece swimsuit specifically purchased for just this occasion. Even Yuzu had to wonder what was taking her sister so long to pick one out at the department store. She tried on a bunch, examining herself in the dressing room mirror critically, trying to decide what suited her best. In the end, she settled on a black number with a very slight rainbow sheen and two solid white stripes running up the sides. Guess you could call this my little black dress. What the hell am I doing? Never in her life had she felt this sick with nerves, not before a soccer match, not when her home got transported to the afterlife and she met the Hound from Crazy Town, not even when Rukia had Kyojaku in the middle of a full-blown hollow invasion. Is it because there's no one I can turn to for help? Not even Yuzu. All the same, Karen checked her shirt pocket to make sure she had her phone. Before this night is done, I might need a shoulder to cry on. Karen-chan. Another old school chum, Kazuya Yosaka, offered a friendly salute by the fire where he sat with his girlfriend. Come join us. Haida brought refreshments. She looked away self-consciously and shook her head. I'm good, thanks. There's soda if you don't want beer, the laid-back Kei called, shaking his half-empty popkin at her. Some had privately wondered whether Kei would even graduate with them, but as it turned out, his scores were among the highest in the year-end exams. Even then, he didn't boast about it. A far cry from the anxious twerp she remembered. Talk about coming into your own. But it was not faces from the past that concerned her now. Instead Karen stood on sandaled tiptoes, straining to see over the heads of her taller classmates. There were about 30 people here celebrating their success. Even with the addition of smuggled alcohol, things hadn't gotten out of hand. They were good kids, for the most part. I've had fun with these guys over the last 12 years. They're my classmates. I love them. Great. Now I'm feeling sentimental. Wouldn't that be perfect, if I actually get all sniffly and tear-ridden just when? Karen. And there he was, strolling across the sand without a care in the world. A gust of wind blew bright orange sparks from the fire to swirl around Khan, like he was some kind of wild spirit drawn to the sound of mortal merrymaking. And in a way, he was. Karen felt her stomach lurch at the sight of him even as her heart labored unnecessarily hard. Here comes the Nausea Express. Mustering her resolve, she slogged across the sand towards him, taking care not to trip and fall flat on her face like some goofy anime ditz. To her immense relief, that did not happen. Soon enough they were facing one another under the starry sky, with the sound of laughter and the ocean in the background. Seriously, like a dim rom-com. She looked him up and down. He had on the same get-up from her graduation ceremony, dark slacks, and a white dress shirt. Only now the collar was open and his sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, giving her a good look at his muscular forearms and a peek of bare chest beneath the undershirt. Khan's face hadn't changed a bit since that day she spotted him in the park some 7 years ago. He still reminded her of a cat, with those great pale blue eyes and air of mystery, that, or just perpetual cluelessness. "You're not actually going swimming, are you?" Khan suddenly asked, brow wrinkling in worry. "It's still only March, the weather's kinda chilly." "It's fine," she told him, irritated. But that did lead her nicely into the subject. "Do you like my swimsuit?" Karen stepped back and opened her shirt so he could get a better look. Immediately it occurred to her this was practically flashing him, and she quickly snapped her arms together, embarrassed. "I mean, yeah, it looks good on you." He said it so matter-of-factly that Karen knew she was out of danger. Thank heaven the big lug can't take a hint. Then her stand-in date for the evening jerked his head toward the bonfire. "Shall we head on over?" A sharp nod was the best she could manage. The unlikely pair strolled back to the gathering, where Karen introduced him simply as Khan, in the hopes that none of them would recognize the Olympic gold medal winner. To her immense relief, everyone was too focused on the festivities to pay much attention to some older guy, and soon they were all chatting and reminiscing together excitedly. It was a surprise to see how well Khan fit in here. He didn't talk much, only listened with interest to the graduates' future plans, their most embarrassing moments over the past 3 years, and a fair share of ribald jokes. These he happily contributed to, until the mood around the fire was one of uproarious delight. Someone passed a beer to Karen, which she accepted but didn't open. A thought occurred to her then, maybe I should just leave it at this. I'm having a good time, and so is he. Why potentially ruin it for both of us? And let's be honest, the chances of this actually working out are low, to say the least. Karen Kurosaka sat and watched her secret crush enjoying himself. I'm scared. Was Ichigo this freaked out, when he and Rukia did it? That first time, it was just like this, on the beach, and they went off together. When I asked him one time, he said it just felt so right and natural. That's not the way I feel. Nothing's right about this. My stomach's twisting into knots. To try and settle it, Karen popped the tab on her can and took a big swig, grimacing at the awful taste. Why would anybody drink this? It tasted nothing like the sweet Amazake drink Dad let her and Karen sample during festivals since back when they were kids. That always left her feeling mellow and happy. So if I down it all, maybe it'll give me the courage. Really? Did I ever have to toss back a brew to get me onto the field, or pass a test, or face down a flippin' hollow, even? Since when do I need alcohol to be brave? Anger at herself and this whole stupid situation made Karen drop the can, where it disgorged its contents harmlessly into the hot sand. She then stood and walked off down the beach alone. Why am I so pissed off? At graduation, you're supposed to confess to your crush. It's tradition. And maybe they'll turn you down, but that's not a good reason to do nothing. So what's wrong? I just want to let him know how I really feel. And if afterwards. Rukia and Ichigo, their first time, it was just like Karen. To her immense dismay, Khan came running after her before she was barely out of sight of the fire. He caught up to her with ease, wearing a look of concern. What's wrong? Why'd you leave? Do you need to use the bathroom? The stalls are back over. She rounded on him in disbelief. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're what's wrong, you idiot. And she shoved him so hard he landed on his butt and just sat there gaping at her. Karen stared at him. What to do next seemed so obvious. And so before she could think herself into a mental breakdown, she walked forward, knelt down, and straddled his hips. The moment she did, however, Karen froze. Sudden terror made her whole body go rigid. Not right, not natural. Why wasn't it happening? She looked at Khan for help. And if she thought herself afraid, it was nothing compared to the expression on his face. Khan was horrified. Seeing this made the most awful ache of sadness run through her bones, undeniable as any physical pain. It caused her limbs to unclench. Reaching forward, Karen twisted her fingers into his shirt like claws. Why? She gasped, fighting to keep the tears in, face twisted with grief. I'm not some stupid kid anymore. I'm all grown up now. Why won't you look at me the way you do Rukia, or Tatsuki, or any other woman? What am I doing wrong? And now there was no point holding back the tears. They came out of their own volition regardless of what she wanted. For the first time in years, Karen Kurosaka cried. She barely felt it when Khan sat up, or when his hands gently encircled her waist. When he picked her up to settle them both on their feet, the sobbing teen lunged forward and wrapped her arms around him, weeping into his chest. He stroked her hair, allowing her time. I know how you feel, Karen, he whispered overhead. Believe me, I do. Sometimes you don't care if you know it's wrong. If the person you want is the one you're not allowed to have, all of a sudden, nothing's simple anymore. There's just guilt and fear and the worry that you've screwed everything up so bad there's no putting it back together. But that's not love, Karen. She was still crying without looking up, and so Khan tried to get his point across as best he could. Love's not about how you feel. It's how you both feel. You can't just say you love somebody so much they gotta love you back. That other person's just as important as you, not less. And if they do love you, then I promise, Karen, when that happens, it won't feel wrong. Not the way you are right now. You will have everything you ever wanted then. He took a step back, tilting her chin up so he could see her red, sniffling face. It just hasn't happened yet, little sister. I'm sorry. But why not? She demanded through shuddering breaths. Khan gave a helpless shrug. Karen. No. The girl pulled away from him, angry now. Furious. Enraged. Don't act like a goddamn big brother, damn it. You don't have all the answers. Look at you, you, big blue-eyed freak. She swept out her hand in a despairing gesture. You don't belong in this world. You're just a mod soul. Karen. More insistently. And I never said I liked you. She couldn't stop talking. Her mouth was running away with itself, spilling out the first thing that came to mind regardless of rational thought. So don't get so goddamn full of yourself. What, you thought I brought you out here because I wanted to fuck you? Is that it, Khan? You thought you were gonna get a chance to do the dirty on the beach, just like Ichigo did with Rukia when she kicked your sorry ass to the CU. Her head snapped to one side. For a few seconds Karen just stood there, panting heavily. It didn't even hurt. At first. But then the stinging pain settled in, and she rounded on Khan, mouth open in shock as her cheek began to burn. His face turned red, then white. His outstretched hand started to shake along with the rest of him. Karen, he rasped in a curiously dead voice, I. She ran. Wait. He grabbed her sleeve, but she tore violently free, feeling the cloth rip. Karen dreaded to look back, but after a while, it was clear Khan had not given chase. He would have caught her in an instant. She raced back to the bonfire, past her friends. One of them called out to her, but she didn't stop for an instant. Instead the hurt and humiliated young woman ran, off the beach, up the rise, past the bus stop and down the road. After a while she yanked the phone from her pocket and after a few failed attempts managed to dial the right preset. Even as it rang, Karen never stopped running. Karen-chan. Yuzo. She sobbed. Come pick me up. Ichigo was already awake by 6 a.m. to make the most of the day. He had an early training session with Toshiro, then work at the dojo, stop by to check on the new grads and see how their parties went, and perhaps more grueling than anything else, the long-delayed talk with the kids about mom and dad both being Shinigami. Can't wait to see how that turns out. To his dismay, when he came out into the hall, the sound of crying came from his little boy's room. Ichigo went and knocked on the door, used to this sort of thing by now. Little man. He called softly. I'm coming in. When he did, it was to find Shotoka sitting up in bed with face buried in his knees. This one looked bad. Spying on other people's dreams might sound sweet to adults, but when you were only 4 years old, that sort of thing could lead to some pretty traumatic moments. Standard routine in this house. Having long experience, the young parent went and sat on the boy's bed, placing his arm around him. What's up? Shoto wouldn't look at him. I had a bad dream. No surprise there. Can you tell me about it? Dad wants to help. When his son only huddled in on himself harder, he began to get worried. This might be one of the really nasty ones. Shoto? It's okay. You don't have to keep it to yourself. Did you see something scary? Softly then, Ichigo heard, it was Kon. Kon. That was certainly something new. He couldn't recall ever hearing about his son experiencing one of Kon's dreams, from either of them. What happened to him? He was naked. Oh. Warning. Warning. And he was sitting down, and holding a girl, and she was naked, and... Rukia. Rukia. Ichigo shouted desperately. Need your help here. Fortunately, the lad's mother came readily before his strident bellows turned into shrill notes of panic. He explained the situation as delicately as possible before turning it over to her. Ichigo then made good on his escape, feeling absolutely no shame in doing so. If this actually turned out to be one of Kon's kinky sex fantasies about Rukia, better she deal with it than him. Otherwise he might wind up stabbing the little sex fiend, or himself, depending on how bad it really was. After grabbing a quick breakfast and shower, the dedicated 20-something kissed his daughter goodbye and swept out of the kitchen, tugging his shoes on and hoisting Ashina over one shoulder. Lot to do today. Opening the front of the shop, he nearly ran straight into someone. Whoa! The person standing in front of the Usagi Shoten turned out to be a teenager, with blonde hair and a nervous expression. Before Ichigo could ask what he was doing here, he stammered out, K. Kurosaki-san. Yeah. Do I know this kid? Seems familiar. Yellow hair, dyed? Nope, not ringing any bells. It's me, Toba. Raya. Hey Toba. He sketched a shaky bow. Karen's friend. Oh, right. Now he remembered. You need something? I wanted to ask about Karen. Ichigo frowned. What about her? Last night, the party, when that guy showed up. Ichigo tensed. Before him the distraught youth twisted in on himself anxiously. He looked wretched, but it was nothing to how he would feel if he didn't spit out what happened to Karen. What are you talking about? Toba gave a small start. You don't know? Last night, at the beach party, this guy named Kon showed up, and the two of them went off together. I was a little worried, but before I could go and check up on her, she came running back. I could see she was crying, which freaked me out because, you know, Karen never cries. And it looked like her shirt was torn. I tried to get her to talk to me, but she just ran off, and when I went to look for that guy, he was gone too. I wasn't sure about asking her directly, so I thought maybe you. By this point he was talking to himself. Ichigo had already torn by him and gone racing down the street. For once his knee didn't bother him. Or if it did, he didn't feel it. Ichigo Kurosaki ran without regard for anything that might get in his way, dodging traffic, and nearly ramming into the few people out on the streets this early. In no time he found himself standing before the Kurosaki clinic. It was there his exhaustion caught up with him, and he spent a minute trying to catch his breath. Hobbling now that the adrenaline was wearing off, he marched up to the front door, unlocked it and stumbled inside. "Karen!" he called out raggedly. "Dad!" "Ichi-ni-I." "Yuzo!" sounded like it came from upstairs. He hopped hastily up the steps. The door to his old room was open. The anxious elder brother moved swiftly forward, and there they both were, sitting on the bed, holding one another. Everything around him went quiet. Ichigo did not say a word. He just observed what lay before him. Yuzu had her arms around her sister, who was crying without stop. Her head was buried in her twin's chest while the younger girl held on tight. They were both in pajamas. That struck him as weird. Yuzu gazed at him in clear distress. "Ichi-ni-I, it'll be fine," she said. "Fine? Fine. What the hell did that mean? What happened? Did somebody?" At this, Karen seemed to become aware of his presence. She stopped crying and looked up in surprise. "Ichigo." It was then he saw the bruise on her cheek. Afterward Ichigo vaguely remembered them calling out to him, but he certainly didn't recall having left the house. He was just running again, ignoring the piercing stabs of pain in his leg with every footfall, tearing down streets and rounding corners without any sense of where he was going. Why, however, that he knew full well. He was sitting down, and holding a girl, and she was naked. My son saw. In a dream, he saw what he did. What Kon did. To my sister. My little sister. Ichigo didn't know how far he ran before his knee finally gave out to send him sprawling. He lay in some nondescript lane panting and shaking uncontrollably. Where was I going? I don't even know where the bastard lives. What, do I give him a call and ask where would be a good place to meet? No, I have another way. A better way. No fucking cripple can deal with this. I'm a goddamn Shinigami. With that he slipped the tube of Jikangan pills from his pocket to pop one into his mouth. And then Ichigo Kurosaka's soul was roaring free, no longer bound by his broken body, a god of death unleashed upon the world. His way was so clear now, so simple. Placing Zanjutsu on the ground, he sketched out a circle in the pavement before him, glowing lines appearing where they passed as he divided it into quadrants. Heart of the south, eye of the north, he gasped, concentrating intently like never before. Finger of the west, foot of the east, arrive with the wind and depart with the rain. Bakudo number 58, summon of the tracking sparrows. The circle glowed blue, symbols beginning to flash across its surface. Ichigo stared at them, waiting for the spell to lock on. There. He had his answer, and went shooting into the sky. Fields and streams, highways, and hamlets swept behind him. It proved to be a fairly short trip. The bastard hadn't gotten very far at all. He should have run farther, to the ends of the earth, to Soul Society, for all I care. Not that it would do him any good. I'm coming for you. Kon. Standing in a forest, the mod soul leapt nimbly aside as that mass of cosmic fury came crashing down on the spot he had so recently vacated. Kon landed and stood upright, ashen-faced. Ichigo, he croaked. The red-haired death god rose slowly from his landing point. Surprisingly, he did not attack. Instead he came stalking forward until only a few feet of space separated them. Kon made no move to escape. Probably because he knew it was impossible. They stared at one another, as around them birds flew chirping from one branch to the next and foxes prowled in search of prey, seeking rabbits, or a tasty pheasant. The world around them barely reacted to their presence. At last Ichigo spoke. Did you do it? Kon's hands hung limply at his sides. He looked ragged, worn out, like he'd spent the night in the woods. There was a sweet ringing sound coming from his pocket. Other than this he made no sound. Answer me, damn it, Ichigo breathed, barely able to restrain the righteous fury he felt inside. Did you? He drew in a deep breath to fairly scream, Kon, did you rape my little sister? The mod's mouth opened, but no words came out. His head shook slightly from side to side. Whether a denial or some kind of nervous twitch, this mute slack-jawed look of idiocy cost Ichigo his last shred of control. He raised the enormous blade of Zanjutsu over one shoulder, cloth bandages unleashing with a snap. For half a heartbeat he hesitated, waiting, praying that something would happen to make everything clear once again. It didn't, and uttering a scream of rage, Ichigo swung. Kon closed his eyes. No. The blade stopped a hair's breadth from his neck. Ichigo gaped in disbelief. Before him there stood a tall warrior with long curly hair dressed in a form-concealing black cloak. His eyes were covered by tinted shades, and stubble grew on his gaunt cheeks. This imposing figure had one arm extended, pale fingers held securely around Zanjutsu's edge, preventing it from moving even the smallest distance towards Kon. He is not guilty of this crime, Ichigo. How do you know? The anguished youth screamed desperately. I know. And I will not permit you to kill one whom you call brother over a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? He protested in disbelief. This piece of shit, he might have. Stop it. Right then a small figure stepped from behind Zanjutsu's cloak to regard him, and Ichigo cringed at the sight. It was a little boy with orange hair, glaring at him with bitter distaste. You don't get to act like this anymore. There's no more excuse. So just stop it. Ichigo looked at Kon. The mod remained where he was, eyes shut, face calm, and without fear. There was nothing to indicate a guilty conscience. Cowed and frightened, he withdrew his soul cutter. The paired specters disappeared as he did. At last Ichigo found his voice. Kon, I'm. A swirl of black feathers erupted in front of him. So unexpected was this Ichigo could only stare, and then a fist punched him in the jaw to send him flying high into the sky. Kon finally opened his eyes, to find a Tengu before him. She glanced over her shoulder. Here. A swirl of silk sailed through the air, which he automatically caught. Take it and get lost, lover boy. She turned back to regard the cloud-spotted heavens above. I got this. There was no choice but to obey. He lifted the fabric on high. It expanded out to phenomenal length, winding to encase him in a skein of magic. And then Kon was gone. Satisfied, the Tengu crouched down, spread her single wing, and launched herself skywards. Meanwhile Ichigo had finally gotten his bearings. Whatever hit him, it seemed to have sent him halfway across the province. His ears were ringing, and he shook his head to try and clear it. What the hell was that? Felt like an aircraft carrier rammed into me at Mach 8. Well, look at what we got here. This eerily distorted voice was all the warning he got, as before him there suddenly hung a dire figure. It was short, with a lean build evident by the arms, the top side of which were covered in black feathers. The creature sported black hakusho trousers, a sleeveless karate gi, and a white bird skull mask that hid its face. Tangled black hair ran down its back, from which there grew a single ebon-feathered wing. Its bare feet had the curved talons of a bird of prey, with smaller matching sets for fingernails. There was no sense of spirit power coming off this thing, but it floated among the clouds without even bothering to flap its single pinion. What the hell? Ichigo breathed. Then, upon realizing the danger, Bankai. His second release blew all clouds in the vicinity clear to the horizon. Flocks of birds took flight in a panic below. As the maelstrom of black energy cleared, Ichigo stepped forth in full Tensei Zanjutsu regalia. The Tengu cocked its avian head to one side. Now that's what I'm talking about. Next thing he knew, black talons came screaming towards his chest. Ichigo brought up his blade, and the creature's hand scraped along the edge, drawing sparks. To his amazement he felt himself being pushed back. The Tengu uttered an exultant laugh, then whipped around unspeakably fast and drove its heel into his stomach, sending him flying once again. This time Ichigo righted himself in record time and came tearing back ready for combat. The enemy was fast and strong, but its claws had failed to penetrate his Bankai's coat, which could mean he had the advantage in terms of defense. Still, there certainly wasn't time for spell casting. This was made clear when the Tengu came soaring to meet him. Gimme your best shot, amateur. Well, they did ask. Get Chuga Tenshou. The avian nemesis swerved in midair, flying parallel to the blast of dark energy so that it went streaking harmlessly by while still speeding on the attack. Ichigo, however, was no longer there. Instead he took advantage of the momentary distraction offered by his finishing move and flash-stepped in from the right, aiming to chop off his opponent's wing. Spiritual or not, Something told him the bird demon needed that appendage to remain airborne. His black blade connected with the shadowy plumage and stopped dead, like striking steel. Not even a single feather was cut. Ichigo quickly realized he had underestimated the creature's armor, but before he could draw back, a sinewy hand seized him by the ankle. The Shinigami substitute quickly flipped his katana to take an inverted grip on the sword's handle, then brought it around in a chopping arc. It struck the feathery forearm and rebounded once again. Seriously? I could have lost an arm. Before he knew it, the Tengu had yanked him down, grasped his sword hand by the wrist and twisted it expertly behind his back. Kurosaki gagged as he felt the bones in his shoulder protest this treatment. It was all he could do to keep from dropping Zanjutsu. Cripes, how strong is this guy? The enemy's legs wrapped around his waist to keep him pinned, and then both arms encircled his neck. Chokehold. He grabbed a wrist to try and pry them off, but though he strained with all his might, the enemy only tightened their hold, resisting his efforts. Nighty-night, Red. Ichigo had never been choked out as a spirit, but he knew how it worked in terms of human bodies. Pressure applied to the carotid artery resulted in unconsciousness, at which point he would be helpless. No way to cast a spell, sword arm immobilized, enemy out of reach. Well, nothing for it but to unleash another Tensei Zanjutsu backwards at point-blank range and hope I don't kill us both. It was then he noticed the sudden drop in temperature. Ice crystals twinkled in the air like diamonds. Pretty. A gleaming sword drove straight for her eye, forcing the Tengu to release her catch and twist aside. Ichigo tore free and spun around to deliver a slash of his own. The aerial enemy fell back from their combined attack to regard her increased number of opponents. Thanks, Ichigo breathed raggedly as his ally drifted over to his side. Don't mention it, Toshiro Hitsugaya replied, sporting the wings and tail of a dragon. He frowned at where the Tengu continued to appraise them, its feathers drifting lazily back and forth. What is that thing? A hollow. If it is, it's a Demvasto Lord. Ichigo stole a quick glance at his pupil. Double team. Hitsugaya smirked. Like old times. They prepared to launch themselves at the Tengu, which had flung out its arms and legs, fingers spread and spoiling for a fight. Oh, this is getting good. It crowed. I am gonna kick your smug, die-job asses from here to the Ryukyus. About to engage in pitched battle, all three paused upon hearing a faint ringing sound, like a small silver bell. A growl emerged from the Tengu's throat, and it jammed a hand into one pocket to come out with a cell phone. What? Toshiro and Ichigo exchanged questioning glances. Did that really just happen? They continued to peer at their attacker warily, as though suspecting a trap. For her part, the Tengu listened without comment for a time to the person on the other end of the line, then muttered, "Fine." With that she pocketed the device and seemed to sag forward with a desultory sigh, arms dangling and head drooping. She then clenched her fists, threw back her head and uttered a piercing scream of inhuman rage. The two Shinigami blanched at this awful cry and took a firm grip on their weapons. That Bonehelm came down to stare at them through black empty eyes. Then with liquid grace, the Tengu swept them a grandiose bow, her wings spreading out to the full as she did. Later, gents. The plume of feathers drifted down to cover her whole body. It swept out, and the enemy had vanished, her wing disappearing a moment later. Neither of them cared to dwell on this. Ichigo heaved a grateful sigh and rounded on his young comrade. So how did you find me, anyway? A blind hollow with no ears, nose, or tongue would have no trouble sensing your Ryutsu, Kurosaki, the little captain threw back. Sweat froze on his face, and he was irritated at the way his hands shook slightly. You broadcast your presence, even when not in Bankai. They both drifted down towards the forest floor. Ichigo remembered his reason for being out here, and grew uncomfortable. He could see no sign of Kon. One other topic needed to be addressed. Did my dad call you? Your sister Karen, actually. Hitsugaya took note of the way Ichigo shuddered at her name, and quickly strove to deliver the news. She called Nanao while we were waiting for your arrival. There wasn't much time to explain, but she insisted I tell you that Kon wasn't to blame. He slapped her, but that's all. She wants you to come back so that she can explain everything. He glanced around. Where is Kon, then? I don't know. Their feet touched the soil. The Shinigami substitute appeared ready to collapse. Toshiro had never seen him like this. It left him more unnerved than when facing that thing back there. Then Ichigo looked over and said in a tired, defeated voice, "I couldn't kill him. You know? He's like a brother to me." The snow spirit watched this tragic figure. At last he came to a decision. "I know how that feels, Kurosaki. Whatever comes next, try to remember how much they mean to you." The two Shinigami headed home, then, and the difficult questions that awaited them. Nanao was somewhat surprised when Toshiro asked her for a Jigai so that he could accompany her, but they quickly made arrangements. Captain and former lieutenant soon found themselves at the Kurosaki house. An unusually grim-faced Ishine at first appeared ready to ask him to leave but changed his mind after a brief conversation with Nanao. Toshiro sat in the living room, remembering how boisterous it had all been the last time he was here. Now the house felt disturbingly quiet, as though it were in mourning. No sounds came from the kitchen. The family members, Nanao included, were all upstairs having a talk. He made no effort to intrude any further upon their private moment. Nor could he say why it had seemed appropriate to insist on coming here in the first place. It just felt wrong to slip away and ignore it. Nanao and Ishine came downstairs first. They spoke quietly in the hallway for a while, then hugged, and she left. The runaway Shinigami noticed Toshiro sitting there. He made to speak, but finally just shook his head and trooped back to his office. Ichigo joined him a few minutes later. Toshiro stood up. "Is she all right?" "Yeah." He still had that exhausted bearing that weighed down his every movement. Ichigo stumbled into the room and sank into a chair. He put his head in his hands and groaned. "Damn it, this day sucks." Hitsugaya wasn't sure why he said what he did next. "May I speak to her?" This earned him a look from Ichigo. Like he now viewed everyone as a potential threat to his little sister. But eventually he just gave a weary nod. "They might want to be alone." "I understand." He climbed the steps and followed the sound of conversation. Toshiro stood outside the room. "Excuse me, may I come in?" After a bit Yuzo came to the door and looked at him inquiringly. She turned back inside, and some silent communication passed between them. With a nod she stepped back to let him enter. Karen Kurosaka sat on her bed. She had an ice pad pressed to her cheek. When she saw Toshiro, the teen looked at her twin and held out the pad. "Yuzo," she said in a weak voice. "Of course." Subdued, her sister accepted it and headed out the door, casting a warning look at Toshiro that only served to make him feel sad. He stood against the wall uncomfortably with hands tucked in his pockets. "What exactly did I plan to do here? Thanks for helping my brother today." He lifted his head, blinking. "My pleasure." They watched each other, perhaps both registering how awkward this felt. At last Toshiro said, "I didn't ask what happened. So as not to intrude, but, if you want to talk, I'll listen." Karen turned her attention out the window. "No. Thanks." Then she dropped her head with a groan. "I want to make this day go away, you know? Like jump in a time machine, grab my old self and shake me until I see just how much of a mess I made of things." Oddly, this was something he could commiserate on. "I felt the same way after Aizen cut me and my best friend down." "Oh." She continued to stare at the sky. "Are they okay now?" "I don't know. She's missing." "I hope so." Karen nodded. "I hope Khan's okay too, wherever he is." "Probably not," he had to admit. "I get the feeling your brother gave him quite a scare." "I was scared as well, to be honest." "About what?" "Dying. The thing we fought today was a monster. It made me break out in a cold sweat." Karen turned a frankly puzzled look on him. "Funny. I never thought a dead person would be scared of death." He lifted his eyebrows and shrugged, as if to say, "Go figure." Then, after thinking about it for a moment he added, "Your brother said something interesting earlier." "In reference to Khan," he said. "I couldn't kill him. I got the impression that he didn't just mean back then. More like he couldn't bring himself to do it at all. And that reminded me of someone I knew." A person I trusted implicitly. When I learned what they were really like, even knowing how far they've fallen, I don't think I have it in me to put a stop to them. His eyes drifted to the floor. For a while now, I've been forcing myself to try and get stronger. But the truth is I'm just weak. And the people I have to face are frighteningly strong, and very sure of themselves. My friends, the ones trying to help me like your brother, they all have my best interest at heart. And while I appreciate that, I can't help but feel that when the time comes, I'm going to let them down again, just like I did my friend before. I was never able to put a stop to the monsters I've faced on my own. Hitsugaya looked up then, and said in a calm voice, challenging my friends won't be enough. They could never bring themselves to really hurt me. If I want to prevail, I should challenge the monsters. Perhaps it was just the sight of one more person he couldn't help, even if there had been practically no way to do so. But Toshiro knew he had made his decision. When he looked at Karen, it was to find she had curled up against her pillow and was fast asleep. At first he didn't know what to do, but the obvious option was to leave her in peace. After further consideration, he stepped forward and draped the blanket over her as gently as possible. The human teen did not stir as he made his way out. Running into Yuzo coming up the stairs, he explained her sister was sleeping. She thanked him for keeping Karen company before heading in to watch over her. Hitsugaya made his goodbyes to Ichigo, who promised to reschedule their session, to which he agreed. No sense giving up on a promising training partner. Or a convenient alibi, either. Actually, Kurosaki, before I go, there's something I was meaning to talk to you about. It concerns a dream I had, and your son. 5 minutes later he walked out of the house and down the street. Rather than going back to the Usagi Shoten to store his Jigai, Hitsugaya walked until he found a relatively deserted section of the city. There he sat down on a nearby bench and looked around the lot. Everything was quiet. Peaceful. Orderly. Taking a deep breath, the uncertain soul summoned a hell butterfly, gave it his message, and let it depart. Then he settled in to wait. No telling how long this might take. 5 minutes. 10. 30. He passed the time by leafing through a manga someone had dropped beneath the bench. The plot concerned vampires. It was hard to make out much sense just coming in at the middle like this. As he was puzzling over the pronunciation of Totholtz, a pair of arms slid around his neck, and 2 very large, warm, soft cushions proceeded to envelop his head from both sides. A vein throbbed in Toshiro's temple. Matsumoto. He growled. Hello, handsome. I got your message. She withdrew her 2 deadliest weapons, then strolled around the bench so he could get a good look at her. Rangiku Matsumoto crouched down, placed her elbows to either side of him on the seat and rested her chin on her intertwined fingers, smiling in that way she did, which was both tantalizing and intimidating. What can I do ya for, Teika? Strangely, all his previous insecurity was nowhere to be found. Let's get down to business. You said you were willing to push me past my limits. He had expected a sexual innuendo. Instead his former lieutenant cocked her head to one side and watched him with a serious, almost sad expression. And are you willing to let us, Captain? Us. That confirmed for him just how dangerous this really was. But all Toshiro said was, yes. Just like that Matsumoto stood up. Okay, then. And she held out her hand. He took it. At the same time, she dragged off the kerchief around her neck and let it unwind. The teleportation charm did its work. Moments later, the lot was empty once more. I know it's strange, and you might not believe at first, not really. Ichigo reached out to touch Hiriko's knee, who had grown bored and was trying to crawl away in search of food or toys. His 3-year-old daughter returned her attention to him. Shotoku took his little sister's hand, and she stopped fussing. But now, we are going to prove that ghosts are real. He turned to Rukia and they exchanged a nod. She then popped a Jikengan pill, exiting her mortal form dressed as a Shinigami. Shotoku waved at her in high excitement as always, and she returned the gesture fondly. Hiriko, of course, saw nothing out of the ordinary. Now, as I was saying. Pion. As I was saying. He repeated with a warning glare at Chappie, who just stuck Rukia's tongue out at him, making Hirako laugh. I am going to put this silly putty in my ears and plug them up. See? He proceeded to do so. Now I can't hear anything. Next, I will turn around to face the wall and put this bucket on my head. Chappie, do not take a picture of this. But Byakuya Kukaki-sama would pay to see it. Rukia chastised her servant, who subsided with a moody grumble. All right. So I can't see or hear. Chappie. Ichigo registered his own voice as a buzzing echo in his head. He waited as the faux soul began to shuffle a stack of over 100 different photographs. Chappie then spread them in a line face down in front of the kids and tapped his shoulder to let him know they were ready. Funny how this was Khan's idea, from our last year of high school, at the cultural festival. Sure impressed the customers back then. Shotoku? You go first. Pick a picture, but do not tell me what is on it. Again he waited. After a moment, Rukia spoke the answer in his ear, and he said, your picture is a boat on the ocean with orange sails. Next came Hirako's turn. A giraffe eating leaves off a tree. Shotoku again. There was an excited clamor behind him as the kids got more into it and Chappie had to keep them from going wild with this new game. The planet Earth. Our home with all of us in front of it getting our picture taken. A daisy? No, sounds like a tulip, thanks, Rukia. Ow. Next. Americans playing basketball. Sakura trees in bloom. A green frog with big red eyes. The city of Tokyo. Farmers harvesting vegetables. Aunt Karen and Aunt Yuzu at their graduation. He felt a desperate tugging on his shirt. Ichigo removed his stylish head covering and homemade earplugs, turning to find Hirako jumping up and down behind him. Me. Me. She stretched out her tiny hands in desperation. Me the bucket. I wanna see ghosts. It's not the bucket, princess, he sighed, setting it down and picking her up to plant a kiss on her crown. His restless daughter squirmed free and snatched up the bucket to place it over her head. She swung this way and that, then began walking around with her hands out, lost her balance and had to sit down. The sight of her new helmet twisting around in search of spirits was just so adorable he had to laugh. By now Rukia had adopted her earthly guise once more and moved to extricate their second-born from her self-imposed prison. She brought Hirako back and placed her next to Shoto again for the wrap-up. All right. Let's summarize. Ichigo picked up the drawing board again where Rukia's contribution could be found. He pointed at a smiling bear with curly hair and glasses. Who's this? Zen, Shotoku said, giggling. Aizen, his father corrected him. And he is bad. Yes. Aizen is very bad. If you see him, you run away. Hirako. She was still peering inside the bucket looking for ghosts. What? Sweetie, look here. Who did we say this is? He now pointed out a smiling silver-haired serpent with closed eyes. Hirako? You said it before, say it again. What is the smiling man's name? Jin. Jin. Jin Ichimaru, he repeated to emphasize this. Silver hair. And Jin is scary, Shotoku proclaimed triumphantly. That's right. Jin Ichimaru is a very scary man. If you ever see a man who smiles and has silver hair, and is missing 2 fingers on his left hand, thanks, Rukia, you run. Now, who is this? Next came a blonde teddy bear with big pink lips. This one was Hirako's favorite. Sure enough, she cried out before her brother could. Masato. Matsumoto. Very good, princess. Her name is Matsumoto, and she is sex. I mean, scary. She's very scary. Almost as scary as your mother is looking right now. Here he silently appealed to Rukia with his eyes asking for forgiveness. And finally, this one. What is this person's name, the lady with a ponytail in front? The most important one. This time they said it in unison. Anohana. Yes. Anohana. Anohana is a witch. If you see any of these people, you run away. Don't let them catch you. We are going to leave your mother's incredible drawings up in the kitchen so you remember to run from them every day. Alright, Hirako is being a fussy pants, so she can go play. Shoto? Wait. About to go chasing off after his already vanished sister, their little prince sat back like a sweet-faced miniature Byakuya. He looked at his parents expectantly. They took each other by the hand and sat across from him. Shotoku, Rukia said kindly. You've told us before about your dream friend, Usagi. He nodded in high spirits at this topic. Yes. And the man with glasses. Aizen. She pointed out his drawing, as though determined to prove this was an accurate representation of the man in question. You've seen him in dreams, yes. Now the boy grew very still and only nodded in agreement. But he never spoke to you, Ichigo pressed. A shake of the head said no. I see. Rukia placed a hand to her chin in thought. At last she reached a decision. Shotoku, what sort of games do you often play with Usagi? Telling stories. He was looking at the floor now, fidgeting and running his fingers over the tatami mats. Hide and seek. Drawing. Usagi loves drawing. He's the best at it. His parents looked at one another. We need you to do something the next time you see him. And Shoto, this is very important, so you have to remember. When the transport concluded, Hitsugaya found himself in a rough-hewn tunnel of some kind. It looked to be carved through the rock. Torches lined the passage at regular intervals, but their flames burned green. The floor was quite flat and polished smooth. Matsumoto brushed past him. Follow me, Teiku. They proceeded along the way together. A sense of magic hung heavy in the air. At certain points while walking, Ranjika reached out to touch a specific part of the tunnel surface, whether it be on walls, floor, or ceiling. In doing so, he felt the certain tug of traps being disengaged and recognized never-ending road. All who set out on this path without knowing exactly how to disarm such perils would find themselves walking along it forever. Or until something else killed them. At least they reached the end and came out into a massive cavern. Here greater attention had been paid to crafting the rocky environment. More torches flickered in sconces along tremendous wooden pillars spaced at regular intervals in rows leading away from them. The tiled path, bedecked with images of deities long since fallen out of favor, led straight through this forest of support columns. The beams ended to create a cleared space towards the far side of the cavern. Here a huge bronze statue of an angry Shinto deity glared at a point off to the right while crushing a demon beneath its foot, body poised to do battle, round eyes blazing and tusked mouth open as though about to spit a defiant curse. They were not alone here. Small knots of people were spaced well apart from each other, watching them as they passed. To his surprise, Toshiro recognized several of them. There was the Ryoka Sato Yasutura, who accompanied Ichigo Kurosaka to rescue Rukia from Soul Society before the war. With him was a tall young woman with long dark hair, her face mostly covered by a small book held before it so that only her calm, penetrating eyes could be seen. To his discomfort, further off there sat a lone hollow, a small female Arrancar who shot a glare at him from her single eye, the other being covered by a mask fragment shaped like a chameleon's head. But the real shock came when he spotted Konpaku Shiba, of all people. The mod soul squatted on his haunches beside two other figures to regard Toshiro with world-weary dismay. Or wait, was it two? The human girl leaning forward against his back wore clothes that were distressingly similar to those of the Tengu he had fought earlier that day. Only she boasted no mask or feathers of any kind, just a confident smirk that promised challenge in the days ahead. The other figure was hard to place. It was like a shadow, standing at the girl's side. It had what might be wings, and horns grew from its head. This dark form too watched him, and a terrible sense of familiarity stole over Toshiro at its perusal. As though it knew him somehow. Ranjika kept walking until they reached the raised platform before the statue where ceremonies were once performed. Atop this elevated perch, hands tucked into his white robe and a mocking smile on his face, stood Junichi Maru. The former 3rd Division captain waited upon the ex-lieutenant of Squad 10 to climb the short flight of stairs. She sauntered up to him, draping an arm around Jin's shoulders while he wound his own around her waist. They both turned to Toshiro where he remained stunned at the base of the stairs, and smiled in a disturbingly similar manner. "Guess you were right, pet," the murderous clown sneered down at his avowed nemesis. He finally made a move. I told you it wouldn't be long. She gave him a kiss on the cheek before returning to studying Toshiro with her bewitching blue eyes. Well, Captain Hitsugaya. Matsumoto sang. Are you ready to get started? The small Shinigami threw a glance over each shoulder at the array of malcontents. At last he looked back to the two miscreants who stood above him, their hair shimmering in silver and gold. I'll do whatever it takes, he said. At that, Ichimaru's leer grew wider. You're gonna regret those words, Shiro-chan. The sound of a mallet striking Machi drew Kyojaku across the dreamy field of flowers. Sure enough, Yosaji-yu was there, making sweets as usual. Ho, young prince. The rabbit greeted him, stopping to set the butt of his mallet on the ground and stand with paw on hip, pink nose a twitch. I've been expecting you for some time. Would you like a turn at making mochi? No, thank you. Kyojaku looked briefly around, and then said quickly, I want to draw. Ah. Splendid. The bunny baker dusted off his paws and came trotting over, lifting his feet very high and slapping them along. What would you like to draw? Sheets of paper drifted down to land in piles around them. Yosaji-yu set his mallet on the grass head first and popped off the handle, revealing a brush on its tip and a hole in the mallet head filled with ink. He then produced a smaller brush from the other end and handed it to Jaku. He remembered what he was supposed to say next. Let's play a drawing game. Yosaji-yu's ears twitched and he crossed his arms. A drawing game? That is new. However do we play this game? We pick someone, and then we both draw that person. Acceptable. The moon rabbit sat back and rocked on his fuzzy white tail. Since you are the guest, you may pick first. Whom shall we draw? We'll draw, me. I thought as much. They each selected a blank page and got to work. Both finished at the same time. The papers then rose off the ground and hung side by side. Kyojaku's drawing was a little lopsided, but he made sure to get the right number of fingers, since Yosaji-yu was kind of strict about that. His own representation, on the other hand, was so close to life like it resembled a black and white photograph. Kyojaku almost wanted to shake the picture's hand, it looked so real. You're the best, Yosaji-yu. The boy giggled, and his fluffy friend bowed modestly. For my drawing, I choose Byakuya Kukaki. The two artists bent over their craft again. This time Kyojaku had fun putting in his uncle's hair ornaments and long scarf which he always wore. He decided to have Byakuya Ajisen be smiling, although he could never recall having seen him do so before. Afterwards they examined the results side by side again. I like that you made his head so much bigger than his body, Yosaji-yu observed. I feel that it truly captures the essence of the man, beyond any mere passing resemblance. Kyojaku wasn't sure what that meant, but had to ask. Yosaji-yu, why are his eyes crooked in your drawing? Not crooked, young prince. He is simply contemplating his own nose. Yes, I do believe he is fascinated with that imperious schnoz. The rabbit chuckled, then turned back to his fellow artist. Who is next? Now was the most important one. He had to remember the name, get it exactly right. Otherwise it wouldn't work. I would like us to draw. Yosaji-yu turned to a new sheet of paper, pen poised in readiness to begin. Sosuke-Aizen. The rabbit paused. Slowly, he looked over his shoulder at Kyojaku. That red eye almost seemed to glow, and on his back, the black patch squirmed and writhed. Then with regal leisure, he turned back to his canvas and began to paint. For some reason, Kyojaku finished before him this time. He picked up his drawing and went to see what was happening. Yosaji-yu did not comment on this, he was absorbed in the creation of the artwork that lay before him. His brush moved back and forth, teasing out shapes, adding lines to create the impression of depth. Far more detail was added here than ever before. When he was finally done, the result was a life-sized impression of a handsome man in a white cloak, with curly hair and merry eyes behind square-rimmed glasses. This time the effect was so real he seemed ready to walk off the page. Yosaji-yu stepped back to study his masterpiece for a while. Eventually he noticed Kyojaku beside him. What do you think? The boy had never seen anything so amazing. It's perfect, he murmured. The rabbit nodded in sage fashion. Then, in a lighter tone of voice he said, "May I see yours?" Hesitantly, Jaco turned the page. Drawn on it was a crude picture of a rabbit holding a mallet, with a black spot on his back. Usagi stared at this without blinking. "Ah," was all he said. Then he looked back at his own creation. Kyojaku did the same. When he did, the painting winked at him. The boy gasped. His drawing fell from his hand. At the same time, the portrait of Aizen Sosuke moved again. It stepped forward, off the paper, transforming as it did into a flesh and blood man. Kyojaku's eyes had grown huge. His mouth hung open, and he looked to Usagi to confirm if this was real. But at his side there was no longer a rabbit to be found. Instead, where his own paper had fallen, there now lay a perfect illustration of his lifelong playmate, leaping atop the moon with his paw raised as though bidding him goodbye. "Well met, Kyojaku Kukaki." His gaze snapped up. Standing before him wearing the robes of a Shinigami captain, Aizen Sosuke inclined his head with a bow. "I am glad we can finally speak openly with one another. For many years now, I have eagerly anticipated the point when disguises would no longer be necessary between us. Now, here you are, and here I am." That suave figure raised a hand to touch his breast. "So then, young Master Kukaki, is there anything you wish to ask me?" Kyojaku turned and fled. Aizen watched him go till he was out of sight. Then he gave a sad shake of his head, as though lamenting the tragic circumstances which bound them both. With that, he dismissed the illusory children's garden that had served him so well up till now, and began to create anew. Hirako walked through a field of white flowers she had never seen before. They seemed to go on forever, stretching atop gently rolling hills to meet the rosy horizon which signified dawn. It was a sad place. Maybe because she was feeling sad? Even after everything that happened today, she still hadn't met a ghost. Why did Jaco get to see them and not her? It wasn't fair. After a while she noticed something strange. There looked to be an open space in the field of flowers. Curious, the girl headed towards this, wondering if it held something special, like treasure, or a magic pool. To her surprise, when she finally reached the circular clearing, within it she found a bird. It was a big bird. Bigger than the songbirds that built their nests in trees, but not as big as the ostrich at the zoo. More like her size. But it had a very long tail, much longer than the rest of its body. It was very beautiful, with pure white feathers and funny black drawings on its tremendous tail that looked like eyes, with a red dot in the center of each. The bird lay on the soft grass as though asleep. Its eyes were closed. It did not stir at her approach. Hirako sank down beside the strange animal. "You alive?" she whispered. Still it made no move. Hesitantly she reached out to stroke its feathers. They were soft as could be, and warm to the touch. For some reason Hirako felt very reassured by this. She knelt to lay her head atop the bird's body. It was like the most wonderful pillow, and without reservation she snuggled against it and closed her eyes contentedly. They lay together like this for some small while. Then, very slowly, the bird's long tail drew delicately around with a rustling sound to encircle her small form in a feathered blanket. Hirako shifted slightly, but her eyes stayed shut, as did the bird's. But now, it wore a smile. To be continued. Chapter 28, Winter's Touch, Trials and Tribulations. "No!" he heard Matsumoto scream. And then Hitsugaya Tashiro's life flashed before his eyes. Jin came sauntering down the steps. As he did, Tashiro could not rid himself of the feeling that death was approaching. At last they stood on the same level. The madman's hands were hidden in the sleeves of his white coat. It occurred to him that they had not had reason to be this close to one another since their brief fight in Soul Society when they were both still captains, before their world was turned upside down. "How is this going to work, then?" the boy captain asked quietly, itching to draw his sword. Ichimaru cocked his head, his eternal leer now almost certainly looking to draw blood. "Well, lemme show ya what we've cooked up." He indicated back over his shoulder and turned, showing his back to Hitsugaya. It would have been the simplest thing to run this man through. The world would undoubtedly be a better place. Yet again his thoughts strayed to that last aborted battle, when he thought Ichimaru at his mercy, only to be proven woefully wrong. At this he felt a shiver. When he looked up, it was to find Matsumoto Rangeka regarding him. Her face was calm, eyes half closed, and head tilted to one side, as though inspecting him thoughtfully. Like she was judging every move he made. Matsumoto descended from the pedestal as well. She indicated over one shoulder and turned to follow Jin. After a moment, Hitsugaya did the same. By the statue's pedestal, Jin stopped and turned around. Upon drawing closer, Hitsugaya noticed a small replica of a pagoda set on the statue's base. He looked between Ichimaru and Matsumoto, silently wondering what this might portend. "We've set up a little set o' trials for ya, Hitsugaya-kun." The lilting tone in which Jin spoke held only mockery and malice, with no attempt whatsoever to hide it. "See right now, you're here." He pointed at the lowest level of the tiny tower. "And I." His finger trailed slowly up to tap its highest point. "Am here." The fox tucked both hands into his sleeves and turned to regard him with a smile. "There's 7 levels in this set o' labors. And you're gonna have to beat all of 'em." Rangeka stepped forward before he could speak up. "Think of it as the 7 deadly sins, Taiko," she smiled at him in a kindly fashion. "Each opponent that you face in our little gauntlet embodies such a trait. By triumphing over them in battle, you will be one step closer to heaven." He looked between them for a moment, unnerved by how comfortable they appeared in each other's presence. Though he had known for a while now that Jin and Rangeka were working together, seeing it for himself drove the point home cruelly. Rather than dwell on this, though, Toshiro instead stole a glance over his shoulder. He made a quick count to confirm his suspicions and then came back around. "You expect me to fight your lackeys, is that it?" Someone uttered an oath behind him, and when he turned, the human girl Tatsuki Arisawa had taken a step towards him, only to be restrained by Konpaku Shiba's hand on her wrist. She regarded him in annoyance, but in response the mod soul just gazed back calmly. After a few moments the hostile woman appeared to relent, going back to him and her shadowy companion. "Now I know what you're thinkin'. Jin's insincere tone returned his attention to the more immediate peril. "You're thinkin', why do I, Toshiro Hitsugaya, the mighty captain of Leopard Company, gotta go through with this clown's theatrics? What's it gonna prove, eh?" Ichimaru wagged a disparaging finger. "But consider this. We've been planning on your company for a long time now, Toshiro-kun. And every one of our merry band is an expert at certain tactics which are in short supply amongst your other friends. They'll hit you where it hurts, make no mistake. But the best part." Suddenly Jin was right in front of him, leaning down to thrust his killer smile right in Hitsugaya's face. He jerked slightly, cursing himself for such a display of weakness, and resolved not to budge in the slightest. "If we can," Ichimaru hissed, "we're gonna kill ya, Toshiro-kun." A flash of light shot through his sleeve. Before Hitsugaya's fingers could even curl around Hirin Maru's handle, the tip of Jin's Zanpakuto Shinso now hovered below his chin. Its tip pressed in just enough to draw blood. Furious emerald eyes focused on the smirking fox, a snarl curling his lip. "Damn. The same trick he got me with the last time we fought." Jin's unrestrained riot poured out into the room, hot and rancid. The very air was laden with lethal intent. The two of them were frozen in that simmering tableau of attempted murder. Neither of them made a move. Suddenly that crazed leer dipped. The lids blinked a fraction, and for the briefest possible moment, their eyes met. In that moment, he knew Jin was about to kill him. "Hey!" Matsumoto's soft utterance held an edge of reproach. Upon hearing it, her silver-haired partner stepped swiftly back, sliding his Tonto dagger back out of sight. He then rejoined her. Briefly they appeared to communicate without speaking, like they were the only people in the room. Then after shooting him an admonishing look, Rangeka summoned up her sweetest smile and went to check on Toshiro. She removed the scarf from around her neck and used it to dab at his bleeding throat, sighing reproachfully as she did. "You too, I swear," the goddess murmured, her sky-blue eyes silencing any protest Toshiro might make with a look of admonishment. "Let this be a lesson to you, Taiko. We're not going to treat you like a precious little prince. Jin's right. You might actually die from what we put you through." She surprised him by tilting his chin up slightly and regarding him with a disturbingly critical air. Don't be a hero, little guy. Some of these people are killers, myself included. I wouldn't bet on your odds of surviving this. Just as he was about to make an angry retort, there came a rustle of hair and cloth as he felt her lips press softly against his own. Hitsugaya. Rangiku broke off the kiss. She hugged him then, and there was no doubting her sincerity when she whispered, "So if you want, run now, Toshiro. Because I don't want to see you die." Stunned, the captain could do nothing but stare over the mass of honey gold locks. Behind her, Jin Ichimaru's face had lapsed into a frown. He did not speak out against this treatment, but there was anger in every line of his body. That is the face of a man who wants me dead. Will you take them up on this challenge? Face the serpent in his lair? Don't forget, from the first day we met, I wanted to kill him too. So your mind is made up, then. Whatever it takes. To Matsumoto's surprise, the boy offered her a fond smile. It felt as though no time at all had passed since they were bickering in the barracks of the 10th Division, her teasing him into a frustrated little frenzy, and him doing his best to steal her heart without even knowing it. The thought gave her the warmest feeling inside, and it caused an ache of sorrow in his former lieutenant's soul when the captain slipped past her and stood before the architect of this death trap again. "I have nothing to fear from you, Jin," the little hero said without an ounce of self-doubt. "But what exactly do I get out of this arrangement? I have more than enough sparring partners, a lot stronger than what you've scraped together here. What's a few more going to accomplish even if they have no compunction about killing me?" This put a smile back on the serpent's face, more bloodthirsty than ever. "Greedy, Ansha? That's okay, I had a feelin' it might come down to brass tacks. So how's about this? If you complete our trials and defeat us both, I'll tell ya where you can find Lil Momo Hinamori." Jin placed a finger to his chin and tilted his silver head in a quizzical gesture. "Sound fair?" Hitsugaya's eyes narrowed. "Lying bastard. He probably doesn't have a clue where Momo is. He's betting I can't turn down the chance. Like I'd do anything for her. I accept." With every last drop of strength left in her shattered body, Xiomara lunged at her opponent with shattered spear poised for a killing blow. He batted her attack aside negligently. Grabbing her by the hair, the demon forced the warrior woman to her knees, yanking Xiomara's head back with a grin. "Look at you," he purred. "Dead on your feet and still trying to kill me. What did I ever do to you, One eye was swollen shut, but still she spat through bloodied lips, "You know. HRRRM. His hooded head tilted to one side. "Welp, guess there's no point denying it." And he chuckled. Tears and blood dripped down her face. As she hung helpless in his grip, there came flashes of the scene showed briefly through her contact with her parents' bloodied marriage certificate, the shrieking mob whipped to a frenzy as they brutalized her mother through the streets of Targum Urs. The bureaucrat Timo Faison rushing bravely into the street to protect her, almost getting Susan back to the safety of his home before a hurled stone brought him to his knees and sent the crowd once more howling for their blood. A brick, flung from the shadows of a nearby alley, where Lohengrin crouched gleefully enjoying his sport. "Of course, 'tis not the first time we have conversed on this topic, child." As he spoke, the monster's form began to change. Though his grip on her never wavered, the facade of humanity fell away to reveal something utterly grotesque. Gigantic crystalline wings with red, green, and white feathers spread out in a rattling rustle. "Thou once didst learn the truth ere this occasion, only to have it burnt away when the curse took thy life yet again." His mouth elongated, huge eyes bulging from between the lashes to reveal the composite glittering orbs of a fly. "For we cannot have ye speak of this to Radu, eh? After all, 'twas I who answered his call when he didst offer his soul to the abyss in exchange for vengeance." The body shriveled away until there was only the great white head resembling that of a giant mosquito. From beneath it grew two long arms encased in a pearly carapace, the monstrous taloned hands now winding through her inky tresses as its wings flapped slowly. "And oh, how I didst profit from that unsought bargain! To think that I, a mere hanger-on of the infernal domain, should be elevated to the rank of count for my success. A captain of the hosts of hell, where once I was naught but a lowly fallen cherub of no great worth. Spat upon by heaven for daring to demand more than was my due, and shunned by hell for my infirmity. But now, oh, such power and glory is mine. for as long as the curse doth last. Lohengrin hauled her off the ground to dangle in midair. Xiomara could do nothing but hang helplessly before him. Whatever Rania did was wearing off. She could feel the flames of her father's vile curse rising to burn her to ash, a mark of his vengeance upon the world and her soul. Only to return for another 17 years, in which she must strive to piece together her memory while battling to end the Graf's unholy lineage. More friends and innocence lost while she languished in limbo. I do look forward to our next exchange, child. 'Tis but the matter of a moment. And fear not, thine gypsy friend shall patiently await thy return, as Todd Holtz's immortal bride. As for the rest. His faceted eyes swiveled to where Engelbert lay unconscious. Perchance they shall watch over ye from heaven, alongside your blessed mother. From deep in her crushed throat she rasped, Mother. Compelled past any injury to body or spirit, one shaky hand rose to touch the creature's loathsome flesh, gripping with sudden strength. Lohengrin's attention rotated back to her. Oh? Not yet weary of hopeless struggle? Poor thing, hast thou not yet realized thou canst not slay a demon, no matter how often we do battle? Yes. Xiomara whispered. Her back suddenly arched to wrap long legs around the unnatural limb, and she fixed her fading vision on the startled horror's face. As the flames burst free to consume her she swore. But I know somewhere that can. With her dying breath, Xiomara then teleported them both. To a place she had never been, only glimpsed briefly, the frightening and awesome world perceived in that single moment when she felt her mother's touch for the first time in a century. All was light here, filled with a great carillon as though thousands upon thousands of enormous bells rang joyously out all at once in proclamations of all-consuming majesty. Xiomara cried out from the agonized impression this rapture left upon her hell-stamped soul. But it was nothing compared to what the demon was experiencing, if she were to judge by Lohengrin's screams. I like the dub better. Karen turned in her seat to find a tiny boy leaning on the headrest behind her. He couldn't have been more than 10 years old, gazing at the video on her handheld with a child's intensity. Crooking a smile, she paused the anime and turned to address him. Oh, yeah? Do you speak English? The kid shook his head. His behavior reminded her of Jakku. No. My older brother does. He translated for me. English. Xiomara says, may God have mercy, Captain of Hell. It sounds cooler. This anime is a little mature for someone your age, isn't it? She felt the need to point out. I'm 8, he informed her, and began to fidget restlessly. Are you going to watch the rest? At this point the woman sitting next to him talking on her phone appeared to notice the boy's intrusive behavior. Don't bother other passengers, she scolded him, and turned to Karen with a helpless expression. I'm sorry. He's very curious. Reminds me of my nephew. At his mother's insistence the kid waved goodbye before sinking out of sight. Karen chuckled and went back to her online activities. Rather than continuing the stream, however, she gazed at her reflection in the window while the landscape zipped by outside. She had elected to take the train by herself. The family held a big party the night before to celebrate her and Yuzu heading off to college. This was the first time in her life the girls would be separated by such a pronounced distance. They already had a video chat set up for later in the day after they had settled into their dorms and gotten through orientation. Karen wasn't ashamed to admit she was already looking forward to seeing her twin again. After that was a shared conference call with the whole family to make sure they were both doing okay. She worried about her little sister, out there alone in the world. Although it was nice to know that 3 of Yuzu's friends would be joining her at the same university. Not so much Karen, as far as she knew. None of her acquaintances had made the cut. The undergraduate program at Tottery University was a good place to start her career in the field of medicine. A scholarship helped defer the cost, and Dad had connections there that made the financial pinch less obvious. She was already resolved to help Yuzu after graduation if the whole cultural anthropology thing didn't work out. They had years of experience in the field, so that meant it might be possible to get valid work even without a medical degree. Or maybe I'll be the one coming to her for help. No way to tell at this stage. I'm starting my real life. As the scenery passed by outside, the college freshman felt a twinge of heartache. Everything she had come to expect would change today. No familiar routes and people. No more knowing exactly where to go for whatever you needed. No more comfort and assurance of the familiar. She looked down at her clothes. This and 2 pieces of luggage plus a backpack were all she had brought along. The rest had to be left behind. Along with so much else. Hirako cried and hid when it was time for her to go, but Aunt Karen found her, and they had a nice hug and chat. Little Shotoku, who was getting bigger by the day, gave her a lucky paper charm he had made himself at the local temple. She kept it tucked in the ceremonial bag alongside the one her father made, though the little boys held only love, and not the pulse of protective magic. This and her Shinigami glove were the only aspects of the occult she had elected to take with her. Yuzu set off from the station first, as they had arranged, so that Karen could be there to see her baby sister off with the rest of the family. They both got a little emotional there at the end. Then it was Karen's turn to go. And right to the end, she had hoped Khan might show up. Just to wish her well. Not like she would have made a scene. But he had been unreachable since that day 3 weeks ago. At first she was scared something might have happened to him, but funnily enough, Toshiro Hitsugaya of all people assured her he had spoken to Khan and he was fine. How the Shinigami captain arranged this was not known to her, but she appreciated the gesture. Guess I'll be leaving more than my possessions behind on this trip. Someone moved in the reflection of the train's window. Mind if I sit here? At first she felt certain this must be her imagination working overtime. But to Karen Kurosaka's surprise, when she turned around there stood Khan, looking uncomfortable in his own skin and still dressing in the dark by the look of him. A laugh escaped her throat at the sight of him. The relief was so strong, it was all she could do not to leap up and hug him. But that brought up unpleasant memories owing entirely to her own mistakes, and so she settled for patting the empty seat beside her. Take a load off, you big lunk. He relaxed visibly at being met with such friendliness, but rather than accept her offer, he settled down across from her. What, afraid I'm going to jump your bones again, Khan? Guess I deserve that. Should probably start off with an apology. I'm sorry I hit you, Karen. Oh, of course he beats me to it. Like he's got more to feel sorry for. Irritated all over again, she settled for blowing out her breath in a huff and fixing him with a disapproving stare. It was technically a slap, she pointed out. And I was being a major league bitch, actually. You are definitely not the one who should feel worse about their behavior, Khan. She reached over and patted his knee a bit tentatively. I forgive you, by the way. You sure you don't want to hit me just so we're even? He asked with an absurdly serious expression on his face. Is that some crazy Shiba thing? She demanded. Or did you get it from your psycho mom? Oh, of all the stupid. Why did I have to remind him of that crazy witch? My dad, actually. He gave a hapless shrug. He believed strongly in an eye for an eye. Not much one for letting go after a heartfelt apology. His idea of settling the score involved things that took away basic bodily functions. To her relief he didn't react badly to her tactless statement. Gotta work on that big mouth, it's what got me into trouble last time. I'm an adult now. Better start acting like it. Karen glanced up and down the aisle. So were you on the train the whole time waiting to make your move? Well, no. He threw a shifty look around and leaned closer. You might say I'm hitching a ride. That drew an amused snort from her. Did you run all the way after me? Just the last few miles. I needed to say goodbye to Yuzu too. I figured that it would be best to save you for last because we had a lot more to talk about. So Yuzu got her parting shot too. That's good. She lifted her hands in the air and gave a dramatic flourish. Well. Here I am. A girl on her own in the world for the first time. What do you think? He had adopted that same serious, anxious face from before. I think you'll do great. This was neither as happy a reunion as she had hoped nor as uncomfortable as she had feared. The unpredictable situation left her somewhat queasy, but still in control. That's all. No. He leaned forward then, blue eyes shimmering in a way that made her topsy-turvy stomach do backflips. Stop that. No more mooning over him like a stupid kid. She resisted the urge to punch herself in the gut for fear of puking all over him. It almost made her miss his next words. Do you remember the people you had to watch out for? Silver and Goldie, she recited dutifully. And anyone who might look like Anohana. They're up to something. I can't tell you how I know, but it could be pretty grim. From what I've heard, it doesn't involve you or anyone in the family. You and Yuzo should be out of harm's way. I'm really not sure what's going on. I just wanted to remind you about them. Jin and Rangiku especially. They're persuasive. If you see them, don't go along with anything they say. Okay. Where did that come from? Everything she had planned to say to Khan when they met again went clean out of her head. Now for some reason she felt scared for him again. Okay. But you'll be careful too, right? A pained expression flickered over his cat-like face, and he clasped his hands together hard. One foot tapped the floor in agitation. I will be. Nobody's gonna die on my watch if I can help it. There was so much more that needed to be said between them. A lifetime of emotions, starting from the day he first saved her in Seoul society and ending the night of her graduation. Karen had never doubted they would meet again, and she probably couldn't have asked for it to go any better than it had. Except once more, she felt the unpredictable dread of the supernatural falling over her. She reached out to slip her hand into his and squeezed. He held her in return, but before either of them could say anything, the car door opened, and a conductor came in. Khan spotted him and rose up swiftly. Shoot. Gotta go. I was hoping we'd get more time. He slid into the aisle, only to pause looking down on her. Be safe, Karen. It was too fast. Uncertain what to say, the best she could come up with on the spur of the moment was, be safe, Onaya-kan. For once she got it right, because that finally made him smile for real. And then he was gone, like a thief in the night. Karen heaved a sigh. Maybe life doesn't get easier than this. Nothing but hard choices for the rest of my days. And ghosts. Demons. The works. As well as vague warnings from people you know you can trust. This served to remind her of what she had been doing before all the excitement. Once again Karen turned to the simple pleasure afforded by a good anime. The demon's shrieks were barely audible over the heavenly paean of bells. A moment later she flinched as a shaft of white light tore through the fallen angel's body swift and strong as a thunderbolt, leaving him suspended struggling along its length. Xiomara could only stare dumbfounded as Lohengrin wailed, helpless as she had been in his grip only moments before. Then another blazing spear drove through him from a different direction with such force he was rocked sideways. More beams of light impaled Lohengrin again and again from every angle, piercing his wings and arms, until their brilliance was so intense she could no longer look at them. Eyes shut, she heard the creature pleading for mercy in a language that sounded like a corrupted version of this realm's song. In response the voices of his attackers shouted their condemnation. Lohengrin's form blazed with celestial power. A final despairing cry tore through her ears as the host of heaven pronounced judgment upon their ex-cohort. And with a note of regret, the bells rang out all at once, at which point her nemesis erupted like a dying star only to dwindle away faster than a snuffed candle, annihilated from the very face of creation. Thus did Lohengrin perish at long last. The wielders of those lances turned their attention on her. Xiomara was just preparing to suffer the same fate, when a hand touched her cheek, and she turned to find her mother Susan smiling by her side. It was the exact same scene she remembered from before. Then that martyred spirit spoke out in her defense. Heaven consented. There came a last longing touch, upon which they were parted once more. With that Xiomara found herself back on the battlefield, sobbing in anguish as she fought to keep the curse from destroying her once more. Defeating monsters with the power of your loved ones. If only it were that easy. Excuse me. When Karen turned, it was now the woman from before addressing her. Yes. Was that, were you just talking to Konpaku Shiba? The track legend. Well. Mom. Don't bother people on the train, remember. It was so cute she couldn't help but laugh. The first day of her new life was turning out to be pretty darn good. Matsumoto led him through the halls. Your first challenge is the Sin of Greed, codename, Atlanta. Hitsugaya was still unsure about the layout of this fortress. How long had Jin been fortifying this temple for his personal use? Since even before he became a Shinigami? Hard to say. They stepped out into the temple hall, but to his amazement, the sight that greeted him was completely different. Instead of the forest of support columns he remembered, there stretched a vast empty swath of flat pavement that went on for a dizzying distance. Far away he could make out the huge statue rendered tiny by distance seen through the web of pillars. Hitsugaya blinked, wondering if this was a part of the challenge. Bakudo number 59, Hachinadoru. Matsumoto stood beside him, a charming smile curving her lips. She swept out an arm to encompass the altered reality of the hall. Never-ending road doesn't have to be a straight line, Captain. If you combine multiple iterations of the same casting and chain their endpoints together, you can create a closed loop. Come on, I would have thought for sure you'd have heard about this trick from Momo. She wrote a whole paper about it in the academy. She tooted softly and gave a sad shake of her head. Guess that's what happens when you breeze through your classes. No attention for detail. His coach/jailer trotted deeper into the spell confines. Hitsugaya followed, but after he had taken only a few steps he looked back, and jumped upon seeing the cave entrance now far away in the distance. Sweat dripped down his ribs. This was some high-level sorcery here. Was Jin responsible, or was it Matsumoto's doing? He silently revised his opinion of just how far his former lieutenant might have progressed in the time since they parted ways. This limits the damage that can be done to the environment, Rangiku explained like a guide giving a tour. Here you can go all out without having to worry about bringing the mountain down on top of us. None of your attacks will escape the spell boundaries, and neither will you. This is the real deal now, Teiko. I understand. For now Toshiro resolved to just focus on the challenge ahead of him. There had been no explanation given as to what order he might be going up against Jin's apostles. The only thing he knew for sure was that the last person he faced would be their leader himself. But why this whole business of levels, sins, and codenames? Not as if he didn't already know the names of virtually everyone involved. Perhaps this is Matsumoto's way of having fun. It does seem like something she would do. Surprised Jin went along with it. Those two are closely linked. Hanko is more loose-lipped than Shinso. She asked me to pass on a warning, do not underestimate them. I agreed to participate in this little carnival of theirs, but I'm still a Shinigami captain. It's doubtful half of the mortals will put up much of a challenge. I think sometimes you are willfully stupid. What? Before we proceed, Teiko, one thing. They had stopped. Matsumoto bent down to look him in the eye, causing her tantalizing cleavage to be exposed by the cross-fall of her robe. Realizing he was staring, Hitsugaya hurriedly turned his head, cheeks reddening slightly. It was then he felt her fingers against his chest. I'm placing a limiter on you, the honey-haired beauty explained before he could speak. As she traced the magic symbol on his skin, the outline of a daffodil appeared in glowing lines. This will be standard practice for your first few bouts. And it's non-negotiable. She threw him a challenging glance. Not that you'd object to being restricted to a fraction of your strength for these small fry, right, Teiko? The mockery was by no means implicit. Hitsugaya knew all about being ridiculed. And so did she. That's fine, he affirmed. I accept your rules, Matsumoto. Good boy. She then bent to her task. After about a minute Rangiku stepped back to examine the results. Before her the small Shinigami remained unchanged to all outward appearances. But his wintry aura had diminished by a significant amount. Hitsugaya had experience fighting under these conditions. In truth, he half expected something like this from the start. Otherwise the fights would be over pretty quickly for everyone except Jin and that human Arisawa. You include Matsumoto in that assessment? She's still my lieutenant. I'd never go all out on her to begin with. I do not share your overconfidence. Lecture me after I lose. With pleasure. Now operating under a handicap that left him at only 1/5 of his strength, he regarded his ostensive manager for this event. So who's first? The name Atlanta hadn't rung any bells. Right here, kid. His eyebrow twitched. Pivoting, the pale prodigy leveled a frosty glare to where another figure now stood. You know, I am older than you, Khan. Konpaku of the House of Shiba just lifted his eyebrows dismissively as he began to limber up. He wore the black bodysuit with yellow bands on it that the R&D Bureau had developed for Mod Soul combat purposes. It encased everything except his face in a skin-tight cocoon. Muscles stood out against the fabric as Khan stretched one arm over his chest, then another. He lifted one foot behind his back and grasped it to loosen up his thigh. The normally expressive Mod's face was blank. He gazed at the floor while alternating pulling both elbows behind his head. "Begin whenever you're ready, Khan," Rangiku told him, and he grunted in response. She rounded on the captain and said simply, "Good luck," before vanishing via Shunpo. Hitsugaya considered. He could no longer feel Rangiku's Ryutsu, meaning she had left the bounds of never-ending road somehow. So there was a way out. That was valuable information. He had not neglected the possibility that Jin or one of his minions might try to take advantage of his being trapped here in a weakened state to try and kill him. They had made no effort to hide their intentions. "I just hope this doesn't turn out to be a waste of time." "Ready, kid." His hand rose to higher in Meru's hilt as he rounded on the Shiba prince. Hitsugaya was not terribly concerned about this fight. Scientific prowess or not, artificial enhancements paled against inborn talent. And lest he forget, there was one important point about Khan that not many people knew: he was categorically opposed to killing anything, whether humans, animals or hollows. So for this first fight, at least, there was no need to worry about losing his life. That was some comfort. He was resolved to extend the same courtesy to Khan. That Kurosaki girl for one would certainly be upset should he die. Before beginning the match he wanted to satisfy his curiosity about something. "So what's this Atlanta business? And the sin aspect, what is that supposed to reveal?" "Oh, my sin." Khan was crouched down, one knee bent and stretching the opposite leg out to its full length. "That's just something Matsumoto thought up. I think she wanted to make it more exciting for us." "Knew it." As for Atlanta, a sledgehammer drove into Tashiro's gut. The impact sent him flying even as he disgorged the contents of his stomach. He rolled across the floor covered in his own bile, coughing and choking. "That means I'm the fastest motherfucker you'll ever meet." Hitsugaya fought to regain his focus. Back where he had been, Khan now stood with one foot extended out before him. He remained expressionless, regarding the humbled captain on the floor with utter dispassion. "He's trained for this." Mayuri pitted the Mod Souls against one another. That Khan survived till the end should tell you something: he was never defeated. "All right, got it. Let's give him a good show." His Zanpakuto snapped free, transforming at once into Shikai. As the sickle looped around him, a murderous flotilla of icicles roared across the way at Khan. Hitsugaya never saw what happened next. All he made out was the black-clad foot as it smashed into his nose. He lay on the floor, blood streaming from his nostrils and teary-eyed from the pain. How in the hell? Of a sudden Khan appeared in his field of vision and bent over. "Ready to call it a day?" he asked. "You get as many tries as you need." Rage and humiliation made his heart pound. But only ice surged through the captain's veins. "No," he said, and his breath came out in a puff of mist. At the same time, frigid Ryutsu swept across the floor from where Hirin Meru touched it. Though Khan leapt back, in mere moments the entire arena was converted into a skating rink, its surface covered by a smooth layer of ice. Khan landed several yards away and glanced down. His balance remained as sure as ever. "Seriously?" he drawled. "I hope you are not expecting me to slip and break my neck." We mods were tested under all sorts of conditions. When he looked back up, it was to find Hitsugaya had vanished. Raising an eyebrow, Shiba looked a little higher, and sure enough there the captain was, floating 100 feet above him. Being in the mortal world had its advantages for spirits, after all. Unlike in Soul Society, he didn't need his Bankai to fly here. Which wasn't the case for Khan. A burst of yellow energy came roaring up at him, and Hitsugaya quickly dodged to one side. This was soon followed by a whole volley of blasts that forced the captain to perform evasive maneuvers. Despite the onslaught he did not entertain the possibility of returning to the ground. That was Khan's realm of expertise. He was just trying to negate the advantage going airborne allowed him. Avoiding the fusillade, Toshiro decided to go on the attack himself. Between one blast and the next he whipped his sword down. A winding dragon of ice emerged from the tip to go cascading at his attacker. The creature proved just as adept as its master at avoiding the incoming blasts as it streaked toward Kon. Rather than racing off, however, the speed demon crouched down and launched himself like a human missile. He soared straight at the dragon. As it opened its jaws to devour him, Kon flipped in midair and thrust both legs out. The energy blast that resulted was like an anti-aircraft round. It blew through the frozen sending with ease. At the same time, an icy blade came chopping down straight at his outstretched foot. There was no time to evade. Instead, to his disbelief, Hitsugaya felt his downward swing halt a scant inch from contact. He tried to follow through without success. What the? Right then Kon twisted in midair and brought his own foot down in a concussive arc. It connected with Hitsugaya's collarbone and sent him rocketing towards the floor. Being a spirit, his body made no impact, passing into the ground only to rebound back out a moment later. He clutched his throbbing shoulder, groggy at the experience of being ping-ponged around like that. It only took him a second to realize why. The never-ending road prevented him from going past a certain physical limit. Which in no way explained what the devil happened back there with his arm. I guess it's only fair to tell you. Instinctive sense of danger saw him leap aside, moments before the ground at his feet exploded in a yellow blast. He caught himself midair to spy Kon back on solid footing once more. His heel was striking the ground so fast it became a blur. Some kind of explosive transmission technique. The mod soul was clearly establishing his claim on earthbound fighting. He cocked a meaningful look at Toshiro. Those new Shinigami battle suits you're all sporting nowadays? My dad designed them. They work great, but, according to the boys at the labs, Pop included a little-known feature for personal protection. Within a certain distance, if anybody wearing one tries to attack him, the suit freezes up. And well, I've still got a bit of my old man in me, so. He shrugged idly. You've got more than 1 millimeter on you, kid. Thanks for the warning, Hitsugaya growled. He glanced down at the personalized body armor beneath his captain's Haori. If I take it completely off I'll be naked. But this is too much of a handicap. I can't rely on long-range attacks, he's too damn quick. I forgot Kon regularly races Noboru Shihoin, and much as I hate to admit it, that brat is faster than me. Was there anything else Noboru told me that might help against him? For the time being no more attacks came his way. Apparently Kon was giving him a chance to think about his next move. Pretty sporting of him. It also served to confirm his suspicion that the mod wasn't actually gunning for his head. Perhaps you should try using it, then. Right. Toshiro hoisted up his sickle chain to grasp the blade, concentrating intently. White energy began to coruscate along its edge. Taking a deep breath, he brought it to his left shoulder, just below where his sleeveless Haori ended, and drew it in a half-circle from armpit back as far as he could reach, wincing as the razor-sharp edge came near his skin. But this was his own weapon, his partner, it would not harm him. Instead the enchanted fabric parted cleanly enough, suffused as it was with his own Ryotsu. Anything else would have had a hard time getting through. With Hirin Maru's handle between his teeth, Hitsugaya switched hands and repeated this on the other sleeve. Then he slipped off the attached glove, took a good hold and gave a quick hard yank. He heard the armor rip somewhat, and after a few more jerks, the whole sleeve slid off his arm. The next one required about as much effort, until at last he stood breathing hard with both limbs bare. Swinging his arms to get a feel for this, he retrieved his blade and stood ready once more. Time in. Kon appeared beside him and drove one foot into Hitsugaya's side. In response his blade licked out once more, and this time Kon had to duck or risk being decapitated, rendering him unable to put as much power into the blow as before. He sped away as Toshiro staggered in an effort to regain his balance. They watched one another for a time. The captain was breathing heavily. He could feel the burden of fighting more acutely than normal in this reduced state. A part of him wanted to try breaking the seal, but doing so might cripple him. You have disdained the use of Bankai in this fight as well. There's 6 other people after him. What would it say if I had to turn to my ultimate move on the first one? So this is not a case of pride. These people are trying to kill me. I need a strategy that will let me survive, and win. Then think about how to defeat this opponent. Beneath his breath he muttered, Bakudo number 21, Red Smoke ESC. Another double heel cannon shot from Kon forced him to cut his incantation short. With that hit, Chugaya began weaving through the air to present a moving target. While dodging more rapid-fire shots from Kon, he concentrated on his spell casting. Bakudo number 61, RI. This time the ochre beam that flashed from Kon's kick was like a long blade that grew as it twirled round and around itself. Cursing in frustration, Chugaya abandoned the chant and met the attack with his soul cutter directly. He managed to split the beam, but immediately after came a second followed by a third. These two he chopped in half, then grasped the chain and swung it down, sending a hail of icicles to impale Kon. The mod had already sped away from that point, however, and now hopped lightly from one foot to another like a boxer, never taking his eyes off his opponent. If he could only damage that suit, Kon would lose the majority of his fire power. I was hoping that first one was bad luck, but now I think he can hear me chanting no matter how softly I speak. His senses are enhanced beyond simple leg strength. Mayuri is a thorough monster. So where does that leave me? I don't want to wind up killing him. Doubtless he feels the same way. Yeah. We're both in the same leaky boat. True to his claim, the frozen floor wasn't causing Kon any trouble. He moved over it as though on skates. Come on, kid. Kon called while lazily sliding along. You're supposed to be some kind of prodigy, right? You're not putting much oomph into this fight. What's your game, Kon? Toshiro called as he hovered above the battlefield. Just how long have you been betraying your family to Ichimaru? If he had expected to draw blood with that barb, he was disappointed. Kon regarded him with the same apathetic expression as before while performing a figure 8. A babe with huge knockers asked me to. Sound familiar? Another ice dragon soared down to collide with the temple floor, leaving a great pillar of icicles rising into the air. Unharmed, Konpaku Shiba slid to a halt further off and observed the ice sculpture critically. Geez, you really don't take well to criticism, do you? He cocked a curious eyebrow up at Chugaya. So you going to break out that Bankai anytime soon? My nose is starting to run. If you're getting chilly, you could always surrender, the captain countered. It doesn't work that way, kid. You have to beat us all. His mouth twisted bitterly. Some of us you might even have to kill. This first real display of emotion on his part touched something in Toshiro. Not if I don't have to, Kon. I don't want to kill anyone. Did we just have a moment? Kon shook his head and chuckled dispiritedly. Well, if you do ice me, don't tell anyone. Especially Karen. She's had enough disappointments lately. And just like that, a plan formed. Have it your way. So saying, he flipped higher in Meru to point straight down, grasped the hilt in both hands, and dropped to the ground like a stone, driving it point first into the icy floor with a wild cry. Immediately a blast of Arctic air swept out, and mounds of ice began to sprout around him, swiftly building into what would soon become mountains. Kon took note of this. His speed was best put to use in an open environment, these relatively obstructed confines hindered movement. But it opened up another avenue of attack. Wrong move, kid. His feet began to drum the earth once more, mixing Shiba sorcery to infuse the ground with dormant power. Moments later, his landmine technique caused explosions to erupt all over the hall. The still-forming sculptures crumbled like calving icebergs. Before Toshiro could retract his weapon, another went off right at his feet, sending the captain flying back. There shouldn't be enough power in the attack to hurt him much. Sure enough, Chugaya came up with only mild cuts and scrapes. But more importantly, his hands were empty. Both of their eyes focused at the same instant on Hirin Meru lying several yards away on a mound of shattered ice. Damn! Toshiro swore, and dove for his weapon. But Kon was too quick. He cleared the space between them in a godly sprint, lashing out with one foot in a blast of crackling energy that sent the soul cutter skittering well out of reach. No way was he about to touch that thing directly, for all he knew, it might freeze him solid in an instant. An energy blast did the trick, though. Toshiro drew to a halt, unarmed and breathless. Uttering an angry shout, he flew at Kon with small fist cocked back to punch him. Seriously, kid? Get real. With that he spun on one heel and sent his other foot lashing out. Unable to check his momentum, Toshiro ran right into it. He managed to get a hand up to try and block, for all the good that did him. The strength of that enhanced limb proved more than he could bear, overpowering his amateurish defense to deliver a solid crack in the jaw. Toshiro went spinning away and landed in a heap. Stars danced in his eyes from the pain. Kon collapsed. For several seconds the captain lay on his side until he felt certain he wasn't about to pass out or lose his lunch again. Then he sat up, testing his jaw to make sure it wasn't broken and no teeth had come loose. Let it never be said Mayuri Kuratsuka didn't know his business. Anyone less than a Shinigami lieutenant would have been decapitated by that blow. And Kon had probably been holding back to boot. Satisfied that he was in no immediate danger, he rose and retrieved his sword before returning to check on his fallen foe. As he did there came a rustle of movement, and Matsumoto stood beside him once more. She studied the prone Kon, who lay unmoving, before rounding on the tiny victor. Dare I ask? Hitsugaya then lobbed something to her, which she caught handily. Mystified, Rangiku inspected the strange object she held while he bent to search the floor. It proved to be a five-sided tile of some kind, with a mark carved into it that looked like a hollow mask emblazoned by an X. What? Shinigami substitute badge, he called over his shoulder. This earned him a suspicious frown. Since when do they make badges for that? They don't, he supplied while rooting around. We captains gave it to Kurosaki way back, primarily as a trap for his hollow. But it had more benign features. Like alerting him whenever hollows were nearby. And, Toshiro rose upright. Between thumb and forefinger he now held a small green pill. It also served to draw his soul from his body whenever he needed to become a Shinigami. His youngest sister gave it to me. Far luck. Matsumoto smiled as the truth dawned on her. I see. He rejoined her and bent by Kon's vacated shell to reinsert the pill. As he did those bright blue eyes blinked. The mod looked warily around, as though wondering what he was doing in this position. At last he appeared to notice the two Shinigami standing over him. A wry grin caused his face to soften. Heard the whole thing, he sighed, and sat up to a cross-legged position. Nice thinking, kid. Consider me thoroughly vanquished. And me sufficiently chastened. Hitsugaya held out a hand to help him up, which he accepted. They regarded each other with rueful smiles. Oh, now that is just adorable. Rangiku exclaimed. She clapped her hands, and on cue, the world around them changed. Now the hall had returned to its original layout, with them standing near the entrance at the edge of the forest of pillars. Congrats, Toshiro-kun. His satisfaction at emerging triumphant was soured when Jin came sauntering up to them, clapping with distinct insincerity. His smile had never seemed more suited to mockery. But he was the weakest of the human four. The fox demon pronounced merrily. If ya want my advice, I wouldn't get too cocky. The rest of 'em ain't nowhere near as sweet as ol' Kon here. Then bring them out, Hitsugaya responded coolly. Let's keep this farce running. Nah. Jin guffawed. Where'd be the fun in that? Ain't ya ever watched an anime? You don't speed through the whole thing in one go. Gotta take your time, one episode a week, draw it out so's you can enjoy the good ones and really build up an appetite for what comes next. He loomed over Toshiro, untrustworthy and unhealthy. Take some time off. Visit friends. We'll let ya know when we're ready for the next round. So saying, he turned, and threw a wave over his shoulder. Bye-bye, now. Matsumoto placed a hand on the small Shinigami's shoulder and indicated it was time for them to leave. As she reached up to withdraw the scarf from around her neck, Jin suddenly called out, Simir, Kon. The trio froze. Both Shinigami looked at the mod soul, who blinked and swallowed. He glanced at Matsumoto, who gave a nod of reassurance, as though to say she would be right behind him. Kon shifted from one foot to another uneasily, sketched a last hasty salute at Hitsugaya, then Shem bled without enthusiasm in his master's wake. As the teleportation charm encircled them both, Hachugaya watched the retreating Sheba's back. While he knew it to be unlikely, he couldn't rid himself of the fear that this might be the last time they would ever see each other. This place felt like a trap more than ever, but maybe he wasn't the only one caught inside. In his heart, he resolved to destroy whatever hold Ichimaru had over all these people. At the very least it would make his time spent here worthwhile. On a cloudless day in Seoul society, the heads of all 5 noble houses attended a wedding. Rukia Kukaki sat in the front row at the right hand of her brother Byakuya, head of clan Kukaki. To his left was Yuryuki Shihoin, his wife, and matriarch to her own clan. She was joined by their son Noboru Shihoin, the heir apparent. And next to him was Lady Isane of the Katetsu with her husband Yukatake and younger sister Kian. Before the assembled guests in the great hall of the Arashi there stood Katsura, lord of that house, wearing the black and white robes and head-dress befitting a groom. Facing him was the ruler of the Shiba clan Kyokaku, dressed in a sumptuous uchi-cake bridal kimono of purest white dyed in accents of pale green. Not 10 years ago, had an Arashi met a Shiba in the street, it would have led to bloodshed. Now they were to be wed. And the world was better as a result. The priest continued with his purification rituals. It would be some time yet before they could be called man and wife. A measure of heartache stole over Rukia at the thought of how she had denied Ichigo this particular joy. As a noblewoman, she dismissed these thoughts for another time. It had been 500 years since all the clan heads were gathered for such a ceremony, there was no point in growing melancholy. Today was a joyous day. A small sniffle caused her to reach over and pat the hand of the man seated on her right. Swallowing down manly tears, her one-time employee Ganju Shiba gave a firm squeeze back without looking away from the proceedings or shedding a tear, though his eyes were full. This man, whose brother she had been forced to kill, accepted her gesture of support without reservation. There was nothing but pride to be found in his face. Meanwhile the twin guardsmen in imperial Chinese garb behind him wept unabashedly for their mistress' sake though they made no sound. From this position, Rukia could not see Ganju's adopted brother Khan without turning her head. She tried not to think of how he had been careful not to sit next to her. Instead that honor went to his elder sibling. It was the proper thing to do. There too, though, she understood how much this must be hurting him. Happy thoughts, princess. I know. Thanks. Rukia inspected the soon-to-be newlyweds. Had things not turned out as they did, it would have been her standing across from Katsura, 8 months pregnant with another man's child while he used the marriage to turn her clan into a slave to his own. She had been furious with him upon learning the truth. But thanks to Khan, neither of those things took place. Instead she was released from their arranged marriage, while Katsura was freed from centuries of guilt and rage. He abandoned his long-held grudge against the other noble houses. In turn, Kyokaku forgave him for the devastation his vendetta wrought upon her own people. From there, the two of them gradually grew into a pairing that beggared the imagination. Katsura remained outwardly reserved as his bride licked the back of her hand and dipped it in a proffered dish of salt. She held it out for him, stone-faced. Obediently he bent to perform his duty, tasting the grains on her skin. Kyokaku withdrew her arm somewhat quickly, and when he came up, there was a smile on his face. This caused her eyes to narrow, and Rukia thought for sure there was going to be a blow-up of some kind. Instead, her former fiancé performed the same ritual, anointing his hand with salt which he held up for Kyokaku's benefit. Rukia saw the bride's mouth twitch slightly in what might have been a suppressed smile. Then the Lady of Shiba licked the ceremonial salt free without even a moment's hesitation. A ceremonial cup of sake was offered which they both drank from. She took him by the hand, the priest's magic causing a red silk band to form from their spirits, symbolizing the unification of man and woman. Shiba Kyokaku, Arashi Katsura, the official intoned. Having accepted these gifts and made your wishes clear, I do hereby declare thee wed. Step forth into your new lives. It was exciting watching what happened next. Kyokaku moved forward, her single arm coming up to wrap around her husband's neck. In response Katsura cupped her cheek tenderly with his own remaining hand, fingers sliding over her throat, into her hair. They gazed at one another for a while in silence, and Rukia found her cheeks going red at the sight of them. For that moment they were lost in each other, completely oblivious to everyone around them. It felt like she was intruding on something unbelievably private, and she touched the silk-wrapped pearl and jade necklace around her neck for reassurance that she did indeed belong here. Between one pounding heartbeat and the next, Katsura and Kyokaku gently kissed one another, closing their eyes as they did. "I'm speechless." Likewise. At last the two of them broke apart and turned as one to face their guests. "There's grub back at my place," Kyokaku informed them in a soft voice so unlike her usual assertive bark. Her face was red beneath flowing green silk head-dress. "You're all welcome. We'll be with you." She cast a brief glance at her husband. "Shortly." "Wait, are they going to?" "I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not how these things usually proceed. Who can tell them no? Not even the King of Heaven at this point. Don't bring him into this." It was time to leave. The lords and ladies stood, followed by their heirs. On her way out, Rukia was somewhat surprised to see Renji of all people seated in the very back. The cocky captain gave her a wink as she passed, flipping down his shades. She'd sensed his presence earlier, of course, but the question of why someone not related in any way to the proceedings might show up baffled her. Perhaps he was only in it for the free food? Pissed. Bie-san. Her nephew Noboru had slipped over and now took up step beside her with a triumphant grin. She kept her hands clasped before her demurely, but gave him a fond smile. "What did you think?" "Well, I wasn't hiding up in a tree with my stomach in knots this time," he drawled. Apparently any attempts by the Shihoin to instill some sense of propriety in their young master had not taken root. Dressed like a prince with baggy red pants and flowing yellow sleeves, the young Shinigami radiated a saucy aura that made him seem like a stowaway in stolen clothes. As they spoke, Kian Kotetsu came racing up dragging a confused Ganju Shiba behind her. "Hey, there, fellow heirs. What are you talking about?" the gossip queen of Siriti asked. Ganju appeared uncomfortable, smoothing his well-combed hair for perhaps the 100th time. He seemed out of place, although that might be owing to him towering over the other prince and princesses. It was a small and largely short club she belonged to. "Well," Noboru responded quickly, "I was just saying how there's 2 of the clan heirs are guys, and 2 are girls. The math would be perfect if we got married. And that way, all the clan bozos would leave us alone." Ganju's eyes popped from his head as he gave Rukia a startled look. "I hardly think the matter would be settled so easily," Rukia informed her nephew dryly. "Yeah, hate to burst your bubble, Prince of Thieves," Kian retorted sharply, "but marriage among the clans isn't all about rank. There's tons of ancillary aspects to weddings beyond simple courtship. I could tell you stories about the stuff going on behind the scenes. For instance. And your count's off anyway." Ganju drew himself up and cast a foreboding look at his counterpart in the Shihoin. "You're forgetting the Arashi have a chosen heir as well." "Really?" Noboru quirked an eyebrow. "Who?" "I don't remember." "Aizen." Rukia had spoken so softly her voice hardly carried beyond a few feet. Still, that single word caused a shiver to go through everyone who heard it. Despite everything that brought them here today, even with the reconciliation now formally adopted between both clans, Lord Arashi had not rescinded his previous declaration conferring his nephew as legal heir to the clan. No one, not even Kian and her sister, who was closest to the Lord of Tigers, knew if he and Kyokaku had discussed the matter at all prior to their nuptials. But even if he could not be present at the affair, the shadow of Aizen Sosuke still managed to cast a pall over them. At Noboru's insistence, the 4 of them shared a transport to the Shiba grounds. Flying barges plied the skies, borne aloft by ancient magics only the most lofty of noble houses could lay claim to. It was a wondrous treat to see their world from such a height. Rukia regretted not being able to show the children this. Formalities had to be observed, she and Ichigo were not wed, so their children were not currently recognized among the nobility. And both Kyojaku and Hirako were both still so young, best not confuse them with trips to the afterlife. The party held at Shiba Manor proved to be a far cry from the archaic, rule-bound ceremony they just took part in. A few captains were in attendance. Nilil Tuadolshvank was flanked by a dozen masked guards of the Arashi's Misho army. Apparently they were meant to forestall any theatrics of the sort that had caused such a stir at her brother and Yoryuki's wedding. As head of the Feng clan, Captain So iPhone was also in attendance, though she appeared no less dangerous and unapproachable in ceremonial attire than when bedecked in her stealth forces uniform. All the same, potential suitors flocked around her, though she did not appear interested in their advances. Perhaps strangest of all, Kiraku Shunsui was in attendance, standing atop a dais off in one corner. He must already be drunk, because he was sweating profusely and appeared ill as he read from some sort of prepared document. She couldn't hear him over the distance and the hubbub. A poetry recital, maybe? He did have a reputation for composing the stuff at weddings. She was mildly taken aback to note Mayuri Kuratsuki and his daughter Nimue in attendance. Rukia knew the med doctor had been funded by the Arashi prior to his internment in the maggot's nest, but she never expected him to take time from his busy research schedule to attend a noble's wedding. He saluted her with his wine glass from afar, lips stretched wide over gold-capped teeth, and she inclined her head respectfully in turn. No one appeared to be approaching him, and he busied himself with food while lecturing his impassive daughter. Lady Kukaki. She turned and smiled warmly as her former captain Isane Katetsu came drifting up. Captain Katetsu. The first seat of Heron Company was attired much like Rukia in beautifully detailed robes in the turquoise and silver colors of her family. Despite Byakuya's interdiction regarding her status as a Shinigami, Isane still considered her a part of their squad, for which she remained grateful. This, too, would blow over eventually. "I'm glad you could make the time to attend," the tall healer said as she adjusted her brand new attire uncomfortably. A person of Isane's dimensions could only wear custom-made clothing, and even then, it seemed, there was a period of adjustment. Raising a family must be quite absorbing. "Are your children doing well?" "They are," Rukia informed her. "Kyojaku is attending primary school, while Ichigo has insisted that both he and our daughter Hirako learn martial arts. A friend of the family volunteered to teach her despite only being 4 years old. I admire your devotion to them. Hopefully we can resolve this conflict before either of them has to put such training to use." Truly. Here Rukia hesitated as that previous source of consternation came back to her. Regarding Lord Arashi, he hasn't changed his mind. Troubled, Isane shook her head. She knew what Rukia meant. He is immovable on the topic. Then perhaps his new bride can talk some sense into him. "How's it going, ladies?" Captain Renji Abarai forced his way through the crowd and moved to stand near them, taking no notice of their rank or the wide space the other partygoers had afforded the two noble women. He radiated good cheer that seemed out of place in their somber conversation. But in truth, if there was no good news on that subject, perhaps they should turn to happier topics. "You're certainly enjoying yourself, Renji," she chided him in a humorous manner. "I wasn't aware you were well acquainted with either the Arashi or the Shiba, Captain Abarai." Isane afforded him a curious smile that saw her childhood friend stand up a little straighter, as though for the sake of appearances. "Were you invited in an official capacity, for security, perhaps?" The big man snorted. "Got me. Out of the blue I receive an invitation, saying that my presence is requested at the wedding and I simply must attend. Figured it would be a nice chance to kick back and relax." "And did you enjoy the proceedings?" his fellow captain inquired politely. "Well, actually." And here Renji's cheeks colored, eyes drifting about in sheepish fashion. "I kinda drifted off halfway through that old guy's performance, can't really remember much about what happened until the whole thing was over." He rounded on Rukia suddenly. "You look great, by the way." Then, as though realizing how this might be taken, he quickly added to his fellow first seat, "You too, Taika. Real classy, regal even." Hana-chan would have been proud. Rukia lifted an eyebrow in confusion at this while Isane mumbled something while clutching the hem of her robes in obvious embarrassment. To her amusement Renji just kept digging himself even deeper as he tried to make further amends. Isane's husband Yukitake Jushiro drew over, delight at seeing them all sparkling in his deep brown eyes. Rukia gratefully expressed her best wishes to her longtime superior, and he adeptly turned the conversation to matters of squad performance, permitting his wife to recover herself socially and the younger man to maintain his dignity. She drifted off in search of some food before returning to the press. I wonder how long it will take them to have children. A scratchy voice mused beside her. I couldn't say, Your Excellency, Rukia replied without looking over at Mayuri Kurotsuke, who had appeared beside her at the buffet table. Kyokaku had certainly put out an awesome spread, judging by the number of delicacies on display here. The Kotetsu are nowhere near as prolific when it comes to breeding as the other noble families, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, Ajao-sama. He leaned in to confide in her, reminding Rukia of a gossipy housewife for some reason. For all their advanced lifespans, they have a peculiar trait of only fostering one child per partner. Had Lady Isane's father not been so long-lived, she might never have been born. He outlasted 3 of his paramours, after all. That is how the story was told, she replied with genteel caution, wary of saying too much as she piled white and dark chocolate-covered strawberries on her plate. So many noble byblows from the other clans scattered throughout Siriti, he drawled, making no effort to leave her alone. Perhaps she was the only person in the whole company willing to speak to him. Could even Mayuri get lonely and be in need of an ear to pull on in polite company? One wonders how tangled the hereditary trees are by this point. No telling who might be related, after all. Yes, she agreed for lack of anything else to say. How did you become pregnant, Ajao-sama? She nearly dropped the plate. Several other well-wishers shivered as a blast of freezing riots swept over them. Nearby, Rukia turned to confront the fiendishly gleeful scientist directly. I beg your pardon. It's a topic of great interest for me, you see, he explained as though they were discussing nothing more innocuous than hobbies, like bug catching or stamp collecting. There shouldn't have been any way for a Shinigami and a human to have children, your Jigai notwithstanding. Granted, I'm aware that Master Kurosaki and his siblings are the result of the very same thing, but that was taking Kisuke into account. And I have his assurances, confirmed by my own findings, that he made no such modifications to your Jigai that would otherwise explain it. Once is a miracle. Twice smacks of something else. His smoky golden eyes appeared to devour her, eager for information to sate his gluttonous brain. Can you offer an alternative opinion? Rukia said nothing. She just stared at him. For a while the madman continued chewing on his repast as though nothing was wrong. Then he said, Pray forgive my rudeness. Her eyes narrowed at what might be sarcasm. But right at that moment Mayuri gave a start and began to cough, as though he were choking on something. In a flash Nemia was at his side pounding on his back. He doubled over with tears in his eyes, and Rukia chose this moment to slip quietly away. She heard him snarl an angry response when his daughter questioned if he was all right. I think he actually choked on his own pride. You were about to do the honors yourself. That man, he simply cannot take a hint when he's fixated on something. Maybe you can drive the point home in the future. Aim for the head. I'll be sure to do that. She disassociated herself from the festivities for a while. The newlyweds still hadn't made an appearance, and might not for some time. Rukia sought to revive her previous assertion of this being a happy affair, but that last debacle had soured her mood somewhat. They were looking to the future. But some people just won't let go of the past. In some cases I can't really blame them. Revenge, watching the people you blame for your sorrow walking around seemingly without a care. These festivities boasted a staggering assortment of powerful people, fair glittering with wealth and privilege. She herself was one of them. But for the longest time in her life Rukia had lived at the mercy of the elements, running and hiding from those who meant her ill, forced to watch as people she cared for suffered with no means of aid. The ones who hurt her back then were probably still out there, living their lives. Perhaps they had come to terms with themselves. She liked to think that Seoul society today was far less suited for the downtrodden misery that had prevailed during her century in the Rukanga. The Shinigami had established halos in multiple dimensions designed to protect and benefit their charges. Abuse, victimization, cruelty, had such things truly been abolished? When was the last time she actually visited the new heavenly planes? Her life as a mother in the human world had taken up so much of her thoughts over the past few years. Have I willingly and blindly ignored my duties as a Shinigami? Hunting the occasional hollow and performing Kenso for any lost spirit I find is all well and good. But Seoul society, my home, is it any better as a result of all our works? Or could just one slight slip cause all we have built to come tumbling down, wrecking our self-satisfied image of tranquility? How did I become pregnant? The thought unnerved her. Rukia accepted a drink from a passing waiter and sipped contemplatively. The truth was she didn't know. Following Hiriko's birth, she and Ichigo agreed to be more careful about having children. That still didn't explain how it happened in the first place. Producing heirs was a huge focus of the nobility. Most of them tried to have as many as possible, just like Mayuri said. In that respect, she should have been thrilled. It just shouldn't have been possible. And that served to remind her that there were forces at work in the world she had no idea about. For some reason a strange sense of déjà vu settled over Rukia right then. It felt like she had been here before, or somewhere similar. A party, loud and unrestrained. Alcohol flowing freely, and there was Kian, just as she was now. And Renji, him too, and Ba-san, come quick. I think the old captain guy is about to puke or pass out if he reads any more of Papa's treatise. She roused herself from that daydream to find Noboru excitedly tugging her arm. Drawing on a queenly aplomb, she let her lead him over to where poor Kiraku Shunsui was heroically attempting to remain upright under what looked to be a crushing weight. So are we all, she thought, and moved to help him. Lying in the embrace of the woman he loved, Katsura Arashi found himself dreaming. I saw the ceremony, uncle. It was a beautiful affair. He stood in the middle of the ocean on a rocky promontory barely jutting out of it. Mermaids, naiads and mythical creatures of the deep leapt from those churning depths to frolic briefly in the bright sunshine, laughing and singing as they dove back and forth. It was beautiful. He turned to the handsome young man who had joined him. I'm glad you thought so. Thank you for inviting Renji, Aizen continued. He chuckled at a mermaid princess who blew him a kiss while riding a dolphin. Retsu saw everything through him, and thus I could as well. You've chosen a fine wife. His eyes drifted to the sky, no matter that she is a Shiba. Waves crashed against the outcropping to douse them with spray. Neither felt it or grew wet as a result. A rainbow flashed briefly, and was gone. My wife and her family are no more responsible for Manami's death than you are for the crimes your father committed, Katsura responded evenly. It distressed him to hear his nephew still clinging so fervently to those old vendettas. Crimes. Sosuke waved a dismissive hand. Sunlight gleamed from water droplets on his skin. Do you put truck in those old stories, uncle? I was alive then, Sosuke. I saw what took place during the Manor Wars. Much as I hated him, Jinrei Kukaki was not wrong to level the charges he did at Kaito. He presented evidence. It all rang true. Your mother's death was only one more consequence of the insanity your father took part in. All at the request of his king. Seabirds wheeled overhead calling out harshly. When Katsura looked at him, the rebel Shinigami returned a cold stare. Remember where I am now, uncle. I have had years to dig up the truth of the matter, from the lips of those who engineered it. He took a deep breath and turned away, walking a short distance to the edge of their miniature island. Yes, my father instigated the Manor Wars. I'll not deny it. But all of that took place at the request of his divine emperor, by his own confession. This came as no surprise. Still, Katsura felt dread coursing through him at the revelation. So it was as Jinrei suspected. The king feared the growing power of the other clans, Aizen continued. They were facing different directions now, while the playful inhabitants of the deep leapt about them with no less cheer. He suspected they might rise against him. The Manor Wars were his attempt to affirm Takiyaku dominance. And father performed his duties exceptionally. It took decades for them to untangle his schemes. He shook his head ruefully. One could almost admire it. He ruined your life, Katsura stated while gazing over the ocean. He caused your mother's death along with all your siblings, including the one she carried within her. The king would have crushed him had he not. He threatened all father held dear. There was no other way. There is always another way, Sosuke. The Arashi lord turned and looked at his nephew. The man's back was straight, arms crossed over his chest. He seemed so proud. Like a noble should be. But for all the wrong reasons. It is only those who are unwilling to accept loss who convince themselves otherwise. Would you have had him ruin his whole family for the sake of others? Rather I wish he had saved them, Katsura replied forcefully. Even if it meant turning against his king, and seeing all his fortunes fade. Had he joined with myself and the others, we could have resisted any show of force. Not Yamamoto. Sosuke turned back to him, and his face was a cold mask. Not all the other captains. At a word from the divine lips, they would have burned my father's house to the ground with everyone inside and put his family to the sword. Which is exactly what they did. I fail to see how resisting that unjust command would have resulted any better, uncle. Yamamoto is dead. He crossed the Black Rock to join him. Power without measure is at your beck and call, enough to level all the Siriti should you so choose. You need fear no one now. What is your excuse for behaving exactly as Kaito did, ignoring all other paths than the one that has been laid out for you? I have the right to revenge, Aizen responded. A line of anger was growing in his flawless brow. No society on earth or beyond outright approves of vengeance, but I do. My reign will not permit the guilty to flaunt their behavior without reproach. I bared my throat to the Lady of Shiba. Katsura reached out to grip his arm, squeezing the solid form that was the only real thing around them. Had she taken her vengeance and bestowed the punishment I so deeply deserved, you would never have met me. Do you wish she had? Aizen did not hesitate to answer. No. Kyokaka redeemed her family honor. As I mean to do for mine. You cannot have it both ways, Sosuke. He argued hotly. You cannot exalt vengeance except when it does not suit you. My life is solid proof. I was forgiven, by a woman who saw me for all my worth. And now she has made me happier than I ever thought possible. His hold on the stubbornly glaring Shinigami tightened. Find another way, Sosuke. There is none. Not for me. His head tilted to one side thoughtfully. Shall we wager on it? For the first time his nephew looked uncertain. He was never quite as sure of himself as when he spoke to his uncle. That much Katsura had noticed. And now he sought to take advantage of it. How so? You continue to visit me in dreams. Can I assume the same is true for the Kurosaka child? Sosuke nodded without speaking. He still did not seem clear about where this was leading. His mother tells me he delights in storytelling. According to your own words, he seems a fine boy, with a good heart and mind. My challenge is this: if you cannot conceive of any other way for your future to proceed, then ask him. Bid the child of Kukaki and Kurosaka to craft a story by which you might return to us in a way that does not demand conflict and retribution. An incredulous look passed over that aristocratic face. You expect me to put my fate in the hands of a child? Then wait, Katsura said firmly. Watch over the boy as you have his whole life. When he is grown, and no longer a babe, put the question to him. See what one who knows your story, whom you have given no cause to despise you, has to say about how it must proceed. And what should be done to save us all. He stepped away. And if you judge it to not be impossible, then I charge you to accept that path. I see. That fair face turned to gaze across the boundless ocean of dreams. So then tell me this, uncle, should I judge his effort to be inferior, what would it cost you in this wager you propose? Your freedom. Here Sosuke settled a thoughtful look on him. I am able to commune with you because of the blood ties we share. As for the boy, Retsu worked her magic upon him while he was under her care. There are a few others I can reach. But owing to the spell that remains upon them, they can have no memory of our counsel upon awakening. I have spoken to Mayuri Kurotsuki, Katsura declared confidently. He alone in all of Soul Society has a chance of replicating what Kisukuraha accomplished in creating a Hogyaku. According to him, he has never made the attempt because it holds no interest. But if you agree to this, then I will call upon him to do so. Give me all the information you have on the Hogyaku already in your possession, and I shall relay it to Kurotsuki. He owes me a debt. At his trial, the Arashi spoke in his favor. It was for this reason that he was not subjected to torture while under imprisonment and given some manner of privacy. We have remained on reasonably good terms since. You have already provided us the means to construct a king's key. Should I lose this wager, I will have Mayuri fashion a Hogyaku, and use them to effect your release. The skin around Sosuke's eyes had tightened, whether with hunger or something else. They will kill you, he spoke softly. And your new bride. They will kill your whole family if they find out. I am willing to risk much to save you, Sosuke. He held out his hand, face grim with purpose and resolve. I am betting my future, for the sake of yours. The air around them grew still. All sound ceased. The waves froze, playful sea fantasy coming to a sudden halt. Behind Sosuke, there suddenly loomed a dire figure. Wrapped in swaths of royal purple silk with other colorful hues and fabrics peeking through, this phantom glared at Katsura with one eye peeking through its bandages, suspicious wrath burning into him. For a moment he thought Sosuke might reject his proposal, or plead off, asking for time to think. But he was Manami's son, her devotion and his father's fierce resolve dwelt within him. Those smooth features cleared. With utmost certainty the Dream Lord moved to take his uncle's hand in a secure grip. I accept. Their souls touched, and both felt it. Katsura awoke with the bargain he had struck firmly in mind. He made no effort to magically preserve the dream. There must be no evidence of this that another might stumble upon. Content for the time being, he felt a hand slide over his bare chest to being toying with his braid. Gripping her fingers, he kissed Kyokaku's skin, and she sighed happily. Then his new wife bolted upright. Shit! She exclaimed. Did I fall asleep? We both did. For under half an hour, by my estimate. God damn it to hell! She swore, and leapt upright to begin frantically trying to pull her wedding dress back on. We need to get to the banquet, they're all waiting for us. Kyokaku looked around the darkened room. Where the hell are we, anyway? Katsura stood up wearing only his shirt. I believe you pulled me into a broom closet, my passionate wife. Oh, wipe that stupid smirk off your face, she retorted with face practically glowing red in the dark. She scooped his pants off the floor and thrust them at him. Just help me get dressed. We can help each other. 2 arms are better than 1, after all. And he chuckled. When she punched the top of his head, it only made him laugh. Matsumoto smiled gamely. Your second challenge awaits. Aren't you excited? I can't wait, Toshiro grumbled as he followed her down the tunnels. Even without the space-altering magic, this place was a maze. Try as he might, he could not determine the layout. That certainly jived with Jin's twisted personality. To say nothing of the fact that they hadn't contacted him in 2 months. How long were they planning to drag this thing out? This time it's a 2-for-1 deal. You'll be dealing with 2 of the 7 lucky gods. He threw her a sharp look. I thought you said they were the 7 deadly sins. Oh, right. Rangiku coughed officiously as she led the way. Ahem. Today you will do battle with the sins of wrath and sloth, codename, Samson and Delilah. You'll need your wits about you for this one, Teiku. It's not just brawn this time. She flicked her thick honey gold hair. You'll also have to deal with brains. Beauty and the Beast. You're really going overboard with these nods to fairy tales, you know, he informed her in diplomatic fashion. Don't get cute with me, young man. Ah. Here we are. They arrived at the same temple hall as before. Once again, the space was warped by Kido the moment they entered the room, projecting far beyond them. Having given the matter some thought beforehand, Toshiro was not surprised to find himself confronted by the team of Sato Yasutara and his slender creepy girlfriend standing a ways off. The 2 of them had been together when he first came here, so he assumed they were some kind of match set. Now before you go at it, I just want to remind everyone, Matsumoto cautioned, holding up her hands as though she were a referee in a boxing match. Captain Hitsugaya has kindly agreed to have his powers restricted by a Lemaitre again. Despite this and his looks, he remains a terribly sturdy and fearsome little opponent. She ignored the growl that came from her simmering former boss. So I don't want either of you to hold back. Understand? Yes, ma'am, Sato grunted. He didn't miss the flash of distaste that crossed the former lieutenant's face at this form of address. The human girl just gave a short nod, black eyes focusing on Hitsugaya with an expression like she had spotted a cockroach in her kitchen. In one hand she held a sheathed sword. The captain quickly evaluated which of these people might be more dangerous. As Matsumoto said, looks were not a valid judge of threat. Well, then. Begin. Rangiku bowed and vanished. The captain regarded his opponents from a safe distance. He had brushed up on Sato Yasutara by chatting with Ichigo during their bouts. Despite appearances, the hulking human harbored a strong antipathy for hurting people. He was also reputed to be quite tough. After all, this lone fighter single-handedly halted the advance of a huge force of Hollows during the Autumn War, including several Minos Grande. Normally only officer-class Shinigami could be depended on to deal with those brutes. He also brought down 2 Espada-level opponents while in Hueco Mundo, though not without help. It was then he noticed Sato appeared to be clutching some kind of weapon. It was short and wide, an axe, perhaps? Some manner of tomahawk? It almost looked as though there were teeth along one edge. Like the jawbone of some large animal. As he studied them, both fighters reached behind their backs and produced masks which they slid on. Sato Yasutara was now a kappa, while his partner wore a no mask. This must be their battle outfits. Pretty silly. At the same time, the girl slipped her hand over his, clasping them securely together. Neither of them should be particularly fast, not like Kon. But Sato had a ranged attack that might prove tricky. The girl's fighting capabilities he had not been able to determine. Ichigo certainly never mentioned her as a threat. He seemed to recall she had been present during the assault on Ulquiorra's cult in the caves of Hueco Mundo, but her potential remained elusive. He considered this to be one of the easier challenges, probably even less than Kon had been. Of course, here too he must take care not to kill anyone. Well, whatever. Best to finish this off quickly and move on to more important things. With that he quickly uttered, Bakudo number 1, S.A.I. His voice trailed off, and Hitsuga Tashiro stood mystified. What was I doing? The captain peered about the deserted hall in perplexity. He remembered Matsumoto leaving him with the admonishment to start something. A fight, right? With one of her other minions. But there was nobody to be found. Or was there? Could there be someone in hiding, waiting to attack? Why don't I sense them, then? Best not to take chances. With that he reached up to draw higher in Meru, and there came a brief sensation of danger, right before something heavy crashed into the back of his skull. When Hitsuga came to, his head was resting in Rangiku's lap. He blinked up at her. Matsumoto? What happened? She gave him a soft, piteous smile. You lost. What? He sat up straight, wincing at the dull throb in the base of his skull. Everything swam before his eyes. When he tried to stand, she pulled him back down. No arguments, Teiko, the sad-eyed beauty informed him firmly. You've got quite a bump back there. She nestled his head securely between her thighs again and placed both hands against his temples. I blame myself for this. That girl is a killer. And I did tell him not to hold back. Good thing your noggin's so hard, handsome. Rangiku laughed, but there was a measure of self-reproach in her voice. As he lay there, puzzling over this turn of events, it started to come back to him. The two humans. Sato and the girl, Ryo. They were going to fight, only, nothing happened. That club he was holding, why did it look so familiar? For some reason just thinking about it makes me remember a really stupid-sounding voice, but that's all. I can't recall anything else. After a minute he shook his head, resolutely dismissing the thought. That's enough. This time when he rose upright she did not protest. He looked back at the healer and bowed his head in gratitude. Thanks, Matsumoto. But I'm ready to give it another try. Afraid not. The ice mage frowned. Excuse me. This isn't a video game, Teiko. She continued kneeling on the floor before him, but there was an uncharacteristically cross expression on her lovely face. You don't get to have unlimited tries. You lost, and that comes with consequences. Besides, those kids have lives of their own. That's partly the reason it took so long to put this together. They're already gone. And you won't be permitted to fight them again for another month. Matsumoto stood up, dusting off her baggy black trousers. She gazed down at him critically, and Hitsuga was shocked to hear her say, I expected better from you. Don't disappoint me like that again. Understand? He could only nod numbly. Come on, then. I'll take you home. After Toshiro was safely on his way, Ranjika returned to her quarters. There Jin awaited her, smiling triumphantly as she knew he would be. I hate to say it, but... Then don't, she growled in warning, plopping down on a mound of cushions with a dissatisfied exclamation. I told you so, he finished in tones of devilish amusement. The kid's not taking this seriously. He didn't even make it past the second set before racking up his first loss. And you actually thought he'd make it all the way to you before he took a knee. Jin gave a disparaging snort. Really don't want to hear you gloat right now. His lover covered her face with a pillow and screamed. She then flung it aside and glowered up at the ceiling. Unbelievable. That self-important little. The silver-haired death god slipped over to sit beside her. Not that I'm feeling guilty about winning, but... I hate to see you in a funk. So let me remind you that it could have been a lot worse. Her eyes closed, and she bit her lip. That much, at least, she could be happy for. Had Hachugaya been facing one of their remaining posse besides Chad and Kunieda, they would have killed him. Tezuma for sure, and Tatsuki, that kid was scary. Actually, the mafia brat had seriously suggested they take one of Toshiro's ears as a lesson to him when he woke up. Good thing she was keeping a close eye on these proceedings, because Matsumoto wasn't all that certain Chad would have been able to stand up to her. Honest to heaven, there were times she got the feeling he was completely terrified of his girlfriend. And with good cause, from what she had seen. The Kunieda mob had successfully destroyed several dozen of Anohanaretsu's Jigai over the past few years. Their young mistress was not to be discounted when talking about spirit and willingness to get the job done. When it came time to lead her family, they would certainly have no cause for complaint. You agreed, Ranjiku, Jin's soft voice interrupted her thoughts. He kissed her earlobe. The first time he loses, no more coddling. Once he gets past these two, you can't interfere, even if it looks like he might die. That came as a surprise. She rolled on her side to regard her partner directly. You think he'll be back? That one. Ichimaru scoffed. He's been itching for a rematch with me ever since our little duel ended in a draw. Now he's got a loss against two meatbags to avenge. His pride won't let him do anything less. Trust me, we've got him. I hope you're right. So saying, she laid her head tenderly against his chest, and he began to stroke her shining hair. Trust me, darling. If there's one thing I know, it's how to push people's buttons. And in that boy's case, the controller broke a while back. Oh, fine. Suddenly his paramour sprang up. Come on, let's go play that shinobi video game. I think I'm finally getting the hang of that whole break posture thing. He chuckled and slid to his feet. Of course you are, beautiful. Never doubted it for a second. Jin enjoyed her fussy rants all the way to the recreation room. Hirako thought she must be dreaming. When she sat up, it was to find herself in a flower garden of some kind. That was odd enough. But more than that was the strange-looking bird regarding her. Who are you? She asked. At the same time, this all felt very familiar. The odd creature tilted its white head, blinking deep green eyes. At last it said, I am Kukaki. Something her mother had mentioned came back to her, and the 4-year-old excitedly asked, Are you my soul cutter? The bird, a peacock, blinked and began to walk in a stately pace around her. That one of your age would know about such things, well, that comes as no surprise. He stopped and rounded on her. Do not confuse me with such common implements. I am the spirit of Kukaki. And as such, I am far more than any simple Zanpakuto. So saying, his tail suddenly exploded out to frame him in a lacy backdrop of startling feathers. Each one was white with a black tip, upon which something like a great red eye gazed down on her in a multitude. Despite being impressed by this display, the little girl was disappointed. She had been told that having a soul cutter meant you could see ghosts. Since she was the only one in her family who couldn't, Hirako hoped to one day get her hands on one and thus prove she could do it as well. But this didn't seem to be it. Are you sure you're not my soul cutter? His tail drooped down again. I am your spirit guide, little one, here to aid you in your journey through life. He then asked, are you disappointed? No, Hirako lied. Ah, how wonderful to be young, and tell falsehoods with such assurance. I dare say you might even convince yourself. Kukaki the peacock began to walk off. The girl quickly gave chase. She hopped along beside him, admiring his lustrous plumage and the upright crest atop his head like a black crown. It occurred to her this might be something better than a soul cutter. It was a dream friend. Like the rabbit her brother used to tell her about. That made this a treasure. Are you real? She asked. He flapped his wings and ruffled his feathers. As real as you are. This reminded her of something. Have we met before? Once. Was I dreaming then too? Yes. Okay. She skipped around him while Kukaki continued to stroll through the garden. What should they do now? Hirako hummed to herself as she thought about it. Her brother had lots of fun in dreams. Sometimes they were even together. She remembered him telling stories about it. Do you want to play? The peacock drew to a halt and regarded her steadily. Yes. What shall we play? It looked to her as if he smiled then. Whatever you desire, princess. Hirako laughed at this and spun around in delight. This would be so much fun. This time Hitsugaya was resolved not to be caught unawares. He came into the battlefield with sword already drawn, though still consenting to wear a limiter. Kappa and No Mask were already there, side by side. No chance of being hit from behind this time, a sleeping Kido of Inkosen protected his blind spot. He had left nothing to chance. Begin. Matsumoto called. His Shikai was deployed before she even made it out of the arena, and Hitsugaya unleashed a huge wave of ice straight ahead of him. He wasn't sure why he did that, there was nobody there. But he distinctly recalled feeling the same way last time right before losing. Now he launched himself into the air and peered down. To his surprise, it looked as though his attack had been partially blocked. The ripples of jagged ice diverged at a certain point and split off to both sides. Was that a person crouched there? Yes, Sato Yasutura. And he was. Blue fire roared up at him, and Hitsugaya dropped down with a curse. A hole opened in his wall of ice at one blow from the giant. As he clambered through the gap with sweeps of his club, Hitsugaya was just preparing to envelop him in ice when he felt a tug on his foot. Looking down, he found a length of cloth trailing below. Was that Matsumoto's enchanted fabric? And more importantly, who am I fighting? There was only a moment to ponder this when Sato reappeared holding the other end of the line that held him and gave a mighty yank. Hitsugaya dropped like a stone, but at the same time he swung the flat end of his sickle at the big man. To his surprise No Mask appeared out of nowhere and knocked it aside on her own blade, though she staggered from the force of the blow. How did she do that? Was her weapon mystical like that length of cloth? He had just caught himself in time to float a few feet above the floor, when once more the captain found himself without an opponent, or any memory of having fought one. What the hell is? A Kappa appeared before him for a split second, enough time to deliver a solid uppercut to Toshiro's chin, and he blacked out. His jaw hurt like hell when he roused sufficiently to hear Matsumoto's declaration of, "That's 0 for 2, Teika. See you next month." Spectacular. You ready? Tatsuki Arisawa asked. Okay, kick. Hya. Hirako Kurosaka shouted as she whipped out her leg, overbalanced, and immediately fell over. It was all her trainer could do not to laugh. The little girl made a face and tore the grass angrily. Hey, cut that out, kid. We're guests here, remember? They were currently using the dojo of an acquaintance in Karakura town. In bare feet and wearing a karate gi, the young champion came over and nudged her student with one toe. In response Hirako just sat on the ground and pouted fiercely. Well, at least she didn't smile the way her dad used to after messing up. That always pissed Tatsuki off. Again she gave the kid a poke with her big toe, and Hirako swatted ineffectually at her. Love that fire. Arisawa kept this up until the tyke scrambled upright and rounded on her, messy brown hair done up in a horsetail. Stop it! She demanded. You're not always going to land a hit, Tatsuki chided, hooking her thumbs into the belt of her uniform. When you go for a strike and don't connect, it's just as important to know how to react as when you do. Otherwise. A quick step forward, 1 foot behind an ankle combined with grabbing the back of the collar, and then it took only minimal effort to send the girl sprawling once again. You wind up flat on your butt. Hiriko's face was red and sweaty, but this time she shot up of her own volition. No. She shouted with all the force of her 4 years on this world. Tatsuki raised an eyebrow challengingly. Think you could do the same thing to me? Those big brown eyes narrowed in suspicion, like she thought the older woman was mocking her. I'm serious, she assured the tiny fighter. I won't move a muscle. Come at me. Try and take me down. Hiriko sniffed and rubbed a sleeve beneath her nose. Ugh. Better wash that thing real good when we're finished. Then she charged at Tatsuki and tried a graceless shove against her thighs. There was some force behind it, to be sure, but for all that her smiling instructor remained firmly upright. That didn't stop her prized pupil, who wrapped both arms around Tatsuki's leg and struggled as though attempting to fling her into the air. For her part, Tatsuki just lifted the whole appendage off the ground and stood there holding it straight out, secure as a tree rooted in stone. Hiriko struggled to hold on, but when she realized she was dangling off the ground, she gave a happy scream, completely forgetting about her previous rage. Higher! She gasped delightedly. Arisawa obliged, and though she dug her tiny fingers into the fabric of her trousers, Hiriko finally slid off. This time she screamed not in frustration, but joy. Do that again. I will, her sensei promised. But first you're going to learn how to take me down. As she had been taught, Hiriko scrambled up to assume a seiza position. Her slight body made that less of a chore than for an adult. The karate champion patted her stomach. My center of gravity is right here, she laid out the lesson clearly. You're small, so it's easier for you to reach it. If you had pushed me here, I wouldn't have been able to keep my footing. Not quite true, but a useful lesson nonetheless. So if you want to push me over, first stand up. Hiriko did as she was told. Now take a step forward and put your ankle behind mine. No, not the knee, the ankle, remember? Like, I twisted my ankle. Good. Okay, raise your hands up before you, put your elbows into my stomach and, push. She obeyed, and Tatsuki fell backward, only to catch herself with one hand. It was all she could do not to take the kid's head off. One leg trembled from the restraint. That one's gonna haunt me. Meanwhile her head came up, and Tatsuki managed a grin at her prize student, who beamed back. Nice. Weak. She took a deep breath before sliding smoothly upright. Of course, as per her promise, it was necessary to perform the leg lift again, much to Hiriko's delight. It was good to see the kid having so much fun with this. Developing a lifelong appreciation for sports and martial arts started young. You just needed the right motivation. Of course, a good trainer helped. They practiced punches then, with Tatsuki letting her student hit her full force in both palms. It felt like being brushed by a butterfly's wings. Gotta build up some strength in those spindly arms. After this it was time to practice her kata. Hiriko dutifully assumed her stance and began throwing strikes along with sharp cries. She spun in place as instructed, then again, imagining herself facing off against foes all around her just like she was taught. Sitting on the temple steps to observe, Tatsuki approved of the determination on that frowning little face. Fight the monsters, kid. She felt proud of her student's progress. In terms of application, Ichigo's youngest still had a long road ahead of her. But the basics were there, and after just 1 month she felt certain Hiriko could land a good hit on an opponent her age. Or even older, judging by her brother's example. Movement to one side caught her attention. The hollow emerged into the open soon after. After waiting for an interminable amount of time, apparently it had decided to make its move. She had felt it approaching for a while now. Still, Arisawa made no response or even flicked a glance in its direction. All her attention seemed focused on her student's form. The spectral creature shuffled closer. Its body resembled a rat. Huge incisors clicked together. As it crept towards the oblivious Hiriko, her instructor tensed in preparation. Wait. Tatsuki paused. Let it play out. Do you still not get how this works? She murmured under her breath. What are you afraid of? Not a damn thing. The hollow must have overheard her, for it glanced in Tatsuki's direction. Resolutely she avoided looking at it. Those red eyes in its sockets narrowed, as though determining whether she might be a threat. Could it feel her energy? Was that what drew it here? Thing looked like a scavenger. I understand. If the girl dies, her father will seek you out for revenge. You fear that? Since the day he beat you as a child. Should never have mentioned that little tidbit. This bastard's always looking for a hook to fasten in me. I kicked his ass last time, she whispered. Only because of me. As a human, you would be helpless. Like hell. By now the ghost had returned its attention to Hirako at practice. Tatsuki's fingers were itching to do violence. Yet Ulquiorra's words were like a hand around her wrist. Then let your student's prowess speak for you. You're nuts. She can't even see it. She will her if soul is removed. Once the spirit leaves the body, all will become clear. I can draw it out. Then let them fight. Should she triumph, the chain of fate can serve to return her to life. Maybe I'm crazy, but that almost makes sense. Do you think your pupil so weak as to fall to a mere scavenger hollow? That made her angry. Cut the survival of the fittest bullshit. You prattle on about the worth of humans. Prove it. Show me their strength. To her surprise, Tatsuki's hand was already stretching out. A raven's feathers spread across her skin, and black talons curved from her fingers. A touch would be all it took to separate Hirako from her flesh, and then they would see what human determination could achieve. It would be a great fight. Real life or death struggle. The thought of it made her heart pound with. The hollow sprang. Before it could reach its target, a fist smashed through its skull, and the fallen soul died without so much as a death rattle. Hirako spun to spy Tatsuki with her hand pressed into the dirt right behind her, teeth grinding and lips curved in a fierce grimace. Her sensei took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She straightened to dust off her knees. Sorry. I saw a bug. Oh. And the girl went back to training. Tatsuki flexed her fingers, gazing at them curiously. Worthless. Just a filthy bug, she repeated, and went to sit back down. This waiting game was grating on her nerves. Tatsuki almost pitted the next human opponent in her upcoming martial arts competition. If that little captain didn't hurry up and get to her soon, she might just have to skip the prelims and take him on herself. Let Ichimaru complain all he wanted. This girl needs some action. With that in mind, Tatsuki called Kon to let him know they had a rendezvous later. There were many ways to relieve stress, some of them even more enjoyable than a fight. And best of all, Ulquiorra was such a prude he never spoke up when they were knocking boots. Yep. Life was still good. And so was she. They were waiting for him. This time, Hichugiya was ready. While Matsumoto busied herself applying the Lemaitre seal, he watched his masked foes. They stood close to one another, patiently observing him prepare for battle. That was one thing he remembered clearly. But perhaps more importantly, he had considered more than just his opponents. After losing in humiliating fashion twice, the captain had determined on what he could learn from this fight. He was loath to admit that he had treated these proceedings like a joke since hearing what Jin and Matsumoto actually planned to do. It seemed too corny. Like something out of a fairy tale, or those modern video games. What was the point of making him face a succession of increasingly difficult challenges? Yes, what was the point? Looking at it from that angle, there might be some measure of sense. Having him start with Kon was important because it let him consider his enemy's safety more than his own. It wasn't just about keeping himself whole and alive, but Kon as well. And the same could be said for his opponent. Kon didn't want him to die. He drew it out, didn't go in for the kill when he could have, all while challenging the captain's capabilities. With the Lemaitre on, the mod soul served to remind him what it was like to be toyed with. Not taken completely seriously, never going all out. In short, the goal was to find a way they could stop fighting before one of them was dead. The next pair proved trickier. They represented an escalation both in terms of conflict and purpose. He had to do battle with someone who could confuse his mind and subvert his senses. It was something similar to what he dealt with training against the Vazored leader Hirako Shinji, whose Sakanade reversed the world around you. Attacks that appeared to be coming from the front were actually at your back. Up was down, left was right, complete disorientation. You never knew for sure where he was going to strike next. He had sought out the Vazored specifically for this reason. It was the closest thing to Kyoka Suijutsu's complete hypnosis he could think of. Training against that level of gut-wrenching confusion, where you couldn't trust anything your eyes and ears were telling you, lent him the faintest hope that next time he crossed swords with Aizen, the fight wouldn't be over before it even began. Which brought him back to Kunieda Ryo. He had learned her name, but other than that, he hadn't dared approach any of her human friends to find out whether they could tell him more about her power. The chances that they might inform her of his interest would lead to greater caution on her part. As long as she considered him to be largely ignorant of her skills, which, admittedly, he could depend on her to be overconfident. For which she had good reason, by this point. But Aizen too was supremely sure of himself. He expected Toshiro to fall under his sword's power. And that meant he had a slim chance to turn the tables to his advantage, if he just gave the matter enough thought. So that's what he did in the time between their matches. He lent serious consideration to, what did Matsumoto call them? Samson and Delilah. Toshiro even read up on this story in Soul Society. It hadn't helped much. Although the jawbone part got him curious, was that intentional? Was his old lieutenant trying to tell him something? The mighty Samson, whose power drew from the surprising source of his own long hair. Stripped of it, he was only an ordinary man. This gave Toshiro an idea. The spell was cast. He felt his strength bound inside himself from Rainjiku's sorcery. The honey blonde gave him a pat on the cheek. She said nothing, only bit her lip slightly, noticing that Toshiro's bright green eyes were now locked on the paired fighters across the way without paying her any attention. For whatever reason this made her smile, and with a last pat on the shoulder, she proclaimed, "Begin." Matsumoto disappeared, as did Kappa and No Mask. And Hitsugaya sank into the floor. Kunieda's fingers dug into his arm, and Chad swiftly picked her up before rushing to a safe distance from their previous location. After settling his partner to earth, he peered at the spot where the captain vanished. Warily the brawler crouched down on his haunches to examine the floor. "Does it work if he can't see us?" he rumbled curiously. "I'm not sure," Ryo admitted. Swiftly she hooked an arm through his and drew her blade in preparation of attack. The sheath she threw far away to fall with a clatter. "Stay close to me. His spells can't pass through stone, according to Khan. But he can still stab us from down there. I don't think he'd do that. Even if he did know where we were." Her eyes searched the whole magically constrained cavern. At first she had assumed the boy meant to attack the spot he last remembered seeing them, hoping to snare them in a blitz attack of ice again. But that hadn't been the case. Maybe the kid was finally taking them seriously. Something glittering caught her attention. Kunieda focused on it. There looked to be a small white point protruding from the floor halfway across the cavern. Was that his hair? Or? There came a ringing sound. Immediately after this, the ground was covered in a slick, flat layer of solid ice. Her shoes were stuck in the stuff, and Ryo swore. Chad was the same, but in response he simply lifted his right fist and brought it sharply down. The ice shattered, freeing him, and he turned to do the same for her. As he did, his feet slid out from under him, and he landed on his back with a muffled grunt. In doing so she briefly lost her grip on him. Before Kunieda could re-establish contact, Chad was abruptly launched into the air as Hitsugaya emerged to slam bodily into him, sending the big man rocketing skyward with the captain in pursuit. The battle axe flew from his hand to go sliding away. Udo number 68, Rising Mountain Crystal. A blue pyramid appeared in midair to encase Sato. As he landed on its flat base and scrambled upright, there came a cry of "Number 73, Falling Mountain Criddle." Instantly another pyramid appeared around him, only upside down, to form a three-dimensional Star of David. Even as the double incantation escaped his lips, Hitsugaya followed up with, Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of a Spinning Wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 75, Rikuya Koro. 6 beams of light slammed into Sato from all sides, leaving him paralyzed halfway to the ceiling. From his place in the air, the hovering spirit quickly turned his attention earthward. As expected, he could neither spot his other quarry nor even remember who exactly they were, or why they couldn't be seen. But one thing he had no trouble remembering: in the legend, Samson's true fall lay in his dependence on his beloved partner Delilah. And Hitsugaya had come to the conclusion that if he could somehow separate the two, then he stood a chance of winning this fight. As he had hoped, even after forgetting who he was facing, by hiding underground and turning the chamber into an ice rink, he had managed to do just that. The moment Sato leapt back into his perceptions, he immediately moved to keep him out of his partner's reach. No way to be sure if the big human was restrained for good or if he could actually break through that many spells. Before then, he would have to deal with the warrior who fought invisible. Carefully he scanned the icy terrain. The only thing of note was a slightly cracked section, near which a pair of black shoes were embedded in the ice. Chad still had his footwear on. These must belong to his partner Delilah. She was on the move. But by taking advantage of his state as a spirit, he could remain far out of her reach. It was the other one who packed all the firepower, he was fairly certain of that. The question remained, how to deal with someone he barely remembered existed. In Bankai form, he could lower the temperature of the room until his human opponent was forced to concede defeat or risk freezing to death. But he was resolved not to, partly since doing so endangered the other fighter's life, and also because he still refused to resort to full power this early on. Heaven knows, it seemed like he was going to need all the advantages he could get if he was to prevail. With that, Hitsugaya gripped his sickle chain and began to spin it around him. As he did, an undulating dragon of ice emerged from the crescent moon blade, eventually extending to form a circle around him. His frozen familiar descended until it hovered just above the ground. With every revolution, it began to grow outward, bigger and wider. The ring of draconic frost expanded in all directions. Delilah, whomever she might prove to be, was still human, and would have no way to avoid his encircling ice magic. This much he could remember. Was that another reason behind Matsumoto's little game of titles? Did she at least want him to have a name to put to an enemy who could erase their existence? So far that seemed to be the case. Now all he had to do was wait until Hire and Meru made contact. Sato was the brawn in this pairing. Delilah relied on her magic for the most part. Her threat level shouldn't be anywhere near below you. This was all the warning he got before something wrapped around his foot. He looked down to find a chunk of ice tied to one end of a long cloth ribbon. And there below crouched Kunieda Ryo. Delilah. She must have been directly beneath him the whole time. That's how she escaped the dragon. Even as he thought this, the human girl yanked on the line. Thrown off balance by this and his own movement, Hitsugaya was unable to prevent himself from being dragged down to her level. Barefoot, she drove the point of her sword into the ice and used it like a ski pole to launch herself at his position. The memory of their previous encounter let him know not to disdain that weapon of hers. The steel blade lunged towards his face, and Hitsugaya batted it aside with his soul cutter so that it swept past his ear. Already unsteady on the ice, Ryo stumbled suddenly to go sprawling. She kept a hold of her weapon, however, and lashed out at his feet as she fell. He caught the blade with his free hand, feeling the cold edge bite deep into his armored glove. Without wondering how this might be possible, he brought the back of his sword down to rap Kunieda sharply on the knuckles. A quick gasp of hurt, and her numbed hand let go. Triumphantly Hitsugaya flung the sword away. He was just about to shout a binding spell, when Ryo spun away from him. For only an instant he registered her back was bare, and the tattoo of a black dragon stood out starkly against her pearly skin. Its yellow eyes blazed, and Toshiro completely forgot what he was doing. Bewildered, he stared around panting. What's going on? I caught Sato, true, but the other one. Desdemona? Something like that, but I'm not. Why am I even here? Behind. This time the warning came too late. A loop of white samite wound into a cord wrapped tight around his throat. At the same time, the weight of Sato's axe smashed into Hichugaya's sword hand. While not a very strong blow, the pain that tore through him as a result was shockingly fierce, almost as though the club was a living thing sinking its teeth into him, and he lost his grip on Hirin-Meru. Behind him Ryo tightened her hold on the garrote with both hands now as she dragged him away from his fallen weapon, striving to cut off the captain's breath along with the blood supply to his brain. Without a sword he can't fight, and without air he can't use magic. So be a good boy and go to sleep for me. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Bakudo number 9, strike. The girl stiffened as red energy washed over her, and she collapsed with a pained cry. Hichugaya reached up to pull the strangling cord loose. He rubbed at his throat, where the band of protective magic he cast before the fight to ward off sealing spells had served to keep the enchanted fabric from touching his skin. It was just enough to let him breathe. Victorious, the captain gazed down where Kunieda Ryo lay sprawled face down, long black hair spilling around her. Briefly her dragon protector's eyes sparkled with malice. Seems she didn't do her homework about old Division 10 tactics. Black dragon versus white, it would seem we emerged victorious. A loud roar shattered his self-congratulation. Overhead, magic cracked, then exploded, and Sato Yasutaro landed on his feet only to rise upright and come stalking forward. With every footfall, ice shattered beneath him. The giant had flung off his mask, and the face revealed beneath was contorted by rage. He came plowing towards Hichugaya, arms encased in spiritual steel and fists trembling with fury. There was such murderous power rising off this figure it seemed like a totally different person. Shocked, Toshiro wasted no time in retrieving his Zanpakuto and rising to meet this fresh menace. What's gotten into him? I believe your choice of spell to disable Ryo, while non-fatal, appeared sufficiently harmful to waken the youth's wrath. Prepare to defend yourself. I was kinda hoping she was wrath and he was sloth. Would have made this a lot easier. Best move away from the girl. In his furious state, he may unintentionally do her harm. Toshiro glanced down at Ryo. Should he call Matsumoto to ask her to take the fallen enchantress to safety while he concluded things with Sato? As he did, his eyes fell on the club she had used to attack him. His hand still burned from that attack, throbbing and angry. Anger, rage, fury. And just like that, he knew where he had seen that big stupid jawbone before. We did fight that one time. Maybe there's some lingering resentment left in it? And if so, I have a plan. Sato was now charging towards them without regard for the ice rink or anything else. Quickly the boy captain knelt and picked up the unconscious Kunieda. He faced her towards him, turned around, and presented the enchanted tattoo to his maddened foe. The brute was almost upon them. Sure hope this thing still works. As Chad rushed forward to rend his puny foe limb from limb, he spied the eyes of a dragon watching him. They flickered, flashed. The next thing he knew, he was standing in an empty room without a clue as to why he was there. Panting, the mighty youth peered forward, blinking and unsure of himself. Why am I so upset? Did someone get hurt? I can't remember. I should call, wait a minute. What's my fiancé's name? I've got one, right? He stood puzzling over this strange occurrence for a while longer. There came a snap of cold behind him, and everything came rushing back, moments before the jaw of his old nemesis Yami Realgo slammed straight into the back of his head. A hateful curse, combined with the strength of the person wielding that weapon, saw Chad's knees crash into the floor, followed by him falling forward in a senseless heap. Hichugaya breathed a sigh of relief and flung the ugly implement away. He stooped to check on Sato, making sure the blow hadn't done any permanent damage. It hurt just to hold that filthy Hollow's leftover spirit, probably does the boy too, but he's tough and can handle it. Good thing, otherwise I wouldn't have felt comfortable hitting him like that. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Call it karma. I'll call it victory. Bravo, Captain. He turned to find Matsumoto strolling towards him and the vanquished pair. In her hands was Kunieda's sword. As he watched, she made a flick of the wrist like a magician, and proceeded to pluck something out of the weapon. Revealed in her grip was none other than Hanko. Giving it a few practice swings, she tossed the vacated hunk of metal aside. I didn't know a Zanpakuto could be imbued into mortal artifacts like that, he frowned at her. Rangiku just shrugged. Learn something new every day, little guy. Spend enough time with us and we could teach you all sorts of things. But that's neither here nor there. You had me worried for a bit there, Teiko. But in the end, you came through like a champ. Sheathing her sword, the tall beauty came to a halt and smiled proudly down at him. Now what do you say we look after these two kids and then get something to eat? I, for one, am just dying to gloat about this to Jin. The dream was odd. Not frightening like others he'd had. But still very, very strange. For one thing, Kyojaku couldn't hear anything. Things also seemed very blurry. Despite this, he felt he had seen this place somewhere before. It was a tiny hut, like out of a fairy tale, with dirt floors and a small fire burning in a pit. And sure enough, there was a little old woman living in it. Well, maybe not that old. Her hair was mostly gray but still had some black in it. She was small and very fat, and she huffed as she bustled about the kitchen, cooking a meal and pausing every now and then to rest as though very tired. The lady got a cup of water and ate some pickled veggies, then went back to chopping up ingredients. All of a sudden her head came up, as though having heard something. As Kyojaku watched, she came out into the living room, wiping her hands on her apron nervously and staring at the door. After a moment she gave a start and trotted over to it. Hesitating, she opened the pane a crack. Her lips moved yet no words reached his ears. After a few moments she opened the door fully. It was night outside, and raining. A flash of lightning revealed a man wearing a straw hat and Mino straw cape, like the type they used to wear in ancient times. He was carrying a bundle against his chest, holding it very carefully. As she shut the door, the old woman questioned him by the look of it. He shook his head, not taking off his hat or putting down his burden. They conversed for a while, gesturing about them. The old woman's face went pale. She appeared very upset. For his part the man was scared, maybe. Or ashamed. He shook his head and looked up, imploring her for something. Then he sank to his knees, bent low and touched his forehead to the ground. She stared down at him. After a while, the lady bowed her head as well. Her collar rose once more, an expression of weary resignation on his face. With utmost gentleness, he then shifted the bundle in his arms and moved aside a wrap. There lay a baby, shivering and crying, with a small curl of black hair on its head. With utmost reverence he held the bundle of joy out, and the old woman took it. She held it against her breast, rocking and speaking to it, smiling sadly. At last the man rose and made to depart. He said something more to her, perhaps by way of thanks, before stepping out into the rain and disappearing quick as he came. The house's sole occupant did nothing but walk back and forth across the packed dirt floor for a time, holding her new charge and perhaps singing. After a while the baby must have fallen asleep. At this the roly-poly lady went into another small room off to the side. Within was a clean pallet and a small wicker bassinet. There were blankets and pillows inside the little crib, but no baby. Here she placed the sleeping infant carefully, drawing the covers up around it before carrying the whole thing into the living room. Then she sat near the fire pit, gazing down at the tiny newborn as it slept, sniffling every now and then with tears gathering in her eyes. After a while, the old woman began to shake, and she doubled over, clutching her stomach while sobbing. She looked up at the ceiling and pressed a fist to her mouth as though to hold back a cry. There was so much grief in that look that Kyojaku found himself wanting to weep himself. He was crying when he woke. Clutching a stuffed raccoon doll, the boy stumbled despondently to his sister's room. Hirako woke and, upon seeing her brother's distress, made room for him under the covers. Kyojaku crawled in beside her and curled up in a ball. She didn't ask what had made him cry. Her brother's dreams could be scary. The ones they shared together, at least, were some of the worst nightmares she ever had. In the morning he would tell her about it. Till then, they could only sleep, and hope no monsters came to haunt their rest. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.